Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Jack Link's Wild Rumble here featuring Valorant. I'm Ash, aka Spicy Pyro, and on the desk with me today, I'm joined by Wes, and we're excited to bring you guys some Valorant action today. Wes, how's it going?
It's going great, Ash, and I can't wait to do this. It is so nice to be back with the gaming stadium. So nice to be back casting with you, Ash, because it's been a long time. It's been a minute, but we've been building up to this cast, and this is the perfect tournament to do it.
Yeah, we've been really excited to do it. I believe you might have some spicy jerky in your just by your side as we get the heat turned on. Yeah, but to give you guys a bit of an idea of what we have in store for you guys today, the bracket was a maximum of 32 teams. I believe 30 signed up. It's going to be a single elimination style. We're kicking things off with a round robin group stage where there are 4 teams per group. Then for the rest of the today, we will have in store a round of 16 quarterfinals, and then tomorrow playoffs will continue in semifinals and finals. A little bit of a breakdown of the prize pool is that it is a $5,000 prize pool. First place gets $2,500. Second, a cool $1,250 for themselves, and then third and fourth place both get $625. And Wes, do you want to tease what games maybe we have coming up first?
That prize pool and the excitement of this tournament has attracted some incredible talent. We have some of the best free agent teams in North America at this tournament. In my opinion, the best, which is Cosmic Divide. We also have the likes of DNA Diff. We got a sort of pickup version of Tseal Seam. We've got Trade Like Pros. There's so many excellent teams that are showing up. So those teams will all be on your stream at some point. What we have coming up is a little bit less of a known matchup. It's SFU Black, the St. Francis Esports project, up against Headhunters, which is a new team that has just done a couple of those weeklies, a couple of those Tier 2 events. I'm very, very excited to get into this. We are on to Breeze for this first map here, as we got SFU Black on the defender side with Headhunters over on the attack. And I'll just say, Headhunters has only played 1 or 2 nights weeklies, but they did play Breeze in that tournament and they did win on it. So that's going to be an exciting one to see. An actual experienced Breeze team in Tier 2, Spicy? Come on.
Ooh, it'll definitely be a treat, but we have a couple more treats in store for you guys today too. Actually, during today's show, we'll be giving away 2 $25 Valorant gift cards. To enter, you guys can type !gift card in chat, and I think there might be one other prize there, Wes, that they're giving away too.
One other prize, a very, very exciting one. We are giving away a brand new PS5 as well as a month's supply of jerky in the same stroke. That's going to be, that unbeefleavable giveaway is going to be at tgs.gg/jacklinks. So make sure you go check that out. We're going to be teasing that all weekend long, and then we're going to give it away at the end. So Headhunters actually are starting over, I believe, on the attack side. I think we had on the defensive side, pardon me. I think we had a little switcheroo there. So SFU Black on the attack, Headhunters on defense of Breeze. And man, I'm so happy to have this map at the very beginning of the tournament, Ash, because it is so different than what we often see in these tournaments, especially off the top in the group stage. I'm just so glad someone's pulling it out early on and trying to do those skill checks, trying to get those long range duels going.
That's for sure. In a best of 1 series, you usually see those default maps coming out, but we're in for a treat this time around as SFU Black is setting up for an attack towards the A site. Got the toxic screen up and sugar-free, first to fall there on Headhunters. Should be a free plant here for SFU.
Should be a free plant here. Glyph also taking one down, and the door opens. It's Porska ready for that. They're all pushed up onto the site, so everybody's really clumped up for SFU Black. If Headhunters are able to maybe get some sort of aggression going in, but the Viper Wall will delay that, as now they have to push in much more slowly here with Dangle coming through. As one Viper Wall goes down, now they're cut off. It's only Porska all alone behind that pyramid. Has so much to do, and it's Azir instead coming through with 2 kills on the retake. Magawi for the first round. Headhunters go up 1-0.
That's a really interesting wall there on Headhunter's side, actually coming out from the Viper. That toxic screen for the retake. It cuts off that hall's information as well as double doors and the front of a site, which is interesting because it does actually allow the attackers to have some space towards double doors on the take, but provides a lot of potential for those retake scenarios. And now, We're going to see SFU Black. They lost out on that first round up. Juka going to be buying up to a Marshall regardless, though. Headhunters here, they have the advantage as far as weaponry goes. Question is SFU going back towards A? It actually looks like it might just be a quick mid blitz.
Yeah, maybe the Viper going over to get a little bit of info, but it's Dangle already to find one. Marshall can be king on Breeze, but instead it's the Spectres to melt through them and go up and with an easy 2-0 there. Only one pick to speak of for SFU Black.
This time around, though, SFU, they will have Vandals in hand. You know, the SMGs, you can usually bonus with them pretty well, but on a map like Breeze where the angles are just so long, it takes a little bit more effort to get value out of those guns. So the advantage here definitely is in the hands of SFU Black. But look at the stack towards the B site. However, it looks like it'll probably be more of a default situation here that we're seeing out from SFU.
Yep, pretty loose so far as the Sky. That's Teddy kind of trying to get some more info on mid. There's a lot of presence, as you said, towards B for Headhunters. That might be punished by Portugal, who's sitting at window. Goes around the corner. The Vandal's going to be way better in this situation, but Azir is ready for the trade. And so we got a 4v4 situation early on. And Sky is way up mid. Ash finally gets taken out. Azir is really popping off so far.
Ooh, and the rotation comes through, but SFU Black, they've already lost 2 of their members. Headhunters has the advantage as far as manpower goes, and they're sticking together. They're playing that buddy system down towards mid. It's going to be a free plant here on the A site. Itchy going to be going for a pretty safe one here on the left side of Pyramid. It'll be a 4-person retake through double doors.
Once again, SFU Black kind of clumped up, and there's Dangle already finding one, but Itchy will go for the trade, and that's the Vandals coming in once again, but it's Stu remaining in 1 versus 2 here. Half HP already to their name. There's Dangle and Azir going to come around and try to double swing this. Has Stu found the angle, though, is the question? No, that's Azir, I believe, with a 4K on the round for Headhunters to grab the third.
That is a huge bonus on the side of Headhunters. You know, to be able to steal away the third round, the buy-up round of SFU Black that really sets them up for the rest of the round. Or not the round, this half. Yes. You know, Headhunters, they're going to be able to accumulate quite a nice nest egg for themselves as far as economy goes. Be able to use that to their advantage as far as having a bit more flexibility later on in this half. Meanwhile, SFU Black, they're pushed onto an eco round, and now already very early on in that back and forth economy where they're not going to have those buys during consecutive rounds. They're going to have to swap up, and now going for another split push this time around. Not necessarily a default, but just a little bit of pressure being put on both sides at the moment. I'd like to see SFU Black maybe play a little bit more slowly, try to get some picks off, gather information, and not give away that first blood so early on.
Yeah, maybe punish a little aggression, but instead the aggression will not be punished. Finally, it's going to be Itchy taking care of Glyph, who had walked right up through Tube. That's the Headhunter coming through, and Itchy actually finds 2. So we've got ourselves back into a 3 versus 3 as there's Itchy kind of pushed way into the spawn here. Or pardon me, the other chamber pushed way into the spawn. And what will they be able to find here? That's Dangle coming through. Dangle is a thief in the night right there. 2 kills against the opponents there. Finally, Juka handles that, but put down to 30 HP on the Viper in a 1 versus 2. Spike in hand, though, so will Juka be able to pull off some ninja tactics in this round as the work up through Tube begins? There's the wall to cut off the jet, so now there's a lot more space created, but still, with 30 HP, Ash, surely this doesn't happen.
It's difficult because the main thing for Juka right now is finding that information. Just going to miss Sugar Free. Now re-clearing towards
30 seconds left.
Back CT. Looks like it will be a backside CT plant here on the A site, but that's going to leave Juka incredibly pinched in a retake scenario. But at the very least, that toxic screen placement works both ways.
Yep, absolutely. So we see Juka trying to come through, and there you go. The toxic screen comes up, but it's not going to help. There's Sugar Free to find it. So just as soon as the sound cue is heard, Sugar Free secures a 4th round. And now we do finally have a full gun round, the first time this game, really, as rifles will completely come out. And Itchy, who was performing really well so far on that Headhunter, got a good amount of damage done in that eco, does go on to that operator. So that is the question. Will the impact come through, or will Dangle be able to match with the chamber impact there. Sugar Free, the rifling jet comes through. Sugar Free's a player I've casted before who definitely has that pop-off potential and has a lot of money in the bank now. So keep an eye out on Sugar Free, see if those knives are going to come out anytime soon, as Porska, the opposing jet, is the one, and this has been the default position for the jet, sort of peeking out of this window here, trying to get some info, trying to see if there's any aggression, which Headhunters have been showing so far, though more towards the A side.
Yeah, Headhunters, they're stacking towards A because there is the Viper's Pit available in the hands of Azir here. So once any action happens towards B, that ultimate could be thrown down to deny site visibility and probably cause SFU Black to rotate around. Itchy not going to be able to land that operator shot, will have to back off. And SFU Black, they're looking to regroup. And look at the positioning of Stu, already kind of... Oh! Actually never mind. I said that, and Teddy just falls.
Yeah, that's not what we expected at all. Just a little bit of... Oh, Juka actually finds a nice little wall bang there. But Stu on the other side goes down. So we're into a 3 versus 4 here with SFU Black not having really gained a lot, Ash. They haven't gotten a lot of map control. There's still so much to clear. And with 34 seconds left, they've got to start making a decision as soon as possible. B seems to be the play, but Headhunters have read this.
Yeah, when I said I wanted them to slow things down, I didn't mean leaving things down to the wire. Bajuka now sneaking on, gonna catch Azir off guard. Sugar Free there for the frag though, and the trade does go through. Porska's gonna have to stick this, but Sugar Free unable to deny the plant.
Yep, missed that crouch jump there, and Porska has to do a lot here, not able to get the crosshair in the right spot. That's Sugar Free now coming up clean in this round to win the first full rifle round, and Headhunters go up 5-0. And Ash, this is, we don't want to, give too many spoilers just yet, but this is the expected result here. Headhunters are a team that have a bunch of players who have been rotating around. Very, very high level gameplay coming in from Headhunters, as we expected. SFU Black, while they have done a lot of work in collegiate tournaments, they haven't played a lot against this level, and they haven't had a lot of success so far. So SFU Black definitely not favored here, especially on Breeze, a map that Headhunters have already played before in competitive settings.
The other thing is that there's a pretty big difference between, free agent teams that are playing within the main VCT stages and, collegiate. Now, we're going to see that null command coming through. Going to deny a little bit of utility over on the side of Headhunters, but SFU Black still not able to make their way onto site despite that utility. The toxic screen will come out, and as do the Seekers. Dangle just fighting for his life there in back CT, able to get away, and there's the Viper's Pit as well. So SFU Black, they've invested so much into this site take, and the spike not planted quite yet.
Yeah, Teddy gets out of dodge. No, he doesn't. That's going to be Azir taking down Eddie there as they were jumping back towards B main, and Azir is the one who's coming from behind. Stu and Perska also go down, so it's only Juka remaining in the Viper's Pit. Goes for one headshot, but now they know the exact location. It's Juka in a 1 versus 3. This would be a 1v4 in total. Just, I think, showed the head there, and it's dangled to punish. Juka had very, very few options there, even with the Viper's Pit, even with the take, even with the opening pick. Ash, SFU Black still cannot find purchase on Breeze.
And that was an expensive round for SFU Black as well. Just so many ultimates were invested into that previous round, leaving them now with none on the board. Still just barely able to buy up into a half buy. Meanwhile, Headhunters, they have 4 ultis available here. And on the side of Headhunters too, you have 2 agents, the Chamber and the Jet, who have eco ultis available in their hands as well. So things are looking pretty dire here for SFU Black because they need to win the next 6 rounds in a row to be able to tie it up for half.
Yeah, absolutely. Rifles coming through elbow. They are going to run into a little bit of repulsion here as they go forward, and there's Dangle on the close angle with the op. Burska already goes down. Already the push is shut down. Already the entry, and look at this. There's the KO pushing up all the way into mid. So ready for this, and the flash is about to come in. That pushes them off, and it gets Magawi the kill as well. Stu was too blind to get anything done, and the flawless for Headhunters in a gun round. You said SFU Black needed this round. That could be the nail in the coffin for this half.
Ooh, yeah, they're going to be pushed onto a proper eco now, and when it comes down to it, Wes, the way that Headhunters plays is just so much more in sync with each other. The coordination is palpable. Meanwhile, on SFU Black, you know, Breeze, considered usually an attacker-sided map, but it requires a lot of coordination, both with their utility as well as being able to get the timings out on the utility of the enemies. And now we're going to see a stack towards the A site once again. Sugar Free going to be denied any of that jet util so far, revealed by the 0 point, but will still be taking this upper angle.
Sugar Free could have a lot to do here. That dog is spotted. Sugar Free does get a headshot and it makes them back off. Here's Glyph to push out in cave, and they're not covering that properly. Glyph does get one, a very nice flick. Itchy finally getting one back, but it's a 4 versus 2 situation here as this A hit was completely and utterly denied. Itchy has to go back on the trademark, and yeah, it's just so difficult to get anything done from this position right here with the spike on the ground out on site. And all these players grouping up. Headhunters are not playing this particularly aggressively. They know that they have all the power, all the control they need in this round.
They do have the power, and on the side of SFU, there's no controller available anymore. Booty able to just sneak away from that recon. Bolts here dipping in and out of the toxic screen. They're going to cut noise and re-hit, but when you look at the positioning of Headhunters, they know that SFU Black is completely stuck towards the A site.
Absolutely, and there's Dangle ready for that. It's Porska now completely alone, completely out of options here. Still, the spike is on the ground, and Dangle is just trained on that one spot there, that one area. And as soon as he backs off, there's McGowie to peek through door. Takes down Porska. Now that was, I believe, another eco, and so SFU Black is going to be able to buy up again, but like you say, it's that back and forth, that rubber band effect where they just keep having to save and then maybe buy up, and then how much did they save and how much can they get this round? It's just a painful situation to be in, Spicy. And yeah, Itchy coming out with some good kills, some great headhunter work that's coming through from this chamber, but it just is nowhere near enough. And I wanted to point out something that you mentioned, the attacker-sided nature of Breeze. They've got 2 initiators and Porska on the duelist for the entry. They have so much power in terms of taking space for this map, but once they get it, once they get the plant, they have so little available for that retake, for that post plant, and we've seen it over and over again. Just Headhunters, their retakes are trivial here.
It definitely is trivial, but now it's still going to be advantage towards Headhunters. Spike has fallen towards the A site here for SFU. There is a guiding light available in the hands of Teddy to try and push somebody off location, but the double swing is going to come through. Glyph going to end things with a 3K here, 9-0 for Headhunters. And whew, I would like, on the side of SFU Black, I think a big thing for them is they do try to go for those explosive site takes, which can pan out very well for their team composition. However, a little bit more focus needs to be done on playing that default and trying to, you know, just draw out the utility from the defenders. And then once that's all wasted, go for the explosive take so they don't have as much. I just saw that we had our cams on. I should have pulled out my jerky. I was not ready for it.
Yeah, production's keeping us on our toes. That was a meat snack moment that we will have to, you know, we will honor it. I'm going to take a little bite of my Jack Link's jalapeno jerky. That's what's going to happen when we cast this next eco round. This Juka coming through. Sugar Free goes up with the blade. Sugar Free with the double kill. My mouth is full of jerky and Sugar Free's full of frags, but Itchy Booty gets the trade back. It's a 3 versus 3 now, as finally that push gets shut down, Ash.
Push gets shut down, and the spike is once again in the hands of the defenders. Porska is going to be able to get that refrag, though, on Glyph. Updraft towards Halls to recover the Vandal, and now in a pinch situation. But Malway, gonna still have the drop there. And that's all she wrote, because Azir is going to clean up right afterwards. And that is now 10-0 here for Headhunters. Very easy run for them so far on the defense. I'm looking forward to seeing what their attack looks like.
Me too. And yeah, SFU Black definitely had a nice idea there, but Sugar Free just shutting it down completely. I like that SFU Black was able to sort of respond to that, to that aggression, but In the end, it was Magawi catching out Porska, trying to grab that spike that kind of shut it all down. So yeah, Headhunters 10-0. And like you said, you know, the attack side would be very exciting to see, but Ash, I'm just not convinced we're going to see much of it at all. I don't know how SFU Black get anything going on their own attacking side. So if Headhunters take that pistol, that's might be all she wrote. We might be starting off our tournament with a, you know, not as spicy 13-0 if it keeps going the way it has been going. SFU Black just not getting any momentum at all in this game.
Spicy in a different way. Spicy for Headhunters, you know,
exactly.
A little mild for SFU Black, but they're warming up. You know, maybe we'll see them pull out all their shows later on in this, not necessarily this matchup, maybe in the next half. It could be a defensive-sided team. Not gonna tap them out quite yet. And we are just playing a little bit more slowly now, this time on the side of SFU. So the change of pace has been nice, but they're not revealing their location. So despite this change of pace, they're not drawing out that utility that you would like to see in this early round.
Yeah, not able to really get much value out of this so far, but Porska's going to go in fast. Nothing gained from that whatsoever. And the rifles sing through for Headhunters, put themselves into a 5 versus 1 in an absolute flash. So it's going to be Stu only remaining. Disabled, can't even flash himself out. Gets the headshot, actually gets 2. How did Stu manage to find that? 3 from Stu! What is going on here? Stu goes for the flash now. There is the 4th, almost getting through, but the spray isn't quite there. 10 seconds left. Gonna run into Cliff. Stu almost had the play of his life right there, but in the end, it's the defenders to take an 11th. Oh man, you know, you do love to see a little bit of energy coming through from SFU Black, though.
That last shot, though, is crispy. But now we're sitting on the last round of the half. SFU Black going to be forcing up with everything that they've got. One saving grace for them, though, is the fact... Actually, 2 saving graces.
All right.
Itchy and Porska both have those eco ultimates available for this last round. Those are going to be huge Hail Marys here for SFU Black. You heard those Blade Storms come online. The Trailblazer goes out to clear towards A once again. But it's still just util that they're drawing out, maybe rotating off. This is a bit more of the playstyle that I wanted to see from SFU Black earlier on in the half. The spike now making its way towards the B site, and 4 on the side of Headhunters are all over the A.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only going to be sugar-free waiting on that B site, so if they move fast, they can take advantage of this. But Magawi going up and the aggression through tube, just SFU Black has not been able to answer this at all. Finally, it's traded out, but Azir is getting aggressive as well. Headhunters are just absolutely pressuring them on every single angle. Meanwhile, sugar-free holds strong over on the B side, and so once again, we get ourselves into a needed clutch situation with Teddy and Stu, the 2 initiators, trying to get something done. It's Stu with the null command available, so Dangle could be punished here if he doesn't hit this shot.
Ooh, but will the timing come through?
1 enemy remaining.
Dangle gonna be good for 1. Stu on the refrag here, now left in another clutch 3v1 situation this time around, but Stu's getting pretty pinched, and Glyph gonna end it all. And now that's a team ace to end out the half by Headhunters, 12-0. We're already at match point, Wes.
Yeah,
so,
it's not looking good. This would have to be something legendary from SFU Black in order to get anything done in this first map of your Jack Link's Wildside Rumble for Valorant with, yeah, Stu, definitely some heroics coming through, but it was way too little, way too late for that half as Headhunters now take to the attack side. And like you say, the one saving grace potentially is that, who knows, SFU Black, a less experienced team, they could be more comfortable on that defense, not having to use those set plays, not having to play those complex defaults that you can find on Breeze.
At the same time, though, it's so easy to get split up from your team on defense on Breeze, so time will tell. It's the default that Headhunters will be running to kick things off, a 0 point to see if anybody's holding close A main. No information gathered, and Itchy trying to take a hold down towards Halls. Sugar showing a little bit of presence, going to back off, and now Headhunters are looking to regroup. They have that mid information, at least deep mid information. So no one on SFU has pushed out quite yet. They're playing very safe. They're playing passively. And I like that there isn't too early of any aggression coming out from SFU on this defensive side.
Yeah, once again up, looks like maybe an elbow take, trying to get that control and get towards mid, but there is always going to be Sky ready to push in. Instead, they're going straight into B, and that's Stu with 2 kills there, trying to get the defense coming, but Sugar Free is still deep in, and I don't think Stu realized that Sugar Free has gotten past. We'll see if they're able to get through, and Stu's got a 3rd here. So good, a 4th from Stu!
My God.
What can he get? It's Sugar Free to finally shut down the monster, and it's Itchy to find the last. And SFU Black get themselves on the board with a monstrous play from the KO.
Stu's sporting one of those huge dance floor backpacks on himself right now. Just vibing, trying to carry the team with these multi-kills. The only one in double digits on the side of SFU so far. But, you know, the rest of SFU Black, they're still making their way as far as using that utility to help Stu out. And the defense is definitely looking better for them. They're playing a bit more as a team, playing a bit more passively, which is allowed on the defensive side because the clock is running in your favor. So now they have the advantage. This could potentially be a 2nd round for them. But SFU Black, they're just getting warmed up and, you know, it's group stages. They won't be out or anything like that. They still got a couple more teams to face today.
And like you said, the coordination is better. You saw the Snakebite combine with the KO fragment grenade there to get those 2 kills early. You see Borska getting a nice little pick on Azir early, a very dangerous one. Okay, Magawi just going for that, using the Sova info. It's Itchy coming through, though, to take out Sugar Free, and this mid presence is slowly being chipped away at from Headhunters. It's SFU Black now in the 4 versus 2.
SFU Black, they're getting confident, they're pushing out, but they have no idea that Glyph is behind them. Looks like Borska, suspicious, gonna check towards double doors. And now the A site should be pretty free for the planting here. Glyph, though, is separated from his Sova so far. So that's gonna be Glyph falling, and it's all up to Magawi, Marshall in hand, to secure this round.
Probably needed that kill right there, because now look at the position they have. All sorts of angles coming through. Magawi with the long range, no scope, but it's not going to be enough. That would have been a tragic way for SFU Black to lose, and instead they pull it back with some great opening picks. So there we go, the 12-2 score line, and we never say it. Ash, we never say it. We never call it what it could be. It's going to be just 12-2. It's a normal match. It's the first game of the tournament. It's all going to be chill. It's not going to be a comeback.
I'm just going to let you sit with the fact that you probably like quadruple jinx that several times within.
This is what I do. I just go like that much further with it. I just say it that many more times so that it's just it takes it to the point of absurdity. Here's Borska though getting the opening pick on the anti-eco here, or on the bonus, pardon me. So Sugar Free is going to get into sight. They're going to get onto there, and Glyph is going to trade. But it's a 4 versus 4 with the Viper wall up.
Viper wall is up, and Sugar Free is just pushing in now. 2v2 situation. Spike is down towards back sight, and that is going to be a snake bite, ending things here. That's 13-2 here for Headhunters. And you spoke it into fruition, Wes. You said that it wasn't going to be a comeback, and it ended this round.
It ended the round that I said it, which, I can accept the blame for that if it needs to be on me. But, we kind of knew which way the tides were turning the entire time in that game. Headhunters with a very impressive performance, right? And especially the fact that they can threaten on a map like Breeze, the fact that they can bring out those non-standard maps, especially for, this level of play, is definitely something to be keeping an eye out for. Because when I looked at the likes of, Tseal Seam, of DNA Diff, Cosmic Divide, there isn't a lot of the likes of Breeze and Fracture on their history. So kind of the takeaway from this is make sure you are ready for a map like this once we get into those series. We see the replays coming in here. Thanks to Jack Links for providing these, and it's just the Headhunters show for sure. Very, very impressive stuff. Nobody really having to carry Headhunters either. They were pretty nicely spread across the board with the kills, and everybody making an impact here.
Yeah, I think the other thing is just keeping in mind that this is a really nice learning opportunity for SFU Black as well. There aren't too many tournaments that do go on where these collegiate and free agent teams or even pro teams are able to actually meet and play against each other, but it is summer, so school is out and most of the collegiate tournaments and seasons are over for now. So what I do want to say, though, is that I liked that we did see adaptation coming out from SFU Black later on. You know, it was late, but this was also the first game of the day. So there's potential for them to take this experience and carry it over to the other matches that they have in group stages, because we did see adaptations coming to fruition. We saw them playing together more, and I think they're just getting warmed up.
Yeah, we saw some more individual confidence as well, of course, in particular, of course, from Stu there with a couple of very, very nice multi-frag rounds. We've got to keep an eye on that initiator player for SFU Black. Stu is a player that I've seen before, like I mentioned, and I've seen pop off before in these types of tournaments, so there is always that threat. But it is going to be the 13-2 for Headhunters for the first game of the day. And with that, before we take a break, I'm just going to quickly remind everybody that we are giving away a PS5 as well as a month's supply of beef jerky. Be sure to enter that giveaway at tgs.gg/jacklinks. It's going to be very, very tasty for whoever manages to pick that one up. With that, I think we're going to take a quick bit of a break before we get onto our second game of the group stage. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you in a bit.
Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef. Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef.
When it comes to hunger, there's this almost primal feeling inside your stomach, this voice inside you screaming, feed me. That's where Jacklinks, really comes in.
Jacklinks satisfied my hunger cravings by making sure to have every single flavor under the sun that I could ever want in jerky form.
If there's ever a moment that I know I need a snack during those long streams where the people themselves are urging me to keep going, they want more content, I know I can just go ahead and rely on Jacklinks, yo.
Hey, I think there's something in your beard.
Oh, this? One second here. It's my emergency snack whenever I need a little hot and spicy, so. You never know where you're gonna need that emergency kick.
One of these? When I'm gaming?
You ever eat crab? Eating crab, it's great, but it's also annoying because you do all this work to get that shell out and then you get the meat. Beef jerky from Jacklinks isn't like that.
I could go out and make a whole dinner, broccoli, chicken, mashed potatoes, all of that, but I don't have the time. What I do have time for is Jacklinks every time, every time.
So yeah, Jacklinks saved my life.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Jack Links 5K Wildside Rumble featuring Valorant and hosted here by the Gaming Stadium. And I hope you guys fed your Wildside during break with an original protein. And if you didn't, you guys can level up your snacking game over at jacklinks.ca. I'm Ash, aka Spicy Pyro. On the desk with me is Wes. And we got a little bit of, backstage intel, Wes. I think we have potentially a new Valorant agent that might be released.
At least honorary, Ash. And, we want to announce this agent, though we may not be allowing it in the tournament. It is quite powerful. We have Sasquatch joining the fray. Sasquatch, you can see holding those Jack Links originals right there. I wanted to talk because we were talking about Sasquatch's abilities, and the one, the passive, the one that's really important is that he's very elusive, and you can only see him in your peripheral vision. So to kill him, you have to wallbang him, which is very, very difficult to play against. So we may not be allowing that in the tournament, but I'm glad that we do get to see it there. Sasquatch hanging on to those Jack Links right here, but. Ash, we have more games coming up, and actually this one that we have coming up might be pretty exciting.
Definitely. I hope so. I mean, we're going to be taking things over towards Haven this time around. It's going to be Slurpers versus Flux. And these two are some free agent teams that have been playing together for a little bit now, a couple months. And I'm really looking forward to this matchup. And I believe you mentioned that we might potentially be seeing some Neon action here on Haven.
We might be. Our friend over on Slurpers, Barry from Dota, which is, hey, if you're from Dota, you got a strategic mind, but going for the W key agent nonetheless. It's Neon that we may potentially see. Last time they played Haven, where they played a series against Tseal team back in the at the last night's weekly, they did run Neon on this map. So that is going to be something to watch out for. It's becoming more and more of a thing. We're loving seeing Neon on Haven, and of course North America kind of blazing the trail in that respect. Playing up against Flux, though, who even though they are seeded lower in this tournament, they actually have quite a bit more competitive experience. They've been together for a while, played quite a few tournaments, and definitely have been around the block. But both of these teams coming in here, not as well known as some of the other free agent teams, but definitely with that competitive experience behind them.
Definitely sounds like it's going to be a pretty sweet matchup, just like some teriyaki Jack Links jerky. But I mean, we're just waiting to get things started. What are some other agents that you'd like to see coming out on this map here?
I'd love to see a Fade. Flux has run Fade on Haven before. It's a very interesting idea to kind of pair with a Breach and get that double initiation going through. Haven is a map where, it's so valuable to be taking space all the time because, you've got all these corridors and all these rotations that you have to be covered. So if you get control of a site or if you get control of a main area, then you can use that very effectively. So they ran the Fade and the Breach last time they played Haven, so that's kind of what I want to see. And then of course that interacts in a very interesting way with the Neon when you get kind of that Breach timing, and Neon can maybe get past those stuns. But with Fade, it's not quite as well drilled, it's not quite as well documented how these two agents interact. And indeed, Spicy, we are getting everything that we have hoped for. We saw the Fade and Breach over on the side of Flux. We saw Slurpers picking up that Neon.
And I think that combination of the Breach and Fade is really interesting too, considering the fact that Double Initiator is meta on Haven. You want that extra information to be able to, make reads on the enemy team. Everyone's so far spread apart on Haven that it's pretty key. And, while there are other information gathering initiators like KO, Sova, and Sky, they don't have the same kind of crowd control that Fade provides that we normally would see coming from an Astra, which we're actually seeing coming back out on Haven today in the hands of Velocity. But very rarely do you see Astra coming out anymore on these map picks. And I think Fade is a nice pickup. I mean, they're on the same team this time around, but it adds that extra AoE crowd control that can really help slow down pushes. But this time around, Flux, they'll be starting on the attacking side, so they'll be saving that crowd control a little bit more for the post-plant situation. But we know that pistol rounds can be quick and dirty. Flux heading towards C.
Can be indeed, and the C push may exactly result in that. It's Koof going to go out first and try to peek into Potato, who does have to teleport away. The C site still is occupied by 2 defenders, though, and they're going to have to peek out. There's Kip, actually gets a kill with the grenade, but Tseal and Koof going to trade right back. It's kills flying thick and fast on the site here. That's going to be a 2 versus 3 in the end, with the attackers heavily favored here in this post plant now.
Barry playing the Neon, making their way back towards the C site. 2v3 retake, like you had mentioned. High gear and a stun available. Stun in the hands of Neon, not going to be used quite yet. Unfortunately, Khaled doesn't have any Sky utility to use on this retake, and that's just going to be a nice and easy post plant here for Flux. 1-0. Very nice hold. And that means that they'll have the advantage going into the next round. They'll be able to buy up. And on the side of Slurpers, they're going to be stuck with 3 guns.
Yeah, and, you know, that's the power of that double initiator, of course, we talked about, but then Astra as well. There's so much vision denial there, so much power that Astra has, and you saw how Potato on that angle just had to teleport away, had to stack up with Kip, and even though they got the opening pick, they just got completely overwhelmed by kind of the explosiveness that Flux's comp can provide, especially on a pistol round where you don't have as much firepower. This time, though, more of presence into mid, and indeed from the defenders as well. It's going to be Barry from Dota coming through and peeking out, trying to get some info, but they do have to back off there.
A lot of investment from Slurpers over towards mid and garage as well. A little bit of cubby information has been taken. Some space on the side of Slurpers and Flux. They're playing a very patient anti-eco so far. But when you actually look at what was bought up there, it looks like a lot of the members on the side of Flux elected to stick with pistols only.
That's greedy. Ash is very, very greedy, but we'll see if it does pay off. They can obviously get some good economic boons from that if they do find themselves the win. And if Slurpers didn't invest too much into this round, it could benefit them for sure. Tokyo's already pretty far up into A site, but the rotation does start to come through here.
The rotation does come through. It is going to be a free plant, though, on the side of Flux, and a 5v5 retake on the side of Slurpers. But greedy, like you said, because some members on Flux did buy up to those SMGs, which means if they lose out this round, their ego is going to be off.
It is going to be off if they lose, but there's velocity already coming through. The SMGs once again doing the dirty work here. Tokyo to finish it off with a 2-0 here for Flux. And once again, just a pretty easy site take and nothing doing on the retake either. So even with a decently fast rotation from Slurpers, they couldn't get in. And it was the position of Tokyo in particular, got so far up into the A site very, very early, got all the info that those corners were cleared, and Flux just made use of it.
That's part of the blessing also on that second round, is the fact that if you won out the first one, you know that the enemy team likely isn't going to have that utility to be able to stall you out or grab that information, but it's going to be a buy-up now here on the side of Slurpers. An A, heavy default on the side of Flux, getting aggressive. I love Say, going to fall to Barry, and that's going to be the high gear to allow Barry to reposition, fall back to his team.
Yeah, it does fall back, and actually the presence does go toward Long. They're kind of playing ring around the rosy here with 2 players, the 2 initiators coming in to sewers here. Get a little info that the A defenders have repositioned, but they don't know exactly where. If they pushed up, they would run into Khaled on that off angle, but instead they rotate back, get into mid, where there is no defense at all. Pyro, it is completely open besides this Killjoy utility. Pretty common setup, but if Flux can make use of this and get those smokes down, no, instead they get pushed back by the grenade. And now the rotation will come.
Who smoked out towards both links, though, and Slurpers are just playing patient till waiting outside of garage for someone to aggress out. But the aggression will come through from Flux. They're going to push towards C, A link. Ooh, Moon Blue just going to shut things down, and all of a sudden, Slurpers have taken the rounds here. That'll be 1-2. First round on the board for them. And that was just, I think Flux just got maybe a little bit too aggressive in that post-plant situation, Wes. Yeah. Pushing towards, either of the links. I know that B site is the easiest site for the defenders to retake, So it may have been a little bit of a Hail Mary kind of play to try and do some damage and overwhelm and maybe surprise Slurpers before they could come and try to retake the site.
Instead, they were surprised by the Odin from Moonblue, which just started pouring bullets onto that angle. And yeah, you know, Flux, or Slurpers, pardon me, do a nice job to repel that, get back onto site. But at least Flux get the plant. At least they get some money. At least they get to go in actually with the operator already on the 3rd round here on the attack side as well. So keep an eye over on that player to see what kind of impact it might have.
Tokyo's been such a huge force for Flux as far as being able to gather information with that lurk. And now Flux, they're going for that mid presence pretty early on, forcing Slurpers to use quite a bit of utility to start things off, but it looks like A is where they're looking to end.
A is the play for now. And these two players, you can see it's the Sky and Neon playing together, always playing on the same angle, leaving one of those corridors open. This time, Velocity will hold an off angle, and if Velocity gets a little too ambitious here, they could be punished because they're running into 2 players stacked on that short side. But Long is the presence, and they are going to head in. There's the satchel charge coming through. Tokyo does ring out the op, and Velocity gets the kill. Huge to find Khaled there. This take is successful, and at this point, Slurpers have no way back in.
Little lurk and mid control coming out on the side of Flux as well with their fade, that being Tillo, getting some information, and just going to be safe here on the side of Slurpers, which I respect it. I mean, it's going to be an eco for the rest of the team, so they'll at very least have 2 hero rifles going into the next round, as well as full shield.
You know, the gaming stadium does have a reputation, at least with me, where teams so rarely save their guns. It honestly, that just every time I come back to these tournaments, I always end up kind of pleading and begging with teams, Ash, to save your guns in these situations. So with the first real opportunity to do so in the tournament, it is nice that Slurpers do manage to get themselves the save and keep themselves those rifles going into the next round. It just does my heart good, you know?
Especially earlier on in a game, I feel like you see saves coming out and it's like, oh no, like, you know, this is not going well for us. Like, we have to, but, you know, see it early on in the match, you know that these teams are really in it to play strategically. They're here to win, and they're here to play their fundamentals right. And I think that's what sometimes gets lost in tac shooters like Valorant when there are abilities in play. And now it's going to be still a 2-point lead here for Flux. And another default, this time C heavy on the side of Flux. It's going to be Tokyo, no longer on the lurk this time around, just watching the backside to C.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of that long angle. They will follow the bot in, though. It's a pretty fast hit here, potentially. But Tokyo kind of waits up. Now going to satchel in. Potato is ready, but not ready enough. There's I Love Say getting himself the frag on that C defender, and now with Omen gone, the site is wide open for the attackers to control. They're going to be able to get into all the post-plant positions they want, unless Kip has something to say about it with a kill. Here comes Barry from Dota as well, trying to use that speed, the quickness to get through, and Koof does get hit by the dog as well, so the retake is on in full here. Barry from Dota ground, there's the one headshot, Velocity trades and has to back off. This is very, very nice from the attackers. Velocity with 1 and 2. Moonblue gets the trade, but will it be enough here?
Oh, that's a really nice stun to stall out the potential from the operator as the defuse tries to come through, but Tokyo's going to get that last pickup regardless. And Moonblue expending that piece of utility will be running down to get that pick up. Going to grab the operator in hand, but not able to get the defuse.
Yeah, that's lovely from Tokyo there, and the op does come through and basically is able to get them the round. I mean, you could argue that a rifle could have done it as well, but Tokyo making it work 2 rounds in a row. That attack side op does have the impact that's required. This time, though, they do gift it over to the defenders, and so now you can see with not the best buy, Tillo actually does have to go onto that light armor over here, but Tokyo does have that tour de force available. So 4-1 for Flux with another nice take, and Velocity with a great performance there in Garage.
It's a pretty expensive way to save the operator, though. I mean, the Rolling Thunder does so much work, and for it to be used late round like that is kind of rough, considering that Flux is pretty close to quite a few ultis in hand. Barry from Dota, they're just going to get aggressive with the overdrive. Tokyo's going to shut that down with the tool to false, but they don't know that Khaled has also snuck up towards window.
Yeah, That absolutely Khalid will not be expected here, but there's oh no! That doesn't even matter. Nip is the one who shuts it all down. Khalid did get a kill in the end, and yeah, this has completely fallen apart for Flux. They got the initial pick. They were ready for that Neon ult, but they were not ready for the reflank, and they were not ready for what was waiting for them on that A site. And so Slurpers now up against only Velocity here, top fragger on the team of Flux on that Astra. And can you recover the spike? The turret will go. No, the turret won't go off. Velocity sneaks it. There's 40 seconds left, Ash.
No, that's so unlucky. No. Spotted out at the last second, too. But, I mean, Velocity does have a head start here. And I like that Slurpers, they're playing patiently. They're playing together. And they are going to be able to recover all of these guns that are down on site. So that was a really nice eco round on the side of Slurpers. Yeah. Bit of a half buy for them. Should be a free plant for Velocity. But the question is, will Slurpers allow them to get those 1v1 situations? Will they play the retake together?
Yeah, you know, like you say, holding strong on A is no problem at all. They know if the spike goes down the other side of the map, they got a 4v1 retake, no problem. But Velocity does have the util available. Star on the spike. Ready to go. The smoke comes through, and there's the smoke coming out. Velocity goes for the spray down, but the spike will be stuck, and I think that was a misclick or something from Velocity.
No, the gravity well did go out, but the star was placed too close to the spike that it didn't matter. Khalid was still able to get the defuse off.
Yeah, it looked like a smoke on my screen, but yeah, you're right. The gravity well just doesn't do anything. So there you go. You know, at least getting the plant, you know, pulling them out of a slightly rough situation. But as you say, Slurpers with a great eco round.
Now it's going to be an operator on each side. There are 3 ultimates available in the hands of Flux as well. Likely going to see that Rolling Thunder being made to use for Flux for a site take or post-plant situation. Boombot to clear out close garage, but Window's not clear, and Moonblue waiting with some util.
I like the way they're using Raze, Flux. They're using it as a very, very hard entry. Almost every single round that they hit a site, it's ILoveC satcheling in, splitting the perspective of the defenders who might be sitting in corners, which they are often doing. For instance, you can see Omen over there on the C site. That's where they've taken advantage of it a number of times. And this time, ILoveC goes in once more, but this time into Garage. There's a great stun from Moonblue, and the Rolling Thunder from Koof. The breach utility goes back and forth, and Potato has to get on to dodge, but there's just no chance. Moonblue gets a couple. Moonblue gets 3 there. Finally, Tilla with the trade. The kills are so quick, and it's only going to be Tokyo remaining for Flux. Spike is not in hand. It's way out of his reach right now. Got it, though.
That's a really clean TP out. And a really nice bait, too, because Slurpers, they're unsure.
Yeah.
Now,
30 seconds left.
If Tokyo's going to be re-hitting towards C, they're running all the way towards A. So that's going to be a really nice free plant on the side of Tokyo. And Slurpers, they've just got the wrong read. Time's ticking, though. Gonna have to plant the bomb, and soon Slurpers will have an inkling of what's going on.
10 seconds left.
Goes for a fake there. You notice him backing off. Now has to get the plant. Just plants at the very, very last second. Cleared out everything. And if Tokyo can get back here, there's the TP. Gets back into Cubby. 1 versus 2 for Tokyo. 100 HP to his name. The flash comes through and doesn't reveal him. Ash, that's you! Oh my god! It's Tokyo with the collab for the clutch!
Ooh. That was clean. You couldn't have it any other way for Tokyo. The fact that they just lined up, we got a cheeky little replay here.
Oh my.
And that was just nasty with the I don't even have words. I have no words. Tokyo just made original protein actually out of those 2 players and smoked them with the operator.
Absolutely dehydrated them right there. Unreal from the Opper of Flux. My heart is pounding after watching that. So early in the tournament, we get potentially the best play we're going to see. That is just so sick. And here's ILoveC, not giving us any time to breathe. Satchel's Showstopper coming through into B.
Very explosive B entry on the side of Flux. And the Showstopper is nice because used in the conjunction with the Cosmic Divide, that's exactly what's able to go down because your bullets can't penetrate that wall. However, the plant not able to be secured. B site's gonna have to be given up here by Flux. It's a quick rotation towards the C site, but the turret there for the early information.
Yep, they're going to be able to respond to this pretty effectively, especially because there's still Tokyo lurking. The thing is, if Breach gets caught here, who's sitting in B there by Tokyo, who's watching that angle, could be a really big problem for their rotation. But instead, Ash, the spike's heading over into mid, and so where are they planning to go with this? It could be potentially a B look. The info is gained by the Omen ult there from the Shadows, at least knowing that they aren't committing towards C just yet.
Ooh, fault line will come through. And, oh, despite the decay, Potato's still going to be able to take down Tseal. The flashpoint, though. Koof going to get the drop down on Moon Blue. And all of a sudden, it's a 3v2 situation. Attention, being drawn towards the B site. Velocity has got to have the back of Koof here.
10 seconds
Goof
left.
gets another kill. Goof is just fighting against everyone right now, and there's Velocity trying to protect. Spike does go down, and it's only going to be Coop there in a 1 versus 2, and the flash is perfect. Khalid comes in and gets Syrup Slurpers the answer back up against Tokyo's monster play last round.
Whew, slowly bringing things back, and still a lead here on the side of Flux by 2 rounds, but Syrup Slurpers, with that comeback in that round, with that retake, they've now pushed Flux onto their first eco. They do have the Fade ultimate available, Nightfall, but probably won't be used quite yet unless there is the potential if Flux can get an early pick off, turn it into a 5v4 situation. We might see that ulti come to fruition, try and secure something. But otherwise, Khalid, looking to get aggressive, might get punished for it.
Yeah, it's all Sheriffs here, so just one stray headshot,
No!
but instead it's Barry from Dota coming in, sliding through. 1, 2, gonna go for the third, has to kill the Raze bot, and actually Velocity gets that. It's still just Velocity, though. There's the blind coming through. Guiding Light will push Velocity back off the angle, and Potato to follow up, and that's the anti-eco power of Neon.
It's also the explosiveness. I mean, when you look at the team compositions from both of these teams, actually, the actual retakes and site pushes have to be pretty explosive, considering that the util that they have available to them. You know, you do have flashes in the hands of Breach, but the duelists themselves are all about that explosiveness onto site once you take down the utility early on in the round. So we're seeing that aggressiveness coming out now on the defender side from Syrup Slurpers as they try to change up their game and stall Flux out from getting those site plants.
But again, here's Barry coming all the way down, and Barry gets a really, really fast kill. It's the exact same play, Ash.
No.
Finally, the trades come through back from the attackers into a 3 versus 3, and the Breach is still there. That's Moonblue ready for this, and will they know? Will they expect a player in Cubby here? Tokyo does peek at Dokyo, does win the duel, but Potato gonna face up against Tillo, who's very low on HP. Goes for one, there's the shot. Goes for another one, Tokyo gets the headshot. It's just so clean on Flux so far, and they put the Killjoy down into a 1 versus 2 here.
I really like the idea that was there, you know, going for it a second round in a row would definitely catch the enemy team off guard, considering the fact that it was initially done on their eco round. You wouldn't expect it to come out when there were rifles across the board, but now it's going to be the free C site here, as Syrup Slurpers was punished for that aggressiveness this time around. And that just leaves Kip for the retake. Playing it safe, waiting for the plant to go down. Information towards B. Knows that nobody's lurked up towards there now, but it's going to be hard to isolate this into in a 2v1 situation when both players on Flux are going to be playing towards long. At the very least, Kip does have a nanoswarm still, as well as the turret to get the info.
You can see the star positioning. They corrected the mistakes from last time. So there you go. That's going to work this time. But the turret is up. Here is Kip. There we go. That's the gravity well to pull Kip away. And now I'm going to tap that. Defuse! What is happening right now? Kip with a collat. Not 2 rounds after Tokyo gets it. It's Kip to answer back. What a statement from Syrup Slurpers to equalize.
I have no words. What is it that everybody lining up in the post plant? Or I guess the retake.
Spread out, folks. Jeez. Oh my God, we are feasting on this map right now.
Both teams are
Totally
just playing Conga,
equal.
you know?
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
lining up.
Yeah.
They're vibing.
Yeah. We got to blow out the first map, and Slurpers and Flux saw that, and they were like, all right, yeah, stream needs a banger. Stream needs a banger for you, and that's exactly what we're getting, man. Oh my god. I am speechless right now.
Ooh, and to kick up this round, though, Wes, we're going to see the Tour de Force being pulled out in the hands of Tokyo. I love Say, looking to get aggressive. It's another eco round on the side of Flux anyways, but Kip is actually the one with the op in hand this time around. Trailblazer to re-clear through long. And Slurpers, they're not getting aggro this time around. Instead, they're stacking towards A and playing very passively towards the C side of the map. And that's going to allow on this anti-eco round for Slurpers to have a little bit more oomph into stalling out an aggressive eco push. But as I say that, it's actually going to be Barry first to fall here on the side of Slurp.
Yeah, here's Khalid now looking to maybe play aggressive. Killjoy with the operator supporting Syrup Slurpers for that short control, but once again the presence does work up toward long as well, and they absolutely do not have the info right now. The noise has been effectively cut here. But there we go. Khalid goes a little aggressive, and the flash comes out too. Let's say has to play this right. Here comes the flash. How does Khalid get that kill? Tilo goes down to the headshot. There's the grenade to come in, and I love Say to push through, to spam through, and there's the paint shells to finish. So we put ourselves into a 3 versus 3, and in fact, a 3 versus 2 as the attack from long does come to fruition.
That's dangerous playing those close angles when you know Flux is on an eco round and aren't going to have the range for the most part. And like you said, now it's a 3v1. Potato going to be smoked off in heaven here. One dark cover about to come to fruition. Paranoia in hand. Almost got the drop there, but Velocity keeping an eye on things. Going to have the back of their teammates, and that's another round on the board here for Flux. We're going into the last round before we swap sides here, Wes. Slurpers, this is their chance to tie things up.
Absolutely, and 6-6 on Haven on the defensive side, you'd be totally happy with that. You know, Flux has done well in the rounds that they've won, but it's been so back and forth. Economy is like pretty stable, especially for Flux right now, having won that Thrifty, so Tokyo is going to be able to grab the operator no problem for the last round. Of course, Cosmic Divide, Nightfall, and Rolling Thunder are also available. So a 7-5, definitely there are options for Flux to get themselves into that lead for this first half, as I Love Say might run into the operator though, and indeed Kip continues to be deadly, but Tokyo answers back.
Ooh. Even Stevens across the board though. The 4v4 situation. A frag for a frag as Flux makes their way over towards the C site. But Slurpers, they have an inkling of this. You see rotations to spread themselves out across the map. From the Shadows will get that extra information, calling for a bit more action, and now a Rolling Thunder to come through towards the C site. Cosmic Divide as well, but Potato still somehow holding down the fort despite being concussed.
Potato gets so much done there, and it's Khalid coming through. There was so much available in terms of the resources, but it's Moonblue to finish off, and like you said, Potato has been oppressed in that position all half long, and finally, when he comes to fruition, Potato gets the job done and gets Syrup Slurpers to 6-6. An excellent half for Syrup Slurpers here.
Ooh, an excellent half indeed. And now it's a clean slate across the board for both of these teams. Everything's reset here, Wes. Economy, abilities, ultimates. And it's essentially like starting the match over, right? We just swapped sides.
0-0.
Yeah, it's like 0-0. So first the 13 takes the cup, and it's going to be Syrup Slurpers on the attack. They're going to go for a default this time around. Probably play a little bit slowly, see what Flux has up their sleeve on the defense.
Tokyo's up close past the doors and continuing to push, even though that guiding light will have revealed the presence. Tokyo's up again. There's another guiding light, goes around the corner, and Khalid wins with the right clicks. It's I Love Say to actually trade back, though. And mid-control sort of gained by the attackers here as Barry gets some aggression going into Garage. And Flux have to move way back now.
Yeah, Flux leaving a very open A site This time around, Slurpers, though, haven't gained much map control, and there's only a minute left on the clock. The only space that's been taken is by Barry just outside of Garage, but with the trademark still holding down the fort over there. Actually, never mind. Their chamber's out, so Barry's just going to just dash right on towards C. But seeing that Nebula up, not actually going to aggress. And actually go towards CT through Garage this time around, waiting to get some information for their team. I think it's an interesting play because, you know, Barry could very potentially be that explosive entry towards site, but instead playing the lurk because he can rotate way faster than anyone else.
Yeah. Oh, there's I Love Say actually getting a paint shells kill onto Kip. And yeah, you know, Barry so threatening on the entry that they had to stay, but I think Barry was trying to pull more attention than they actually got. Good discipline there from Flux to stay 2-2. Still, Spike has gone down 3 versus 4, and we are slowly ticking our way away. I Love Say gets another kill from Heaven. There is the stun to come through. Tilo comes in. It's Velocity, and Potato is surrounded. Flux with the win on the pistol to get themselves into the lead on the defensive side.
It's a closer game than the last one here, Wes, and in group stages, it's always a treat. Considering the fact that you mentioned a little bit of the history between Slurpers and Flux, the fact that technically, according to the seeding that we have for this tournament, Slurpers are rated 3rd seed and Flux is rated 26th out of the bunch. But you mentioned the fact that on the side of Flux, they have more of that tournament experience, and I think that synergy is coming through despite the fact that rank-wise, Slurpers has the edge up.
Yeah, and I think the closer the game gets, the more Flux benefits from that experience, right? The more pressure that gets put on you, the more you can draw from past competitive experience. Here we go, though, with an engagement down long, and everyone's just going to start peeking out. I Love Say and Koof going in with the kills, though. They're going to be able to take down those unarmored opponents pretty easily, pretty trivially. So yeah, you know, it's definitely something to keep your eye out on as Flux likely cleans up this anti-eco. That competitive experience definitely could be the way that they get back into this. It's only going to be Moonblue now on that Bucky. Definitely not the weapon you are hoping to have here as Velocity is about to get the backstab.
Yeah, really unlucky timing. I think could have been good for one at the very least, considering the fact that they were pushing through long, but the timing and the pinch just wasn't in the favor of Moon this time around. That's going to be a 2-point lead here on the side of Flux, 2 away from double digits as well. And now, just taking a look at the economy situation on the side of Slurpers. Instead of going for the save, they're actually going to buy up a couple pistols, go for a half buy this time around. Because did they buy up in the last round?
You know, they had a Bucky at least, so potentially we did see a buy-up, which we've been seeing a lot more of lately if you've been watching VCT as well. The buy against the pistol win definitely does come through a lot more often lately, especially in North America. So let's see if, you know, and now, of course, now that they've been punished for that, Flux has got such an advantage here, and with the opening picks coming through as well, yeah, Flux have just put themselves in such a good position. This is so important for them to get a little bit of momentum on this defensive side. Tokyo! Come on! Moonblue has no chance there, but speaking of no chance, there's Khalid at least getting something, getting one and then another one, but Koof manages to take down Khalid finally.
That's rough, though, to not have been able to buy up in round 3 after losing the first 2 rounds. I know what you're talking about. Usually you see it coming out when the attacking side, if they've lost but have at least gotten the spike plant down for that little extra cushion, they're able to pull out some eco weapons, but they're paying for it for now because that's now allowed Flux to garner a 3-point lead over Slurpers, who are now finally on the rifles. They do have the Seekers for a push onto site to gather that extra information with that ultimate, but a little delayed so far because the paint shells being thrown from long are doing a lot of work for stalling that A lobby.
Did they avoid that? Yeah, they did. So Velocity doesn't get spotted there on this A main presence, playing up close. This is something that we haven't seen just yet. And I Love Say is getting so much info from this angle, being able to safely push up there, the 3A defenders. So they see the 2 players from long back off, but it's still velocity on the corner here on short. So if this A hit does come in, knowing they've gotten that info, they could be in for a really rude awakening.
I like this repositioning coming out from I Love Say as well, considering the fact that if they're able to bait for velocity in this situation, that could be huge. But it doesn't matter, because Slurpers, they're going to invest the fault line towards A, continue to keep that attention over towards there. Meanwhile, Slurpers, they're moving towards the C site, and Garage Seekers come out. That's going to take down Tseal, and that leaves only one, Tokyo, to guard towards C. Good for one on Potato. Get a TP back to CT.
Tokyo with the fade away coming through. That's a great kill for Flux to find, but the spike still is down. The heal comes through from Sky, and the retake has to be garnered. It's 3 players over on long. So many players, so many resources still remaining, but Khalid trying to rotate into Garage is punished by the AWP of Tokyo, and we know the danger that an AWP can cause on this C-long position.
Spike has been tapped for the defuse. Fault line will come through. The flashpoint as well to delay the tap onto the spike, but Tokyo's just owning, and I Love Say. Gonna get that last pickup on Kip. That's double digits now here for Flux. The defenders win once again in a 4-point lead.
Now, and Slurpers, their default couldn't have worked better early on there. You saw a fault line at the end of that sort of jockey for A main. The fault line came through and prompted the showstopper from I Love Say, who committed that over on A when the rest of the team was already plunging through Garage, getting onto site. They got so many resources out of Flux early on, but the retake, it's Tokyo getting that initial kill, getting the kill on Khalid, who tried to rotate through Garage, and getting another kill on the retake. Tokyo is really, really rising up in this game as a star of the group stage right now.
It's also a huge balancing act, right? We did see Slurpers not only taking util out of the hands of Flux, but investing a lot of their own utility to do so, which is a risk because it could potentially leave you with very little to actually make your way onto site in the late round. But now, very high gear in hand, trying to push on towards C. The aftershock going to push Say off, but not quite in time as he gets the pickup on Barry. Now a 4v4 situation here. Slurpers looking to rotate back towards the A site as Garage control has been claimed for them.
Yeah, look at that position from Sky. It's just deep behind enemy lines at this point. Well, with Khalid, they're on 12 HP, holding the Judge, waiting for this. Khalid is going to be rewarded potentially.
No.
Oh, no, Khalid with not quite the reaction time. Nice shoulder peek there by Coop. And meanwhile, the kills come through in mid, and Kip gonna get some wall bangs here over into Garage as B site now open. 2 versus 2 situation. A very, very difficult position now for Flux.
This is a nice read clear towards B on the side of Kip. They are able to draw the attention of the trademark, but Tokyo's waiting in a link. There is a lockdown available that will be initiated, and Tokyo still going to be trying to keep an eye up close. Kip just has to stay backside. Oh, wait! Okay, no, not quite able to wallbang it in time.
10 seconds left.
The plant will
I
go
love
down
the
here.
idea. Very nice try, but it didn't come through, didn't manage to get that. And Tokyo actually did get out of the way. Oh, and there's the Rolling Thunder. These are being committed. Rolling Thunders are just being thrown around like hotcakes here in this map, but Kip is the one from backside, and it's Moonblue to reposition to play aggressive towards A-Link there. That's going to be a great round, which Slurpers definitely had the advantage, and they used both of their ultimates to make sure that was secured.
That was a really nice play from Kip as well, because I think, you know, on the side of Slurpers, they knew an operator was in the hands of Tokyo. They knew that, that the angles had to be pushed off of, and they didn't have any smokes available for them. And now we're going to see a timeout being called here on the side of Slurpers. I actually like this. You know, I think a lot of people criticize sometimes calling timeouts when you're up around, when you finally got around on the board. But I know that the Dignitas team actually does this as well within the Game Changers scene. And the reasoning behind it is so that they can just revisit what happened that round, see what they did right, and how they can continue to do that after they've been on a losing streak.
Yeah, well, not only that, you can see their economy, it's not in the greatest spot. And so it is good to take a few extra seconds just to decide exactly how they're going to use what little economy they have. Even though they've just won, they are on a rough buy. And how do you exactly spend your money here? What resources do you need in order to get yourself the advantage in this round, in order to react to what's been happening over from Flux? And they will know, of course, that Tokyo does have that tour de force coming in. So that's going to be a very dangerous weapon. You know, Tokyo's already so deadly with the normal operator, and now you're giving him just a jacked up operator in this round. So Slurpers going to go with that attack, looking pings towards garage there. It's going to be Barry coming through with the aggression, with speed from Sky. Gets there's some nice little readjustment from Barry.
A little too close for comfort. Concussion will come through, but it's not going to land on Velocity as Velocity gets one through the smoke as well. That's a 2K, and all of a sudden, the attack of Slurpers is just being shut down, spiked in the hands of the Flux.
Oh, I love Say just absolutely crushing their hopes and dreams right now. Velocity comes in with the flawless. And Flux take the round, so even off of the timeout, they had the idea, they knew exactly what they were going to do, but they were just so easily answered. And actually, you know, when I kind of think back to what happened in that round, it wasn't as coordinated as I might have hoped after a timeout.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it was a little bit of a change of pace on the side of Slurpers, so I will give them that. But they are going to be forced onto a proper eco this time around, so definitely rough, considering the fact that, despite the fact that, you know, Flux was able to get those retakes down in previous rounds, there's a lot more consistency with coordination coming out from Slurpers. Now, wait! Hold on!
What happened there? I Love Say has completely removed my ability to speak in this round. I have no idea what happened. I Love Say with the triple paint shells kill and then the showstopper to finish. I mean, I guess we're at match point, Ash.
I guess we are at match point. Do we have a replay of that, Rod? Maybe, maybe not. It's okay if we don't. I would assume that it was a grab well or fade suck into the paint shells. But it happens so fast that I don't even know. All I know that is the flawless. Now we're sitting at match point already here. Slurpers, they have 5 rounds to take it to overtime.
Yeah, we move on. We keep going. And yeah, Slurpers have themselves a bunch of match points in a row. Khalid getting a trade, but Tokyo, oh, you can't be peeking that anymore. That's just Tokyo with 2 kills. Absolutely, you know, dominating the likes of Slurpers here. And here's Moonblue going to try and get in with the vault line. They're trying to move quickly towards A. There's the flash for Tokyo. Goes in, can't pick a target. That's Khalid to punish. Very, very nice. And an unusual miss there from Tokyo. But that does give them access to the site. That does give them the plant. And there's a pinch coming in from the 2 remaining members of Flux who have to decide now, do they want to go for this? There's plenty of reason to save as well at this point.
Plenty of reason to save, but also a Rolling Thunder and Fault Line in hand. But, Moonblue still going to get caught off guard. It's going to be a gun swap here. Guiding Light will come through, but Khalid not able to get the pickup quite yet. But the 3K does come through in the end. That's Slurpers keeping their name in the game for another round. They live another day. And only 4 rounds left here, Wes, to tie things up.
That's a great round from Khalid, too. Always in the front lines, taking those opening contact duels. Really, really nice aim from Khalid in this particular round. And yeah, Slurpers 1 step closer here. But it's still, Tokyo is just so dangerous on these angles. You have to try to avoid them at this point. You know, that's kind of what I'm imagining Slurpers might be discussing here. We can't go into those op angles anymore. He's just too clean right now. There's the blind. Khalid does reveal that there are players peeking long, but not much more info gained, and they still haven't taken any position.
Yeah, that's going to be the Haunt expended, and now a Prowler to go out from the hands of Tillo, just to re-clear through a lobby. That gives a bit of a read over towards Flux. Nobody's towards the B site, but there is a trademark there to keep an eye on things, and Slurpers, they're looking to regather. They're going to conglomerate over in a lobby after that utility was expended. Fault line will come through. Tillo's going to back off, and the Seekers are here.
Seekers are in. There is I Love Say. That's a play that they've done a bunch, but there's Khalid coming in. A great little bit of coordination. Nightfall to try to dissuade, but it's in the wrong spot. Barry from Dota not going to be responding to that whatsoever as Tillo goes down for free. And there is going to be Kip as well. Look at this. Just so... Oh!
Wait, no!
No. Kip gets the info, but misses a free kill. You're not used to shooting at Astra when she's in that form. And just not quite the right crosshair. That's a great little blind. And it's Barry from Dota who ends up being the one to grab that kill. It's chaos on the site right now as the 2 versus 3 comes in. It's Barry once again getting a kill, working on a 4K, I believe, here.
Yeah, and Tokyo is just going to be saving the operator this time around. You know, their economy is slowly being whittled away at by Slurpers as they try to get more rounds on the board for themselves. But that was a really nice positioning on the side of Kip. Despite the fact that they weren't able to secure that kill, it put a lot of pressure towards CT, where the retake wasn't able to come in as quickly, which has led for Flux to back off and decide to go for the save instead. Now, 3 rounds left here, Wes. Slurpers are almost there as far as taking things to overtime.
Did Barry go down after the round was over there? I think they did. You can see the money is not great.
Barry was hunting for the operator and I think got punished for it.
Got punished there.
Yeah,
well,
I heard a little
Kip,
snipe shot.
After that round, Kip is just saying, never punished. That's the that's what's happening in all chat right now. If I put my imagination cap on, Kip definitely, like you say, a good position and great info there to punish Velocity for that that astral form spot. And once again, mid presence here from Slurpers, but this time you see Barry not positioning to go for any sort of aggressive run towards garage or anything. It's a default in mid this time.
Wait, I don't think the dog even saw Velocity in that corner because it leapt just beyond Velocity. I don't think it was in the peripheral. May have slightly shown up on the map of the sky there, but...
And they're looking for Velocity in that position. All sorts of different angles Velocity has been holding in sewers. Not seeing it definitely could come into play, but in the end, they choose C instead. They're going to head into Tokyo. You got to imagine he's good for one. Finally does end up missing onto that long position, and Barry is taking advantage of that. Barry is in like a flash. There's the plant already coming down. Flux does not yet have a way in. They want to wait for that breach in order to get themselves over, but Barry is in trouble. The wall bank's coming through. I Love Say has the angle, and Barry goes down.
Ooh, and speaking of going down, that's Rolling Thunder coming out now. Say, gonna satchel onto site. Clear some space for Flux on the retake. Good for a wall bang. Spotted one, sneaking it towards garage. The paint shell will come through. The delay, that push back in. Good for another Velocity. Just gonna clean things up. Now, Flux ending this game 13-9 in round 2 of the best of 1 series for group stage.
What a great defensive half by Flux. We were talking about the combinations of that breach and fade, but I Love Say had such an amazing performance on the defensive side. Those paint shells kills, all of that pressure that I Love Say was able to create, and of course you gotta mention Tokyo as well.
Yep, I mean, Tokyo was an absolute menace on the operator, but that was such a close game, a really fun game, actually, to watch. I still don't know what happened in that paint shell round, Wes, on that eco.
We gotta find that. We gotta get the VOD up somewhere.
I want the point of view. Players, if you're looking back at this later, please tweet the point of view afterwards, because we, unfortunately, just missed it. It went down a little bit too quickly for us. But, I mean, Wes, do you think there is anything that Slurpers could have done to try and bring things back?
So, yeah, I mean, Slurpers did have a great game in a lot of cases. They had such, such dynamic play. I like their comp a lot. I like that they're using the neon. I like that they're getting aggressive. But there were those rounds, Ash, recall back to certain rounds like the one after the timeout, rounds like, where neon is trying to find space and kind of gets punished before getting that much done. A couple of rounds where that aggression on the CT side, or on, the defender side, didn't pay off in the way they were looking for and was a little bit too heavily punished because they were just committing to it a little much. I think discipline might be the name of the game for Slurpers.
Definitely could be, because I agree with you. I think the overall composition of this team and the synergy is there fundamentally, but when they were trying to go for the really explosive takes, they didn't waste out enough util, and it was just punished, and they were bottlenecked through C long or A and whatnot. But that is the end of this particular matchup. We have one more best of one series here for the group stage of the Jack Lynx Wildside Rumble. But before we go, just a reminder, we do have giveaways running. And Wes, you mentioned the PS5 one. I'm going to mention the gift cards once again. So you guys can type ! gift cards in chat. We're giving away 2 $25 Valorant gift cards today. So enter while you guys have the chance, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Jack Lynx presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Lynx Jerky made with 100% beef. Jack Lynx presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Lynx Jerky made with 100% beef.
When it comes to hunger, there's this almost primal feeling inside your stomach, this voice inside you screaming, feed me. That's where Jack Lynx, really comes in.
Jack Lynx satisfied my hunger cravings by making sure to have every single flavor under the sun that I could ever want in jerky form.
If there's ever a moment that I know I need a snack during those long streams where the people themselves are urging me to keep going, they want more content, I know I can just go ahead and rely on Jack Lynx, yo.
Yeah, I think there's something in your beard.
Oh, this? Wait a second here. It's my emergency snack whenever I need a little hot and spicy, so. You never know where you're gonna need that emergency kick.
One of these? When I'm gaming?
You ever eat crab? Eating crab, it's great, but it's also annoying because you do all this work to get that shell out and then you get the meat. Beef jerky from Jack Lynx isn't like that.
I could go out and make a whole dinner, broccoli, chicken, mashed potatoes, all of that, but I don't have the time. What I do have time for is Jack Lynx every time, every time.
So yeah, Jack Lynx saved my life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Jack Links Wild Side Rumble. Again, I'm Ash, aka Spicy Pyro, and with me is the lovely Wes Rambo. We just saw the second round of group stages, and we're coming up to the last one. It's going to be Hubskies versus Richard Bear Hug, and we're taking it over to Ascent this time around. Very different map from the last two.
Yeah, it was so nice to see 3 very different maps. Yeah, Ascent. We had Breeze and we had Haven as well. And yeah, you know, this is a map that is wide open for the taking in terms of all sorts of different options for this map. There's very, very exciting stuff that can come on here. It's personally my favorite map in Valorant, so it's nice to end off our broadcast for me and you anyway for today on that. This will be the last game with me and Spicy, and we're going to hand it over to Becky and Epitomes after that. So very excited to see the rest of the day come through. But for now, Richard Bearhug will start on the defensive side of Ascent, and already, as expected, the KO will be locked in.
Nothing surprising there with the KO pickup. I mean, Ascent has so many close quarters and walls where you can throw that 0 point, and it has impact where you can't shoot it out. And instead of... oh, we're actually seeing no Killjoy this time around on either team. It's going to be Goose picking up the Cypher, Cyborg. Okay, gonna go with the Chamber pick this time around. How are you feeling about Cypher coming back into the meta?
Cypher, yeah, you know, I'm seeing it a lot. I love it on certain maps. It's been a while since I saw it on something like Ascent because Killjoy is just so good on Ascent. Like, there are just so many options for Killjoy to defend those choke points where you sort of need to penetrate as the attackers. And we'll see, like, Cypher coming back into the meta is very exciting. Cypher coming back onto Ascent, I'm not sure I'm so hot on. So that is going to be the question, you know, what kind of impact can that Cypher have? Of course, you know, that is going to be, I believe, starting over on that attacking side. So even more reason to keep an eye out to see what kind of, you know, strategies will be brought to the table by that side of Hubskies.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you usually see Cypher coming out in place of a Chamber now for teams who don't go for the hard aggression, because Chamber can flex as a pseudo-duelist. And especially with the fact that he no longer, as an agent, has those 2 trademarks. It's only Cypher who has that kind of utility in his kit, where he can lay down 2 pieces of flank watching utility and doesn't have to stay in the same vicinity like Killjoy does. But we are kicking off the pistol round, like you mentioned, with Hubskies on the attacking side, Richard Bearhug on the defense. And so far, looks like we're going to be seeing Hubskies looking pretty aggressively towards A.
Trying to get something towards A, as it's Nanners to defend that. Nanners is a player who has floated around the Tier 2 scene pretty presently, and definitely someone to watch on this raise. Shen as well, someone to keep your eye out for. Brienne ends up having to back off of that. On the other side, though, of course, it's Cyborg getting that kill onto Cat, and Ned as well getting those frags. It's Richard Bearhug with the ghost headshots early and often.
Last player standing.
Ooh, and all of a sudden, Hubskies, their attack is just falling apart. It's only Colonel Sanders left alive, but Cyborg shutting that down. Very clean defensive round here from Richard Bearhug so far, and largely due to the damage that was done early round towards a main coming out on the side of Richard Bearhug. Now that's going to allow them to buy up to these eco weapons. We're going to see actually 2 shotguns in hand, a Judge and a Bucky. And I'm not gonna lie, I do like to see some shotgun action.
You know what? I can't resist it, especially the Judge. That is a great time. But it's Nanners on the Bucky over, kind of floating around A site. Meanwhile, it's Babu who might see some action here. The Judge is moving towards that B main area. And instead, it's Ned going to peek out first. Ned looks like he wants to go, and yeah, there it is. Brienne goes down to the Spectre, and now the Judge. And as a matter of fact, the Headhunter as well. Just an aggressive look from the defenders on the anti-eco.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, the aggressiveness is paying off, but Sean Dean, ready for the refrag, gonna be able to take down Babu. Nanners trying to do so much work with the Bucky, but at the very least, Cyborg's there to back them up. A clean 2-0, but not a terrible eco round on the side of Hubskies. They managed to take one gun out of the hands of Richard Bearhug and do quite a bit of damage over towards the shields that they had as well.
Yeah, and now they know that both those shotguns have stayed over and are going to be used on the bonus, and you definitely want to react to that a little bit differently than you might normally to, you know, just a bunch of Spectres, because those shotguns have a very different kind of look on that defensive side. They are still going to group up towards B this time, but just to grab that B main control, maybe to grab that orb. Instead, they actually get hit by that 0 point and have to back off. Cyborg, though, once again aggressive with the Headhunter. Will they push through this smoke? There's one. Gets the shot, but not quite on the head. So close for Cyborg, who did take some damage and had to teleport away.
At least Cyborg got out scot-free, though, and the Owl drone will get that information over on Colonel Sanders, who is stuck now towards Arches, alone with the spike. Able to get out, and Babu waiting for Brienne to push in towards Tree. Judge in hand. Gonna be good for one. They make that 2, and now 5 HP. Dark cover to allow Babu to get out. Things aren't looking too great for Hubskies.
What?
No!
Babu from the brink of death with another kill onto Colonel Sanders there. Here's Sean Dean coming around, and even in death, Babu gets the secure on the round. What a Judge play. The bonus is 1 from Richard Bearhug.
Ooh, the close angles on maps like Ascent and Split are nothing to be scoffed at on bonus rounds for teams, right? It's where they can do the most work with those SMGs and those shotties. And Babu's actually going to be carrying that Judge over into this next round. Cyborg pulling out an Operator, and it's an eco on the side of Hubskies. I would like to see in this round, I think maybe just investment going into Sean's Hunter's Fury, trying to get those ult orbs online to have that available for their next buy.
Yeah, that's definitely something that they've been looking towards this B main area, but haven't been able to get it. The KO utility has been sufficient to push the attackers back in this position most rounds. So that kind of continues to be the case, actually, as the smoke this time is the one to come down. Ned continuing to threaten, but this time they are going to be persistent. They are going to head in and grab that orb.
Yeah. Oh, the paint shell's just to distract Goose, but it's really nice to see the pressure that Richard Bearhug as a team puts on towards both B and A main to deny those ult orbs on these eco rounds over towards Hubskies. Fragment does come through. Will catch out Cyborg doing a lot of damage, and Hubskies, they're still looking towards the B site. Everybody stuck here in Garage.
Yeah, this is looking really good from both teams, but in particular, Richard Bearhug looked great. There's Sean Dean with the wall bang, though. It's a 3 versus 3, and Babu once again with the jump.
No!
Babu catches Sean Dean in the drone, and it's only Colonel Sanders remaining in a 1 versus 2. Colonel Sanders going to recover the spike, going to upgrade some weaponry, and going to get out of dodge, Ash.
Ooh, this reposition could be good. I think those footsteps towards grass may have just been heard by Nanners. Door will be closed on the A site. Even if Colonel Sanders can't secure this round for Hubskies, at the very least, the spike was planted. No stars in hand, though. No util on this post plant.
Oh! You kind of saw that it might have happened. Colonel Sanders with a great headshot, great tracking there. Colonel Sanders has been hitting aim labs for sure, but not going to be sufficient in that round as the remaining lone Rays will get Richard Bearhug up to 4-0 against Hubskies. And kind of looking at the names across the board, it definitely is Richard Bearhug who I would have favored coming into this, even though some of these players are unknown to me. But Richard Bearhug kind of coming through with to support that. In particular, I like the performance from Nanners. I like the aggression with the Rays on that A main position. Been able to kill that lurker a couple times already, and Hubskies might be wanting to adjust because of it.
What would be really interesting is in potentially late round here on the side of Hubskies using that Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury in conjunction to do some zoning towards site while the Cosmic Divide stops Richard Bearhug from getting that poke down. But as I say that, it doesn't matter because Nanners is always so good with that Raze utility, getting some poke on, and Cyborg all the way walked up towards Cat. The Astra, Colonel Sanders has no idea, but just poking the barrel.
Didn't want to take the knuckles off with the op shot, and instead Cyborg holds on. I think was maybe discovered there from those two who peaked top mid, so now does have to back off as Colonel Sanders realized how much danger they were in. And instead, the opening pick once again goes to Nanners over at A main. Actually, Nanners is way in the flank. This time, Nanners goes again. That's the showstopper to get the kill onto Sean Dean. And they back off. They leave Hubskies in a dire position.
It's just really nice coordination coming out on the side of Richard Bearhug. They use their utility together to be able to get these picks off and get the value out of it. Speaking of value, Cyborg getting a little bit of value out of the operator. Gonna take down Sanders. That leaves Brienne. But the walls are paper thin. Nedge shutting things down. 5-0. A flawless round here for Richard Bearhug. Nobody took any damage.
Yep. Nothing accomplished at all by Hubskies in that round. And so, yeah, the Odin has come out. The classic Sova playing the Odin on the defensive side of Ascent. One of the very constants. And another constant is our meat snack moment provided by Jack Links. I got the jalapeno, and
I got teriyaki.
Last time, it kind of threw me off. The teriyaki definitely is a little more balanced in terms of eating during a cast, I feel. We'll see how this goes. Ash, take it away.
Ooh. Wes is getting all hot and heavy with the jalapeno jerky, and Hubskies are playing really far back. They're kind of scared now of Richard Bearhug. I don't blame them. Playing a very passive eco round. Really interesting smoke to go out. It was actually a recall on the side of Hubskies in the hands of their Astra, just to push the operator off of the deep angle, and it's just a slow default. It looks like Hubskies might just be trying to draw attention towards A before going towards B, but as I say that, the spike is actually going towards A, where A main control has been completely lost.
Yeah, absolutely lost once again. It's going to be Nanners continuing to threaten over there, and now A main is going to be the reaggress. But running into these Vandals on this angle, yeah, it's just like, what do you even do? How do you get in? They have they have way fewer initiation tools over on Richard Bearhug, especially now when some of that was used. But here comes Colonel Sanders, going to try to get some control of the site, going to try to get them in this 4 versus 5 A hit. And Richard Bearhug are so ready to punish this.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, the sprays down the smoke, the Odin doing work, a 3K in the matter of seconds. Another flawless round, back to back here for Richard Bearhug and Wes. Things are not looking so good for Hubskies right now. There are 3 ultis, though, on both sides, and Sean Dean and Colonel Sanders, they've been holding on to theirs for a while.
You know, I think we are kind of seeing the lack of Killjoy come into play for Hubskies. I think that, you know, they have, like, if they were able to maybe get that spike down, of course, you know, now that I say that, I kind of think back, and they've rarely, if at all, gotten a spike plant at all, so maybe the Killjoy wouldn't help them so much, but in any case, here's Shen gonna push forward. Richard Bearhug are doing so much damage already early on. Goose and Sean Dean to both punish, and the Neural Theft is up. And so they're going to be able to get those positions. They're going to be able to seek out Nanners. Know that Nanners is the only player over near that A site. Here comes the Boombot to try to dissuade them. Nanners, being alone, knows that they're going to be heading here. Tries to get one, only does get one, but a very nice attempt. Sean Dean has been tagged up a little bit, but spike in hand and shock darts as well available. So if Sean Dean can get into some sort of lineup spot or stay on site, there could be some post-plant potential here. And Ned just going to spot him out, though.
Recon to be thrown. Still not seen on the side of Shondine, but it's a precarious situation to be in. And Nedge is just going to be able to use the corners to wall bang through. Cyborg getting the last pick up. And now that leaves Goose all alone and unable to close out the round. That's another point on the board here for Richard Bearhug. But despite the fact that Hubskies was not able to secure this round, Wes, I do like that the Hunter's Fury came out for that zoning. You know, it didn't play out in the favor of Hubskies this time around, but there's a little bit more coordination there. What I would like to see is maybe more split pushes. I find that on Hubskies, they're either playing like a really slow default and showing early presence heavily towards one site and getting picked off, or they're going for like a 5-stack towards one place and just completely annihilated, like fish in a barrel, as they try to funnel through.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the way Richard Bearhug are defending, you can see they've got multiple players on different on the same angle all the time, and that's exactly what's punishing Hubskies because they're peeking into those.
Oh!
Okay, that one, it was just Cyborg. Shen goes up close, and I'm trying to analyze the defense. They're like, stop talking. We're going to show you exactly how we defend. Getting in their face right there. Richard Bearhug already up 5-3. And yeah, Hubskies, you know, you think about different ways they can adjust, but when that kind of aggression comes in, it is very hard to reassess what you're doing. And Nanners gets the paint shells kill as well. Nanners to take down RRC, who had popped the null command in the flawless round as the judge comes through for Shondine. Man, Richard Bearhug are just explosive on Ascent.
Can we get like a flawless count for Richard Bearhug? I think they're up to 3 now. At least. It's at least 3. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Now, another equal round here on the side of Hubskies. They do have 2 ultimates available. Brienne has the potential to do quite a bit of work here with the Showstopper, but again, I would like to see that ultimate orb investment going in towards Shondine for the zoning potential of the Hunter's Fury as we near the end of this half. And going back to a default now, and aggression just gonna come through from Nanners. Wait!
What?
What is happening?
Okay, Hubskies looking to answer back with an aggression of their own. So much just happened in so few seconds right there. Shout out to our lovely observer, Annie, for catching all the action right there because that was a bloodbath. But Hubskies come out way in the lead. Here's Nedge trying to get some answers back, and Nedge just dropped the spike, Ash. What is RRC going to do to react to this? The shock dart doesn't quite hit. A little bit of panic from Nedge as the spike is recovered by RRC. Still 3 versus 2 in the lead.
Spike planted.
Ooh, 3 versus 2 in the lead. But it's a dangerous retake. The suppression is keeping Richard Bearhug from getting back onto the site. There is no KJ util, though, to hold down the fort here on the spike. I'm not sure what the ultimate, or not the ultimate status, but the ability status of the other players on Hubskies is, because there's potential with the fragment and Sova shock dart. But that doesn't matter because Ned just gonna wall bang through, take out Shondine.
How is Ned playing this dynamically, this much mobility with the Odin? Ned, that is absurd. Playing with the Odin as if it's a phantom and the defuse will come through. Richard Bearhug continue their streak 9-0.
This is why the Odin tilts me, Wes. This is why the Odin tilts me. I feel like...
I seem to remember the last time we were on a Gaming Stadium cast, the Odin came up as well. And yeah, you know what? It's I wouldn't want to play against this either. I'm not lying about that. Maybe I'm on Team Ned here.
I mean, Ned just hits different with the Odin. Just the spray downs are so perfect. The flicks, when the gun feels so heavy, it's just...
Yeah.
Whew. The defuse also just in the nick of time. If you saw the outline of the spike there, they were almost close to losing out that round. The recon does go through towards B main. No information gathered, but first bloods across the board for both teams so far. But Richard Bearhug, this time around, they're taking quite a bit of poke early on.
Yeah, and Cyborg grabs another one, so Hubskies maybe just emboldened a little too much by that opening pick. Peek out errantly into the off, and now Cyborg is ready. One more bullet in the chamber here to try to deny this B main push. Instead, Colonel Sanders once again meets up with the Odin, facing it down 4 versus 3, and Hubskies have gotten nowhere in terms of scaling onto the map.
Yeah, they've just given up all of that B main control as well to rotate back towards the A site where Nanners is waiting. I'm not sure if Nanners' util has actually been expended quite yet because it's usually used towards A main, and there hasn't been much presence shown by Hubskies towards A recently, considering the fact that Nanners holds the fort down so well, but we're actually going to see that, yeah, they are up, they have been launched, and that's more delay.
Yeah, more delay here, and that is going to punish them a little bit. 20 seconds, that's great from RRC to get that wall bang, though. And Ned has to back off as well, responding to that Astra smoke. Here comes the entrance in, but Cyborg!
Oh, no!
What is this? You just hate to see that. A tragic turn of events for RRC, who did such good work to get into the site. And will it be the Odin? Will the Odin be the last one? No, it won't! Sean Dean with an absolutely magnificent spray down to finally put Hubskies on the board.
Ooh, all praise Sean Dean. Savior of Hubskies. They're not going out in a 13-0, and that's all that matters sometimes.
Look at this.
But that was just so clean. The tap, tap, tap of each. Whew. So well done there by Sean. And now they're on the board. They can breathe a little bit here, Wes. They can come back. A little bit.
I mean, they can breathe more than I can right now, I'll tell you that.
Well, they can bring it back 2 rounds. I have faith in Hubskies for this. Take it 9-3. Maybe enact the curse. As I say that, I'm going to cast a curse them. Babu, good for 2 right off the bat.
You had to say the word curse right there.
Yeah.
Babu now with 3 kills on A main and continuing to push forward. Going to get a freebie onto Goose here. Babu's going for the ace to finish this off. You got to be kidding me. Babu gets the ace. All 5. And Babu takes them to 10.
Last round in the half.
Hubskies fans must be cursing me right now, like in chat. I'm like, yeah, they make a comeback now, and they get aced within the first, 30 seconds of the round. Whew. But it's still nice to see that Hubskies has made some adjustments on the attacking side. You know, they're trying to play together a little bit more. But, you know, when you have players who are part of, signed teams and whatnot on the other teams, a bit more well-known, it's a bit of a raid boss to go up against, even though it's a little bit more puggy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this aggression. Nanners coming up, and Nanners does not want to give him a second to think, and does it. That's 4 kills, Ash. That is 4 kills from Nanners, and they have to get away from A main right now.
Listen, at least they didn't get back-to-back aced. It was a flawless round. I think that's, 4 or 5 now flawlesses on the side of Richard Bearhug. Yeah, but they didn't get aced, and that to me is a win. I think to get aced, back-to-back aced, that would just be all of your mental just crumbles.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to deal with casters all through the rest of the event talking about that, talking about the back-to-back aces. And we're talking about another meat snack moment. I keep saying it wrong, but you know what? I have a stack of Jack Links right here. Now I'm eating it right now. We'll turn this and stream it to a mukbang.
How is the jalapeno, Wes? You vibing with it?
The jalapeno is pleasantly spicy, I will say. I would love to get my hands on some sort of habanero or ghost pepper Jack Links. Couldn't find it when I went to pick it up this time, but I would love to up the ante on the spice, but it is a good balance. Nanners gonna get spicy as well. Here comes the shorty into RRC.
Ooh. Already a 4-4 situation here. Hubskies gonna have to retake now as the spike has been planted. Boombot does come through to clear out back sight. Brienne, unfortunately, gonna get shorty down by Nanners. Good for a 3rd with the shoddy. And now that leaves one Sean Dean all alone, and match point here for Richard Bearhug.
Oh, man. And yeah, what a terrible round to lose there for Pistol. Not only do you lose, but you get stuffed by a shorty. 3K for Nanners, topping the scoreboard by a long shot here.
Nanners is 17-3, dude, with 7 assists.
Yeah, it's just bleak. It's bleak for Hubskies, that's for sure. Richard Bearhug definitely giving that giant Sasquatch hug over to Hubskies. Maybe they're somehow making use of that new agent we mentioned earlier.
It's kind of expected in group stage, though, right? You know, you have the higher seed teams versus the lower seed teams, so it's nothing too surprising. And definitely a learning experience for Hubskies here, as Nanners is just going to satchel on site with the judge. Nobody wants to get up close and personal, and Goose just going to get melted by utility. Only 7 HP to their name now. And Richard Bearhug, a little smooch there on site as they try to steal out this last round.
There we go. A little bit of teamly love coming in. Nanners wants to continue getting aggressive, but there's no more movement, no more utility remaining for the Rays. Instead, going to be revealed. It's Babu, though, who does bring out the judge. And now it's just it's chaos. So it's chaos out here. That's Cyborg, that's Nedge, that's Richard Bearhug. Hubskies goes down. Happy National Jerky Day. Richard Bearhug with a 13-1.
Ooh. 13-1, a spicy win, just like your jalapeno. Jack Links there, Wes. And that was a really fun group stage. I mean, you know, it's tough. I think Richard Bearhug, they had a really great showing today. And again, the seedings, there was a pretty big difference between these two teams as far as the rankings go. I did take a peek at what the players' ranks were. There were some, I believe, diamond players and maybe a plat player on the side of Hubskies. Meanwhile, on the side of Richard Bearhug, it was like all immortals and like 1 or 2 radiants. So no matter which way you toss it, it was kind of expected. Wes, I mean, what are your final thoughts on this match?
Yeah, we definitely had a firepower mismatch there for sure. Same goes for game number 1. Definitely keep your eyes on game number 2, of course. You know, keep your eyes on both Slurpers and Flux. They both had a great showing. They both showed some incredible play. But the winners of these other 2 games as well, we need to see them tested. So, you know, following the path that we were on this stream with the 2 of us, these 2 teams, Headhunters and Richard Bearhug, are ones to definitely keep your eye on. How will they react to being facing up against some of these very powerful, very experienced free agent teams, you know, your Cosmic Divides, your DNA Diffs, this type of stuff, and even against Slurpers and Flux, who have no slouches in their own right. And yeah, you know, as we go on, these blowouts are going to start getting closer and closer. The gap is going to start closing as we toss it to Becky and Epitomes in a few minutes. That is what you're going to continue to watch out for, is who will reign supreme once the matches start getting closer. But man, I am just so happy that we got to cast together once again, Ash. This has been just such a treat.
It definitely has. And Wes, I mean, before we do sign off for our part of this broadcast today, I do want to give a quick little update. This matchup between Richard Bearhug and Hubskies was actually the decider for this group between who was taking the second place to go over to playoffs. So that means Richard Bearhug secured that second place. They'll be moving on towards playoffs. To give a quick rundown of the rest of the teams, not all matches in group stages have been completed quite yet, but I just wanted to give you guys a quick update. So it's top 2 per group. Group A, that's going to be Headhunters and retired Fortnite players. Group B, Elysium and Husky. Group C, that's going to be Pasta Fazul and Flux. Moving on, Slurpers actually knocked out after that last matchup. And then next, we're going to have Group D, Starfall and Richard Bearhug. Group E is going to be NBKS Titans. And currently, we're waiting on some standings to find out if it's going to be either Totoro or Joyous Whimsy moving on in Group E in the second place. And Group F is Steamed Tseal. Totally not sus at all. We don't know what team that is.
Who could be on that team?
And then Pugstars and Bing Chilling are fighting it out for that second place in Group F. Then Group G, that's going to be TLP and Cosmic Divide moving in. Group G, that's a stacked group right there. This is some monsters to look out for.
A group of death, if I've ever seen one. It looks like Cosmic Divide did fall to Trade Like Pros in that group. So yeah, really, really interesting to see what comes out of there. But TLP and Cosmic Divide will move on. So yeah, you know, as things start to shape up, we're going to see, the one thing we need to see is Totoro versus Joyous Whimsy. Of course, Totoro definitely going to be an interesting one to see, because that's got a bunch of very, very good players, a couple of really experienced Game Changers players on that lineup. It was put together, as far as I know, by Animal from Complexity GX3, so keep an eye out on that one. Hopefully we get to see at least the results of that match. So lots of Valorant to come this weekend at the Wildside Rumble by Jack Links, and thank you so much everybody for joining us. We're going to throw you over to Becky and Epitomes after this break, and we'll be back. Both Ash and I will be back tomorrow, so we'll see you then. But until now, keep your browser tuned to this stream, because there's more Valorant to come.
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's Jerky made with 100% beef. Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's Jerky made with 100% beef.
When it comes to hunger, there's this almost primal feeling inside your stomach, this voice inside you screaming, feed me. Most foods and snacks just don't do that. They're not filling, they're not, they just don't have that boost, that oomph, that flavor. That's where Jack Links, really comes in.
Jack Links satisfied my hunger cravings by making sure to have every single flavor under the sun that I could ever want in jerky form.
I was sitting there for, how long was it now? I'm not even sure. Went from 12 to 20 to 30 hours. I remember just looking back at my chair when I sat back down, and it was like a shadow of myself. I saw my own imprint in the chair. It was horrifying, but I remember what kept me going was the protein, the wild heat, burning flavor of Jack Links, and I felt myself able to keep pushing on. I was able to keep going.
One of these when I'm gaming?
Oh.
Hi, my name is Matt. I am a World of Warcraft gamer. I've been playing for way too long. What you may not know is that World of Warcraft has multiple expansions over the years. During my heyday, I would be one of those players that'll be, a new expansion comes out at midnight and I'm just grinding it out all the way till 6, 7, 8 in the morning. During these sessions, sometimes we get hungry. Right before these expansion comes out, I go shopping. My secret weapon is beef jerky, right? Like, get some protein in you.
You want to know how Jack Links changed my life? We were diving in for, Classic Halo 3. Sorry, it's a little hard to remember and it's a little upsetting. The bracket was tied, we were in the grand finals, things were getting sweaty, and we were running hungry. Some of my team just started dropping, and then, out of nowheres. Sorry, this is hard.
I could go out and make a whole dinner, broccoli, chicken, mashed potatoes, all of that, but I don't have the time. What I do have time for is Jack Links every time.
An angel came, and this angel brought me Jack Links Hot and Sweet. I'll never forget the day this was introduced to me. We won the bracket, we won the series, we won the match. We were grand champs at Winterland. And I wouldn't have pushed through without the right snack, and that was Jack Links.
You see, when I'm gaming and I need a little refresh, and I'm doing a little PvP, a little bit of competitive, I'm ranking up, I'm doing crazy stuff, I go to Jack Links. Not even just Jack Links and all the delicious flavors, I particularly go for the jalapeno because I need to get fired up. I need a little bit of when I'm playing games and I'm feeling it and I gotta keep on keeping on, this is my go-to, a little jalapeno. Let me just.
You ever eat crab? Like eating crab, it's great, but it's also annoying because you do all this work to get that shell out and then you get the meat. Beef jerky from Jack Links isn't like that.
Hey, I think there's something in your beard.
Oh, this? One second here. It's my emergency snack whenever I need a little hot and spicy, so. You never know where you're gonna need that emergency kick.
I could go rank right now. I could go play some PvP right now with this beautiful piece of jerky. Oh. That's the power of that thing.
When I needed a snack, when I needed a protein bump in my life, Jack Links was there.
So yeah, Jack Links saved my life.
Hello and welcome to the Jack Link's Wildside Rumble, brought to you with the Gaming Stadium. I am Becky, otherwise known as Becky Bear, joined here by the lovely Epitomes. I am gonna point the correct way. First try, let's go.
Nice. And now we are so excited to bring you this next matchup, which is going to be Pugstars versus Elysium here at the Jacklinks Wild Side Rumble. And speaking of Jacklinks, I am so happy that I got to have some of these protein snacks in this break, which was quite long.
Yeah, as it goes sometimes, it takes a little while for our little gamers to get into their little gamer chairs and get themselves all situated. It happens. You have a lot of these teams at the start. Everyone's playing at a different pace. Some people are finishing their games really quickly. Some people, not so much. So we appreciate the patience that you all had during this little break while we worked on getting everything all situated. That being said, as you mentioned, we are going to be watching Elysium versus Pugstars, and the maps that we are going to be going to in this best of 3 are Ascent, Breeze, and Bind. How do you feel about these map picks that we're seeing from this best of 3 lined up here?
Definitely Ascent, definitely expected, but Breeze is a little bit more unexpected, and it's Pugstars that I believe, or maybe it was Elysium that picked that map. I'm not sure, but Pugstars are starting that map on the attack.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Breeze pick. I think that Bind is also kind of a great one. Does kind of usually end up being that third pick that's just like left over. Nobody's excited to start on it, but they're like, if we get to that third game, I guess we'll play it. Ascent, kind of one of those normal picks. I feel like that's one of the tried and true. Excited that we're not going to be seeing something like that Haven. I would have loved to see a Fracture, but I get it. Everyone is still a little bit shy on that Fracture map so far here. So instead, we are going to be starting off on Ascent. Elysium will be starting on Attack. And what kind of agents do you think we're looking to see get picked up in this kind of map here?
I'm thinking tentatively. The team comp is going to be KO. I don't know why I started off with the KO, but I think KO definitely a good initiator and something a lot of teams are picking up, especially on Ascent and Breeze and Jet. But the KO's there. The KO has been locked in, but a Sage as well as a Killjoy.
Oh, all right. That is an interesting double Sentinel pickup coming out from... I feel like we have the names flip-flopped here. I feel like we actually have Elysium on the right side, and then, yep, Pugstars on it. Okay, cool. Perfect. Figuring that out, I was about to be like, oh, Elysium, interesting pickup, but it is actually Elysium who are going for this little bit of a different composition, not going to go with the KO, and instead are picking up that Fade, which is one of the newer agents, and definitely an exciting pickup. Every time I get to see it, I love it. And, just nice to have a new, different agent. Ascent is also a map you're definitely used to seeing something like that Sova, but now that we have kind of another agent who does a very similar thing to Sova in the kind of using a long range sort of lineup to get information, you're starting to see that Fade get picked up a lot more in place of that Sova when you just need a little bit of extra oomph as far as denial of resources in vision and, hearing, which hasn't really been something that we've seen a ton of in Valorant. And as a result, we are going to see that Fade picked up for both of these teams. Omen also going to be utilized by both of these teams, and no duelist for the side of Pugstars. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think they're definitely going to struggle a little bit more on the offense, but they're definitely have a really solid lockdown on both these sites with the double Sentinel. So Elysium only having the Raze, she can clear out the Killjoy utility, so that is a positive for this team, but otherwise they don't have a lot of mobility here.
Yeah, and we'll see. They are starting out on the defense, so maybe they're just anticipating to get a strong start. But speaking of a strong start, Elysium is going heavy. All 5 are running in on this pistol round towards this B site, and the bomb is going to be going down with Ali here. And just like that, very quickly, Paranoia coming down and out from the side of Pugstars as well to try and get themselves onto this site. So much damage dealt to so many agents so far, but nobody hitting the floor just yet, as Thigworth is actually going to be the one to draw first blood. Crescent to follow up with a nice kill onto Intox there as well. And JSP just trying to peek around this corner alongside the rest of the defenders try to get themselves onto this site. Still unable to do so. Fault line gonna come out and force a lot of action backwards. Charisma doing a great job of keeping people back there. Zoistal, JSP, and Antol all able to get onto that kill feed, and just like that, once that util comes back up, we will be able to get the defense onto this site, and barely able to get that defuse across, just nearly under 3 seconds left on that clock.
Elysium, it was looking pretty good for them, but they couldn't hold long enough for the retake. They make that a 5v5, just didn't play for picks at all, went with the smokes and ran it in onto the site with a bit of util. And then when you have the 5v5 retakes like that, and they're very coordinated here in Pugstars in that retake, they had that Fade use the haunt so they could spam a little bit through the smoke as well. So that was a really nice coordinated take from Pugstars. And Elysium, they are relegated to the pistols, while Pugstars are able to get the buy up. And now they're actually going very aggressive, fighting for this orb control outside of B. Oh, but the paint shell is going to clear out Denya, and that's a Spectre out of her hands.
Oh my gosh, I mean, that was beautiful use of util here. Unfortunately, that will kind of force this back. Fig was able to pick up that Spectre, as you mentioned, and now yet another Spectre is out in the hands and moved over to the side of Elysium. Kind of a disastrous start for the side of Pugstars. I understand trying to get that aggression and just keep the members of Elysium off of that ult orb, but losing those Spectres early on is going to really hurt. Paranoia coming up from Zoistal to try and keep a lot of this action back, but Fig has just turned on since being able to pick up this Spectre, really utilizing that utility on this Raze in a beautiful way. Intox, though, the run and gun, the sideways back and forth is going to make it that much harder for that Fade to stay on the side of the attackers here, and now trying to push in, but the right click from Crescent going so well as Fig, those first 2 kills, get another paint shell to get a third one for Thigwarp, and a first round for Elysium, being able to pick it up after that buy up from the side of Pugstars.
Definitely a misplay from Pugstars right at the beginning in B main when they were trying to fight for that orb. They dumped a lot of utility, but I think they shouldn't have kept on going, especially after the barrier orb was destroyed as well as the nanoswarm. So they really had no control over that entrance and nothing to stop the team from pushing. And while they didn't have that good advantage, they also, Elysium, they have 2 initiators. They can dump a lot of utility at one site at once and just make it incredibly impossible for you to get out of that situation.
And now, as a result of that last round, we do see the Pugstars are on a big save around, a lot of sheriff spot up, and just kind of holding on to the guns that were picked up from last round, as well as some bigger buy-ups for the side of Elysium going into this one. So the gun advantage is certainly in their side and favor, and as a result, Pugstars simply not playing as aggressive as we saw last round. Looks like they're going for a little bit of a wrap around here, hoping that people will simply try to exit and kind of fall into the palm of their hand. So we're seeing a very different level of aggression here.
Oh my gosh, they were just waiting for the dark cover to sit on top of that trademark and stop that slow from being activated, but it's a spray down in B main. 2 kills for K-Rose before he goes down. Denya might be able to pick up a Spectre here though and make it competitive. Lee and I don't know how to pronounce that name. Charisma are going to finish that one off though.
Yeah, the only reason I'm able to figure out how to say Charisma's name is that I've cast an Elysium game or 2 before, and I've already had to stare at that name and be like, what in
Charisma.
So, whew, wiping some sweat off of my brow there, and Elysium is going to be doing the same here. Lost a gun on the side of Crescent, but has that Tour de Force going into this round anyway, so is going to be able to have that shorty in the back pocket and that long-range weaponry to start things off. And just like that, speaking of starting things off, lots of utility towards this A main side, but it looks like with the attacking side, kind of favoring this B site once again. They've had a lot of success with it on these previous rounds and are simply just trying to dedicate a lot of their energy in that direction anyway, trying to see if they can get some information towards this A site, maybe grab a pick if it so fell into their hands, but not really pressing the matter too much just yet.
This is a pretty strong default since there's no one directly watching mid. You have that Sage tucked very far up into market and now in spawn as well, and they have used the barrier orb to block off the catwalk position, so they're allowed to pretty much lurk up to market. They just really only need to worry about that alarm bot. But now the Haunt trying to start and initiate this push onto the B site. The fault line does hit that fade, but Killjoy is going to be able to take down the enemy fade in return. Now they going in with the paint shells, and Crescent still lurked up mid, finding a pick off Denya, and they're evening out the numbers here. Elysium making it a 4v4 with only 25 seconds left. Big! Another utility kill here with the boom bot.
I feel like we need a counter. We need a counter of how many times Thig has actually been able to pick up a utility kill compared to an actual gun kill. Because I'm pretty sure the number, there's like 5 kills in Thig's pocket, but like 3 of them are with utility. And unfortunately, not using utility to clear out some of those areas will mean that Zombie was able to pick up 1 before going down and just barely being able to get that bomb down. And on top of it, Crescent with 2 more kills towards the end of that round, not even needing to get the bomb down. Just going to shore that one up in Elysium's favor once again.
Yeah, I mean, Elysium, really strong lurk from the chamber, especially. Crescent just sitting in that mid position and able to find a lot of space. And I don't even believe he destroyed the Boom Buddy, or not the Boom Buddy, the alarm bot that was kind of sitting in market. So there was really no info on where this chamber was. And he just has so much map presence, especially with the Tour de Force being able to contest really long ranges with that gun. And now Elysium, they're sort of creeping over towards this A side now, trying to test out the waters on a different site, and that chamber you can see is lurked position for the info plays, is trying to stop them from pushing too far out on that flank.
We're gonna start, as we have been on all these previous rounds, with that boombot. Gonna use it to clear out some of these corners. Thig's been doing a great job of that so far. Antal using this moment to kind of scoot back a little bit to safety here with that lower weaponry. Is simply going to try and hold some angles. Dark cover is going to block off Elysium from being able to see and push on to the site. For now, the moment that first one dissipates, we are going to go ahead and shore it up with yet another one. They did hear that boombot from the attacking side and are going to continue to hold and watch this A site. But I appreciate that we're also seeing both of these Sentinels continue to hold on with a little bit of utility towards this B site and continue to anchor both of these teams with 30 seconds about to ring out on that clock, playing a very slow game.
I mean, now the rotations have fully come through. They're definitely trying to bait a rotation with the fade, but along with the rolling thunder and the bounce on in with the satchels, Big once again finding 2 and a Lee as well, and now it's just all left up to Antal tucked in this little hell position, but Big is able to take him down, and Elysium find 4.
I mean, wow. There's a lot to be said for the way that Elysium, once they decide to dedicate to a site, once they wait out all that utility, those dark covers, and they try to do that little bit of a fake out towards the other site, they're able to just throw down on this A site and hit a different site than they've been dedicating themselves to previously. And there's also something to be said for the way that they're switching things up every single round. They've played in such a different way on every single one of these rounds that it's really difficult for Pugstars to try and pinpoint exactly what they can be doing to counteract the strategy of Elysium, because they just haven't started to show any kind of pattern here.
Yeah, I definitely like the amount of variety that they're showing on these pushes. They definitely slow down the pacing in the beginning of the rounds when they realize that it's a gun round for the enemy team and they're trying to find the default. But even when they're on an eco, they still try to give them that respect, allow them to bait out some utility and sort of throw things around on the site, gather info before they start that push. And it's always a really explosive late round. They really turn up the dial, and the pacing just gets so much faster as soon as that timer hits around 30 seconds.
And now, after this little bit of a timeout, we are going to see Pugstars with a bigger buy-up. Denya is going to go ahead and pick up that operator, kind of an interesting operator agent of that Sage. I feel like you don't usually see something holding an operator at this high of play unless it is something like that chamber or a jet. And so it'll be interesting to see how that is going to be utilized, especially when you can see that Denya is kind of facing off against that chamber towards mid. But in the meantime, Thig says, hey, let's get on to this site. Absolutely explosive entry coming out from Thig and that showstopper. I mean, no words for that absolute explosive entry that you just love to see from Arrays on your side of the team. And Elysium have that bomb down swift and easy. As we just said that they love to play a slow game and wait for 30 seconds, they said, you know what? You're going to be anticipating that. So let's pull yet another 180 and just blast in onto site as quick as possible.
Yeah, there is no conditioning that Elysium is giving to Pugstars. They just don't let them fall into any patterns, but Kairos, this is aggressive, and he's gonna lose his life for it. The call for Pugstars has been made to save, but it seems like they want to hunt them down. They going in once again, and JSP just not been sniffed out in this positioning at tiles, and now a double swing from top catwalk. They're still trying to fight this mid position, and they're able to take down the Killjoy, but Elysium in the end do secure the round anyway, and they have so much economy to spare that it hardly matters.
Oh, I mean, there's just something so beautiful. Because ever since we've seen the showstopper nerf, I feel like we just don't see those same explosive plays. You're used to seeing like, okay, one person dies from the showstopper. But being able to see that double blast pack in, take down 2 with the showstopper is absolutely beautiful coming out from Thig for the side of Elysium at the start of this game. And now JSP going to get a ton of information here off that swarm grenade being shot down, and the side of Elysium now making a push towards this Nightfall to come out as well, and allows for Denya to fall first. Once again, Thig just doing an absolutely insane job picking up these first bloods. Ali to travel up as well and pick up that kill onto JSP. They know that those 2 Sentinels hold this site a lot of the time, and first one to take out Intox as well. But here we go, Zoastol doing a great job of holding the back of this site. They maybe weren't anticipating this many people hanging out towards B site, but it doesn't matter. In the end, Ali and Crescent able to continue to find those kills and continue to find dubs for Elysium.
Pugstars, I mean, there is not much they can do at this point to counteract. I mean, they should probably spread out this Sage and Killjoy, but the last round they did that, they got double killed by a showstopper. So I can see why they're hesitant, but this should be, by all means, like, their half. They have double Sentinel and double Initiator, so they should be able to hold these sites down, but Elysium, their defaults are just so incredibly strong. But now the Operator from Denya in mid taking down Charisma. That is huge for Pugstars finally finding first blood.
Ooh, all right. A great early round pickup, and Denya continuing to hold these long angles, trying to show me wrong, say, I don't care if I'm not a jet or a chamber, I'm going to be able to wield this Operator to the best of my team's ability. And Antol being able to pick up yet another one of those kills and punish Elysium for being this aggressive is a great start for the side of Pugstars, as now just this chamber and Omen are the only ones remaining. But you know, hey, that works out pretty well when you continue to play these long angles, clear out all these areas towards this A site, and wait for this chamber to rejoin. Unfortunately, there is a Zoastol in the way of Ali and Crescent, and just like that, those pings are going to come out. Ali knows where Zoastol is hanging out, but in a 1v4 situation, it's just a hard decision of, do you go for the save? Do you try to just get the bomb down, get the credits, and move on with your life? Left. What is going to be the play for Elysium here?
I mean, I definitely think they have money to spare and just maybe trying to go for this play. Ali's been a pretty solid, consistent player for his team so far. Needs to spot out Denya, but it's the Operator, and Denya just secures that flick and the kill. So Pugstars, they actually finally bring one back for their team and are able to stop the bleeding a little bit more after Elysium secures 6 in a row. But I think that Operator pickup in mid, definitely huge to stop that default, find that lurking chamber, and stop the gathering of info for them, trying to stop them and cut them off in pizza.
Yeah, I don't even think... So Denya previously had picked up an Operator as well, but that was the round that we saw Thig get the nasty double showstopper kill. And so I don't even know if they were even thinking or having somebody on the side of Pugstars picking up an Operator on their radar. because they previously just didn't really see anything come of it. And now hopefully they'll be able to make a little bit of adjustments and kind of play around the potential of that operator and use a little bit of a strategy change to the best of their ability, as Thig, once again, gonna decide how can I use this boombot to clear out some corners, gather some info with the rest of my team here.
This operator player is also a huge unknown for them right now. They don't know where Denya is sitting, but they're going to try and lurk up mid anyway. Thig has already made his way all the way to Pizza, hasn't spotted out the alarm bot just yet, but lucky for Elysium, they have one of the most powerful anti-operator tools, and that is called an initiator. So Kairos just trying to get them out of position with maybe a haunt or even a flash from Charisma could really counter Denya here if they want to push this market position.
Yeah, they are getting a little bit of information now that that slow orb has come out as well, so it will be followed up by that haunt into the Prowler to get themselves into this Pizza and bridge into market area. But just like that, Denya has done a great job of moving all around and does punish Kairos for that decision. And just like that, they know where that operator is. They're hitting the opposite site to take out Zoastol, and now Intox with a nice little grenade kill to follow up with another kill at the alley. All of a sudden, it's just left up to Thig and Charisma, but Thig falls. JSP gets the resurrection, but Intox to find 3 kills and 3 rounds for Pugstars.
Stars are picking it up now, and this is exactly what they need. They need to tie Elysium at the half, because when they turn it over, they have that duelist and they have Chamber as their sentinel. And Chamber, for all intents and purposes, is almost not a sentinel, since the only real utility he has here is the trademark, and otherwise just has to take the straight gunfights. But at least the rendezvous is there to TP out and wait for those retakes. But Elysium, they're definitely going to have a weaker defense, just in terms of the utility they have available and the team comps. But now Elysium, they're trying to turn up the dial, a really quick early round and a jiggle peek to bait out the shots from the operator. That is good.
Yeah, beautifully done by Thig there, and turns back to gather that ultimate orb. Showstopper at the ready. Oh, from the shadows to come out. Boo, says Omen, and Intox will fall as well. And kept off a little bit from this B site, but they have to know that this Omen is very far behind enemy lines, and with an agent disadvantage for the side of Pugstars, that's got to be a bit of paranoia coming out from their side. They're checking these corners.
Oh, no.
Showstopper popped out, and Zoastol has to just run for their life here. Is going to get fault lined here, and the bomb will go out. Not going to be enough to kill Zoastol here, but will be enough to get that Omen to low HP, and the slow move is going to allow for Thig to pick up yet another kill into this round. Ali also making sure that this A site is clear by using that from the shadows to get into the base. They know that that Killjoy is on B, and they have to imagine the the Fade is over there as well. And just like that, bomb is down 5v2 Antol. And this Killjoy just kind of left a little bit sad and deciding that potentially the choice is just going to be to save once again.
Yeah, they don't really want to go for it. Elysium, they are very confident players, and you can just tell by the way they're hunting them. The call has been made to save, but they have an operator here, and I think if they get pushed and are not careful about this operator, as I say that, JSP whiffs the operator shot, Thig gets a 4K, and Elysium just pick up those 7th round. But I mean, I was going to say it's a really dangerous game that Elysium plays in these late rounds.
I mean, you kind of gotta play a dangerous game. Elysium has done such a good job, once again, of continuing to change it up. I didn't even realize there were this many different ways to play Ascent, let alone just the things that Thig is being able to do. Right place, right time, using utility to clear and force fights that normally, if you're playing against and with a double Sentinel team composition like Pugstars, you don't want to be taking those fights. And so we're just seeing Thig do a great job alongside Kairos here. To just force the matter with their utility. Unfortunately, that paranoia making it that much more difficult to fight these fights. Zoastol picks up 2 beautiful kills. for that little bit of aggression that we were seeing from Elysium. So continuing to change it up. But you know, a wrong clock is going to be right 2 times a day, and sometimes those are just going to fall into Pugstars strategies, but Crescent is going to try, put a little band-aid on this round nonetheless, get that door down, and Charisma's going to be able to get this bomb down as well here. The Nightfall 2 come out from the side of Pugstars, but in I was gonna say in a 3v2 situation, Elysium's gonna have their work cut out for them, but Antal says absolutely not. The Nightfall and that marking is gonna make it that much easier to pinpoint where Elysium is and get Pugstars this 4th round.
Last round before
That
the
retake.
switch.
Okay, forgive me for this, but that retake was kind of spicy. Kind of like Jack Link's jalapeno flavor beef jerky, which you should definitely try, by the way. But I mean, Elysium, they have a lot of confidence, and sometimes it just bites them in the back because they were really trying to push out and flush out the players from B main, but they realized that quick rotations can be made by the defenders, and they need to really respect them, especially that operator, because, I mean, Thing. If they lose Thing, they have nothing else, you know?
Yeah, you can see that double blast pack did get Thing a lot of distance, but the moment that haunt got shot down by that operator, Thing was like, ooh, maybe I don't push onto site here. Unfortunately, Crescent trying to get the aggression towards the other side and using the rest of the team as the distraction was cut out there by Denya, who nicely holding this market area for a bit, was able to kind of watch both ends, and unfortunately, Thing will fall as well. This is what Pugstars have needed to come back into this game, is Denya on this operator, picking up these long-range kills. Intox to grab one as well. Denya to pick up a 3rd. Only K-Rose remains, but Intox will put an end to that, and Pugstars will end their defensive side with 5 to 7 rounds.
I'm kind of confused by the Breach pick, because the thing is, I feel like they could be doing so much more with Breach's flashpoints to be able to flush out the players from those positions, stop them from holding them as well, but we saw the Rolling Thunder get invested into the last round, and it also missed. So it missed the operator player completely, and they knew that Denya was playing either market or somewhere close CT or stairs, and they somehow just whooshed right past. And it was just incredibly unfortunate because it can be so oppressive to have both the Fade and the Breach, because the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder, especially in combination, are incredibly powerful. But Elysium didn't really capitalize on that power in their attacking half, and now on the defending side, they have to stick with the Chamber Sentinel, which is going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, but on the other side of the coin, Pugstars are going into their attacking half with no duelist, but no duelist, maybe no problem. True. As Zostol's able to get a quick and early kill onto that chamber. Ali, though, with a nice little trade out there onto Zostol. Denya, though, was a menace towards the end of that first half and is trying to be a menace continuously here. Picks up 2 kills to even Pugstars and Elysium up to a 2v2 in this pistol round. Get rid of that chicken as much and quickly as possible. K-Rose do a nice little trade out there. It is Thig versus Antal, and Thig with 21 HP comes out on top and picks up Elysium this first pistol round.
I swear Thig was going to nade himself, but then he thought about it and was like, I still need a defuse.
I should. My job is not done.
You definitely saw him just look at the ground and he's like, what if I naded myself? But then he realized... I mean, Thig is an absolutely phenomenal player. If you just look at the scoreboard, he's 20-7, is double positive. Like, it's just incredible what he's been able to do for Elysium, but I definitely think there are moments where he does overheat, because even though he is an exceptional fragger, he goes in really far in at all times. Look at this A push now. Like, they're going for the aggressive peaks in A main here, and Thig able to secure the first kill, but do they re-peek it? They do not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the right call. You have the Spectres in hand from the buy-up here. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're being a little bit too aggressive. We just said that Thig potentially sometimes does that too much, so I like that Thig is kind of reining himself in here and holding on and close by Ali to try and hold on to these guns as much as possible. We know that Pugstars won the first pistol round on the last half and then kind of ended up losing Spectres really early, and it led to their downfall. So they're trying to not let Elysium Elysium is trying not to do the same thing here. And so far, so good as they've been able to pick up 2 kills and are forcing Pugstars to try and make some interesting decisions as they're a little bit spread out. But that could actually be a big advantage for them here as Intox unable to pick up that kill onto Thig. Unfortunately, though, Ali and K-Rose finish off those final 2 kills, and they are able to convert that buy-up round.
Elysium, they're pushing themselves further ahead, which is nice to see since they did start off very well on the attacking half and are able to convert some of those rounds into defensive strategies, but now they have to survive the bonus. And Pugstars, it's looking pretty good for them. They have a full buy across the board, except for Zoe Soul, who has to stick to the light shields, but otherwise, huge gun advantage. And this time, they are leaning towards that A site again, so they need to be careful of some aggro peaks, especially from the chamber in combination with this paranoia. That I'm not sure if that 0 point got any information though.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive side is spread out in an interesting kind of way towards Tree and Bricks over there, so we're not actually able to tell a whole lot, but you have to anticipate, especially with this dark cover coming out, that some members of Elysium are hanging out on this A site. You wouldn't just leave that one for free. And since they have these buy-ups now, the Flash is going to come out, and they're trying to maybe bait a situation where it seems like they're pushing onto this side, but it is hard to go ahead and utilize those flashes and not follow up onto them because there's only so many of those. But with that, Intox has waited long enough that 0 point is back up, and we can use it to try to gather information once again.
Ooh, the Haunt is going to reveal Crescent's position, so he finally has to back out, and the Lee is trying to find something, swinging out of that smoke and garden, but is unable to secure the frag. So now they have this Aftershock trying to get a lot of damage onto Antol as they head in through garden, breaking that door down, and they're trying to get a very coordinated retake in here. Charisma now staring onto the front site. Doesn't know if there's still one lurking in mid, but turns away at the wrong time, and Crescent is also able to find another. They've evened it to a 3v3. They still have to worry about the Killjoy lurking in garden, and she finds 2. And now it's a 1v2 situation. Crescent on 3 HP with only 2 bullets left in the Headhunter. 1 for each player. Can he find the shots? He cannot. JSP with a huge lurk from mid is able to secure them that round.
Oh, that's so hard too, because you could tell Thig turned away at that situation and was like, I'm pretty sure somebody is mid. Use the boombot to try and see if somebody was hanging out in that area. And then, you know, the bomb's ticking down. You only have so much time. You can't dedicate a ton of time and resources to checking for that Killjoy. And so all of a sudden you just have to push onto site, and JSP, perfect timing on that lurk, as you mentioned, able to push up and find those kills that matter, and then set up a really nice crossfire with Denya that really short them up that round. And now we're going to see, with this buy-up from Elysium, if they're able to really make some magic happen, as this is one of the first even rounds for these two teams since switching sides.
We're just smoking through market, trying to stop a push. There is a lot of presence mid, actually, from these attackers. The Prowler finds information. K-Rose, wow! Shot from those last 2 bullets in the chamber. Is able to find collat kill
while blinded.
Holy.
I mean, yeah, I guess sometimes if you're blinded and you can hear people coming at you, the best thing to do is just go ahead, take those shots. What's the worst thing that could happen? The worst thing that could happen for your enemies is that both of them die. And K-Rose beautifully able to shore that one up. And now in a 2v5 situation, Pugstars have their backs up against the wall, but Denya has been able to make some great things happen. Unfortunately, K-Rose is just not going to let that come to fruition here. And now Zoastal, the only one left for the side of Pugstars, and Ali is from downtown, gonna secure the flawless round for Elysium.
I mean, that was incredibly unfortunate for Elysium there. They kind of I mean, I'm honestly, I cannot explain what just happened to you. Valorant, that's what happened. But it was a really nice round for Elysium, and that mid lurk probably would have worked if it weren't for the amount of unluckiness that was just experienced by Intox and Antol. The flash from Geo, by all means, Kairos should have died there, but he didn't, because sometimes when you spray and pray, it works.
Oh my gosh, alright, kept at bay by those paint shells. The heal is going to come out to top off JSP, so thankfully going to be a little bit more safe and able to continue on this push, but K-Rose was able to get aggressive once and can do it once again, picks up 3 before falling to Intox. Absolutely mad lad is all I can say about K-Rose right now. And now Pugstars once again in an unadvantageous situation, 2v4, but they have the Nightfall. Unfortunately, don't have a Prowler to follow it up should they use it. And now just have to wait and see if they can make some magic happen and hope that everyone from the side of Elysium falls into their trap. Unfortunately, the trap is actually going to be for Pugstars. The lineup is good for Charisma to secure those 2 side-by-side kills. Not collat kills, but they did kind of go 1-2 easy. Charisma and Elysium will get themselves to 11-6.
I'm pretty sure Charisma had kill participation on every single player that round. Because when Kairos goes for that swing, yeah, those players are just stunned, and there's not much they can do to shoot back, and that is huge from Charisma. And I was kind of beating down on him on the attacking half because I was like, there's an operator player, just flash them to high heaven, because don't make sure they cannot see a single thing. But I mean, that was a really nice stun from Charisma in that last play, and it made that push a lot less plausible for Pugstars.
And now Pugstars, once again, as we mentioned, without a duelist, are kind of in a rough place to try and get any sort of action. I mean, 3Ks all across the board for Elysium as Ali picks up 3 here. Just like that, Pugstars on their buy-up round are all of a sudden on the back foot once again. Top a cat. Ali's like, maybe I'll be able to go for an ace here, but Zoastal says absolutely not. Big to pick up those final 2 kills, and Elysium are on to match point.
Match point.
Elysium, they have basically not allowed Pugstars to get a single round on their attacking half, and we talked about it in Agent Select. We were like, they don't have a duelist at all, so they're definitely going to try to get as many rounds as they can on that defense, and then if it's not possible, then they're going to really struggle when they switch over, and that's what we're seeing. Denya currently being the top of the scoreboard, and I think Denya has kind of played Sage like a sort of pseudo-duelist, because Denya is really the only agent on this team composition that has any mobility at all. Even though it is just standing on top of the barrier orb for Sage, that's the only mobility they have. They have no forward power. They don't have that point of the spear. Their hopes are really laid all on, let's just put smokes down and hope they don't spam us down through or swing through with a flash or something like that. But other than that, there's nothing they can do in terms of aggression.
Yeah, I think they're really also like on top of the barrier orb and just trying to get into these kind of creative positions. They're really leaning on the information that this Fade can gather alongside the flashes that are coming out from the Omen and the KO. And they've just been killed at such long ranges or while concussed the last few rounds. And it just like has not allowed them to use their utility to their advantage and try to cobble together like a build your own duelist situation for the side of Pugstars. And it just hasn't really come together, but a lot of ultimates ready for the side of Pugstars. Elysium, though, unfortunately do have a lot of ultimates as well to counteract anything that they could try to do. So it'll be really interesting to see how they try to dedicate themselves here in this situation. Nobody hanging out towards this B site, and we're already throwing down 2 ultimates, the Nightfall and the Null Command, to come out from Pugstars. They're onto the site, but all of Elysium are just setting themselves up for a retake, and they have their ultimates ready now to counteract here.
And now the Nightfall coming out for that front part of the site, marking quite a few. The Prowlers just running after those. Zoa stole those. She's got a judge and he's able to find two, but big NK Rose with guns as well as the Showstopper secure themselves some picks. That lockdown going to slow them down a little bit more. So much utility being thrown out and Thig. Just such a nice shot from him and Elysium. They secure 13 and the first map.
Wow, absolutely beautiful from the side of Elysium to take down this first game. I would maybe even call that last round in the utility usage, as you mentioned, that Nightfall into the Rolling Thunder, just making it so difficult. The Killjoy ultimate tried to have Pugstars hold on by the skin of their teeth, but it just wasn't able to be good enough. And in the end, Elysium do take down this first map in a quite decisive fashion. Beautifully done by Elysium. And if you're looking to make as unbelievable, oh my gosh, I wrote this in my ad read, and I took a little moment. I was like, unbeefleafable. Unbeefleavable. There we go. If you're looking to make some unbeefleavable plays like Elysium just made, then you can go to tgs.gg/jacklinks, enter yourself in to win a brand new PS5 and a month's supply of beef jerky. What could be better than that? And if for some reason you're not interested in that giveaway, you're a Valorant only gamer, we are giving away 2 $25 Valorant gift cards today. If you want to be entered into that, do ! gift card into the chat and make sure that you're in on that goodness, and just being as involved as possible with us as we're going through these insane games. I can only say unbeefleafable so many times, okay?
Yeah, I mean, if that was definitely there's a jerky podcast.
We made another one. We said spicy plays, just like the spicy jalapeno beef jerky that Jacklinks has. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And, that was our first matchup, and it was absolutely crazy. But our next match, it's going to be Breeze, and that is going to be sweet and hot. Just like the beef jerky from Jacklinks. Anyway, that is going to be on Breeze, and we will be right back with that matchup in just a short minute after a very short break. See you then.
Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef. Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to the Jack Links Wildside Rumble, brought to you with the Gaming Stadium. I am Becky, otherwise known as Becky. We are joined by the lovely, beautiful, and amazing Epitomes. How are we doing? How was our first game? What have we got to say? How do we summarize the crazy plays that we just saw?
I mean, they were definitely ready to rumble in that first game. They were coming in with some really fast plays, and they were just running them down onto each side. We did see some rounds from both of these teams where they kind of slowed it down a little bit, but otherwise they were just really fired up and ready to go.
And if you're looking to be fired up and ready to go, or just stay with some nutrition as you're gaming, check out jacklinks.ca to get yourself some snacks to help fuel your gamerness. Gamerness is also just the verb that I'm going to use for everything now. As we prepare to get into this second game, we will be going to Breeze. And Breeze is kind of one of those maps that ends up being a little bit of a wild card situation, I feel like, a lot of the time. If you don't like some of those older maps, maybe you really don't like Haven, you'd rather play a map like Breeze, you'd rather play those extreme long angles. It can bring some interesting pickups as well. And I think with the decline of Jet, I'm very interested to see if people still pick up that duelist, or if we see maybe Pugstars continue to go with the no duelist strategy like we just saw from this last game. What are you interested to see, Epitomes?
I definitely don't think they're going to go for the no duelists again, because I mean it obviously didn't work out for them too well on Ascent, and I find that Breeze and Ascent are kind of similar. They're just bigger, because you have that big open mid that has that pathway right into the spawn. I think the only thing that it really differentiates it is the sheer size of Breeze is so different that sometimes a lot of people will argue that it's just not viable to be using something like a Phantom unless you have a very quick gap closer like Jet or Raze, and you're just able to get into those sites very quickly. Otherwise, it's not really optimal to be contesting long ranges with a gun where you can't one-tap kill people. And I mean, I definitely think they might try and pick up the Jet again, because I mean, or even a Neon. Maybe a Neon, because the thing is, you need those quick space closers since it's such a big map.
I would be ecstatic to see a Neon, and I think that actually Neon's fast lane is one of the best kind of duelist abilities, aside from maybe like flashes, which are just like great on this map in general because there's so many big open spaces that you can utilize, making the flashes really work in a phenomenal way. But the fast lane is just a really great way to deny a ton of vision, get onto a site, and get the ball rolling. So I would be excited to see something like that Neon. I think as far as controllers are concerned, this is just a Viper place. Every once in a while I feel like we see an Omen, but once again, because there are so many long angles, that paranoia doesn't always go as far as you really need it to go, and Viper just has such a great denial of space. Once again, that wall kind of doing a similar thing to the fast lane from Neon, and doing just so much vision denial in a long range area. And then the Viper's Pit is just one of the best ways to secure yourself those post plant rounds on the attacking side. So I'm excited to see something like that. As far as Sentinels, do you think it's just going to be chamber all day, every day?
I mean, probably. I think Cypher is so strong on this map, but people don't like Cypher because Chamber does exactly what he does, except he can run away. Except he can run away, and then it's so sad because Cypher can't run away. I mean, he kind of can because he has like jet smokes, except they're cyber cages. But it's like Chamber, the free re-aggression. It's just so.
That's true.
It's so free. It's so much better.
Is that why we see Cypher die in all of the cinematics? It's because he can't
Riot is trying to nerf him into the ground.
Yeah, unfortunately. We will not be seeing that Cypher. We will be seeing instead the dedication of those chambers for the team comps of both of these squads going on to this map of Breeze. It looks like we are actually seeing a full mirror match as well. How do you feel about a mirror match?
I mean, this is just the Breeze comp. Breeze is now a solved map. This is just the team comp that you play on Breeze. There's no better comp, according to everyone. Every team I've ever seen play Breeze, this is what they play.
And I mean, there is something to be said. The range from all of these agents' abilities is just extremely long. It allows for you to get all of the things done that you need to, gather that information at long range with the Sova, deny vision at long range with the Viper, as well as the guns that can be picked up by the Jet and the Chamber here as Crescent, Jet reading across my voice. First one to pick up a kill and start Elysium with this ball rolling, but the rest of the attackers also trying to get this ball rolling. This toxic screen is down, and it has allowed for Pugstars to get themselves onto this B site and get this ball rolling. Bombs down with Intox. All three peek out at the same time. Ali and Thick trying to keep as many at bay as possible, but Zoe still does pick up two. All of a sudden, a 1v1 situation between Intox and this Jet. Does not have any idea where this Jet is, unfortunately, until the peek around the knife, forcing the matter from Crescent right into Intox, who clutches up the first round for Pugstars.
That was a really nice flick from Intox. I mean, really nicely played from the KO in general. Did they get spiked down that round? They did, right? So they were able to also get the extra utility from that. And usually the second buy up is a Spectre. But Zoe still is going to prove you all wrong and buy that Vandal right off the bat on the second round as a controller, while Denya, who is our resident sniper rifle player, is going to stick to the Marshall. But now they're looking at this A site, and that 0 point actually not going to find any early information for the team. They still have the Sova's recon to fall back on for this site, but otherwise they've been delayed out a little bit.
Playing a little bit of a joust here with Charisma. Thankfully, Charisma will be able to back out of that pretty safely. Just a little bit of damage on both of those agents. And I mean, Denya, as you mentioned, resident sniper, picks up that kill onto K-Rose. Intox from the door, falling up as well. Should be able to pick up one more as well. Denya to grab another with that long range weaponry. And now it is left just up to Crescent. Classic in the hand, Tailwind in the back pocket, and probably just gonna try and get a little bit of damage with some right clicks and call this a day. Shot to the head, but it's not enough with that classic Tailwind to safety. Trying to gather some aggression. The right click is gonna be good for two. And, I mean, they are going to be able to pick up that Vandal, but getting guns out of the hands to the players, not too bad, all things considered, in that 1v5 for Crescent.
Yeah, especially since one of them actually did buy a Vandal, so not a horrible situation for Elysium. It's basically what you expect the first two rounds, especially if you lose that pistol, but now Crescent has picked up an operator, and it's like the last cannon, no shields, and just 0 credits as well. And the rest of the team, they have Vandals across the board, but still the shields are a little bit fractured and wonky across this scoreboard, but now they do have better control, or potentially better control of mid with the weaponry that they have.
Yeah, I like this dedication from the side of Pugstars to go down hall. They know that they have these kind of scrappier weapons, and that is certainly the scrappier area of this map, but all of a sudden, with those bigger guns, and you mentioned wanting to pick up those Vandals to gather those headshots, all 3 of those kills headshots for the side of Elysium now. 2 members onto this A site. The bomb is going to go down with the toxic screen as cover, but they have a long road ahead of them, but Antol does have that Vandal tagged up on that Viper as the only one remaining. Big to find the final kill. Elysium get themselves the first round.
2 of their players do die, and one of them was the operator. I hope they pick that gun up for the teammate so they can, yeah, we see Kairos has that operator in his hands, and he's probably going to hand that right back to Crescent in that next round. But it is still a little bit weak of an economy for Elysium despite winning that round, and now Pugstars have picked up an operator of their own as well, and they've given it to that Jet. Intox also has an ultimate ready, and that null command is going to be really powerful for delaying all of this defensive utility or just stopping them from escaping from the site. If they do pop that null command and it gets to the jet or the chamber, the rendezvous as well as the tailwind, neither are going to be able to be used. And charisma also has been detected by the 0 point as well, so they have at least the info on where this KO is playing.
And that info is not going to dedicate a ton of resources just yet, as Zoistol unfortunately loses that duel against Thig there. And now it is going to be that, oh, this is a very aggressive toxic screen from this defensive side, Viper. And I was going to mention it, Denya was a previous absolute menace with that operator and is going to continue to be it going into this game. Crescent picked up that kill onto Intux, but thankfully, because of that null command, as you mentioned, Antal is able to do a little bit of a computer resurrection there. Thig to pick up another kill, but Intux with a great trade back. K-Rose to get onto the board as well in a 2v2 situation. This Hunter's Fury is going to come out. K-Rose, though, so unfortunate when that Hunter's Fury gives away your location. The Owl drone is going to make sure that Denya is tagged up as well. Cloudburst to try and close this gap and get to a more advantageous position, but I like the patience that we're seeing. They know that Denya has this operator. They're holding these angles. They know that the bomb has to go down for this jet, so they're like, you got to make the first move. Either you're going to push us or you're going to get the bomb down, and we will play around either one of those things. And it looks like Denya isn't even going to worry about the bomb until one of these kills is secured. And just like that, is deciding not to go for getting the spike at all, and is just going to hold on to this operator and try to collect these kills.
Really well played from Denya. They didn't get the round, but they take all the guns out of the hands of Elysium, and some of them are looking quite broke at this point. Crescent and Thig, though, both of them have those big name ultimates, both the Blade Storm as well as the Tour de Force, so it's not something they have to worry about as much. And now Denya has handed off the operator to the chamber player and instead opting to take out the Blade Storm, as you can see from the scoreboard. And now this is going to be a really interesting round because it's a very different environment to have to play around the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force as opposed to just rifles, since you get so much of mobility. And now look at this aggressive push down mid from these players. They are able to get so much space and gather a lot of info for their team, knowing Pugstars is not getting aggressive in mid and taking a lot of control of this map.
Yeah, this aggressive, toxic screen from the defensive side as well is doing a great job of holding the side of Pugstars at bay, and they're just playing a lot slower up a round here as well. JSP going to be able to get some of these rendezvous down, and Crescent is going for a long turn here.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, Viper's Pit to come down as well. And now trying to figure out exactly where they're throwing this spike as well. But as they're trying to decide, Charisma to pick up that kill, JSP with a long range shot, K-Rose to pick up two, and JSP trying to hold it down for the team, but K-Rose on this initiator once again, information gatherer and sharp shooter, takes down 3 and secures that round for Elysium.
Elysium now pulling ahead of Pugstars and putting them onto a save as well, and they used the Blade Storm in the previous round to try and get an even gun buy across the board, but that just means they are incredibly broke for this round, and JSP is really the only player here that can contest with Elysium at all because he has that Tour de Force ready as well as the full shields. But the rest of the team is going to be really struggling in terms of these long-term gunfights. Now they're heading down mid though, and this time there's no aggression from Elysium down mid to meet them head on. They just kind of has to back up and nest and try to find that first pick, is able to connect the shots and the rendezvous out to avoid facing any more aggression from this attacking squad.
JSP also trying to get some of these aggressive angles and try to kind of copy that sort of style here. Unfortunately, Not able to see anyone just yet. Nobody hanging out towards that nest area of the map and trying to keep themselves as safe as possible, as Elysium know that they have the numbers and are just waiting for the side of Pugstars to fall into the palm of their hands. Crescent is able to pick up a nice long-range shot there. Charisma holding an aggressive angle is potentially going to get caught off guard by this mid push that's coming out. This toxic screen from the attacking side is going to allow for them to make an interesting push, but it doesn't matter when the spray transfer from Ali is just more than enough for Elysium to secure the 4th round.
And since it's a mirror matchup, it's worth asking the question, do you think that Breeze is a defender-sided map? Because I think it can honestly swing either way, because since it's really hard to defend large maps like this, especially when it's a map that really doesn't require a dedicated sentinel, and that's why you see so many teams picking up the chamber.
Yeah, I think that it certainly is one of the harder maps to defend. I think Fracture is probably the hardest, just because players can come at like so many different angles, but you can see that being very similar on this map as well. The rotations on this map are a little bit harder though, which I think makes it less attacking sided because it takes so long to rotate because it is such a long map. And so there's reasons that I think it is and isn't, and I could see an argument going both ways for it. And a lot of the angles being cleared out now by the side of Pugstars. Denya nicely able to updraft to safety. And unfortunately, they're in an interesting position because of this toxic screen, but with that toxic screen down, they aren't able to continue this push, and they're potentially just trying to make it seem like they're baiting this direction as they start to make these peeks with Denya on this operator.
Ooh, Denya has that opening pick, and it's a flash through the toxic screen to try and find something more. Null command from the other side, though, going to make it a lot harder for this push to come in. Charisma is taken down, but the Hunter's Fury from spawn is going to get a bit of damage onto the attackers. I'm not sure how much, though.
Yeah, that bomb planter going down that early, certainly doing a little bit of damage to the side of Pugstars, allows for a lot of time to be gained from the defensive side to make this rotation onto this side. Tagged up both of the Pugstars members, so locations are at least a little bit known. This toxic screen will eventually have to go down, but K-Rose deciding to push through it is punished by Zoastol, and now Ali, the only one remaining, has to somehow get onto the site and get this defuse across, and it's going to be so difficult when Denya has that operator and can find that final kill.
It's an interesting thing when you have that Jet operator on the offense, because Denya has to play a lot further back than usually you would have a Jet playing, since they usually just throw that smoke down, tailwind into it, and take a lot of space onto the site, popping in and out of that cloudburst. But instead you see Intox kind of taking up that role of that point of the spear, head being the first to charge in, using the flashes to pop through the toxic screen and into the site, and just trying to get back and forth. In and out, trying to get those quick picks. So it's just an interesting play style that we see Pugstars adapting to, but right as I say that, Crescent and Big, really aggressive in mid, taking down 2.
Okay, that was an insane shot from, I feel like the only thing that we actually hit was Sova's cape, but I guess, I mean, Edna Mode said no capes, and that is certainly going to be a situation for Sova here in just a second. Crescent almost didn't think that kill into Denya, but thankfully is able to get that little bit of an extra peek, and just like that, Pugstars are left solely up to Soul JSP here.
I don't think so.
Ooh, well, he's able to take down Crescent. Unfortunately, not the operator player, so he can't really wrestle away that big gun. But, I mean, this is not looking very doable for Pugstars as of right now. 1v4 situation, and just being ganged up on from all angles. If he decides to use this rendezvous, it's just probably going to be a kill from K-Rose from the behind. But no, Ali able to pick up that operator. I'm not sure if they're going to keep it, because now I think they do have 2 operators in their possession.
Yeah, tough decision. This is a map where I could see a reason to go for 2 operators, especially when you have a chamber and a jet, you know, why not? And it looks like Fig and Crescent do respectfully have both of those weapons here. So, all right, yeah, show me this. I don't, that, okay, I guess we did, okay, there was a little bit of a flick, and Thig obviously just has a way better reaction time, and 2, probably better eyes than me, and just beautiful, amazing, fantastic shot. Also, what the heck?
Denya now has a lesser sniper rifle, so gotta stick to the Marshall now. Trying to win an op battle with the enemy Jet. And since it's a mirror matchup, you can actually say Jet diff here.
This is a place where we will allow the Jet diff call. Is it really a Jet diff if one of them has an operator and one of them has a Marshall, though? I feel like...
I feel like that might be unfair.
Oh, yep. A little unfair, and... Ooh, alright, that second shot not quite going to connect and going to tag up Crescent just a little bit. But the relocation is good for a second one there. Intox will fall, and Antle trying to make it happen with the classic, but Ali says, I don't even have a scratch. Able to take out 2 kills there. Zostal, the only player remaining for Pugstars, does have that bomb, but once again in a 1v5 situation, just can't finish off that kill on the first shot. Gets the second one at least, though, so one of those operators will fall, though will likely just get picked up and moved back over once again. Very nicely done. Economy looking great for the side of Elysium, and Pugstars just trying to keep themselves in it to win it.
It's just kind of unlucky because they used sheriffs and they dinked both Crescent and Andali, I think, or maybe it was Thig. But it was like a headshot on both of the players and they were unable to finish the kills. And now Pugstars have to go up against double ops on the defense on Breeze, which is like barf, first of all, for them. But now they're trying something different. They're trying to lurk up the halls, or not even lurk because they made a lot of noise going up and down those ropes, as well as this poison orb to block out that spawn entrance through halls. And now are already all the way up at the doors.
Alright, just like that, that toxic orb does fall and allow for Zostal to pick up that kill onto Ali. Antle with a nice Hunter's Fury pick up onto Thig as well. And all of a sudden, the shots coming out from this unanticipated angle are doing wonders for the side of Pugstars Elysium now in a 2v, I was gonna say 5, but Crescent with one shot says 1 bullet, 2 birds, take out 2 kills. Unfortunately, it is not enough. Denya and Intox finish it up nicely.
Elysium invested 2 ultimates into that last round. They put in, I think, both the Null Command as well as the Blade Storm. And Crescent, I feel like it was a little bit of a panic pop of the Blade Storm, but he was able to secure that double kill with the op, which was pretty cool. Just unfortunately was not able to finish it off here.
Yeah, now Elysium still looking really good on credits, though, so even though they lost that round, they're not looking to be in too shabby of a situation, but they're definitely going to be a little more anticipating of the fact that they could be attacked from that hall angle, and they're throwing a little bit of that extra utility and that trademark towards that direction. But they're prepared for this mid-push. Charisma picking up 2 kills there and getting a little bit of vengeance for Kairos there. Bodies down. JSP trying to see if somebody's going to peek out again, trying to get the better of it, but Thig sharper on that shot with this operator. Pugstars only have 2 players remaining, and they have to figure out if they can even try to attack one of these sites.
Viper's Pit out on A kind of makes that a no-go unless they're somehow able to sneak around here, but I think they still want to try and get the plant down and get a little bit of money. But they're walking right into the hands of Crescent, who also has an operator and is watching that entrance like a hawk. So the only place they can really go is possibly through mid, but just all the entrances are covered by these defenders. So this is a really tough call.
Yeah, it looks like Denya is saying, all right, the call is going to be to hopefully beat in the op battle, and unfortunately that's not going to be the case. And Antal trying to hug that wall and not get spotted, but it's not going to be enough. The Hawkeyes of Crescent will be able to get Elysium this 7th round. We did see a 7-5 half previously on the last map, but Elysium still were able to come out on top. So what do you think Pugstars need to do to try and get themselves a 7 half, or at least have a good start to their defensive half?
I I feel like they need to try and place that wall somewhere else, because I think thus far we've only seen it been placed towards that A site, and that's just the weakness of Viper, because you have to commit to that smoke. And ooh, really nice peek from Crescent to get rid of the chamber just right as he pops that tour de force. But Denya, on the other hand, has this Blade Storm, has made his way all the way to mid, almost to nest, before getting pinged out by the Owl drone, and Crescent is just going to find one more as they peek on through.
Oh my gosh, and just an absolute menace. Denya is going to be able to find a kill onto Charisma, so not too bad here, but Zoastol actually going to pop the Viper's Pit here to try and just get the side of Pugstars onto the site, and K-Rose and Crescent just saying, you know what, we'll play this game. They both go into the pit. K-Rose comes out victorious, gets traded out by Antal, and then Crescent to grab a vengeance for that fallen comrade. And now Denya trying to make things happen from behind enemy lines, but Thig to shut that down, and it's an 8-4 half in favor of Elysium.
Denya was actually able to sneak past Crescent, and we were kind of watching him look away and look to the other side, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough to make it happen. But meat snack moment for the dog.
I'm trying to get my dog in here. Paulo, come here. Come up here. We're gonna meat snack moment. Come here.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Thank you to Jack Links for the meat snack moment for the pupper doggo. There you go, bud. There you go. Okay.
A little spoiled doggo. Yeah.
He is. I know. Oh, he's so spoiled. He's like, oh, you make food? You have food? I get some of it. So thank you to Jack Links for also, getting some love for the doggy as well. Now, Elysium, moving on to this attacking side, have decided that they are dedicating heavily to this B site. Nice quick push onto this site. Bomb getting ready to go down with Ollie, trying to avoid those shock darts that are coming out with a flurry from both sides. A nice swing out from Antal. Does allow for Prisma to go down as well. Denya and Antal picking up a ton of kills, and Crescent last to fall, tried to make it all come together, but Pugstars, a great job and a swift retake in this second pistol round.
Really, really nice start off to this half as well, since they really need to be winning those rounds back. And if Elysium got those first 2 rounds in a row, they would be at double digits. So they're just trying to keep them on their toes at this point. They get the buy up here. They have one person picking up the Marshall for the one-shot kills in the second round. And it looks like Crescent is actually going to take up a shorty instead of a different eco pistol. But yeah, for the most part, Elysium, okay, never mind. No more shorty. Fine, we're going to have the Marshall back.
Wait, I think it's a shorty and a Marshall.
Ooh.
And I'm interested to see how that is going to go. Think though, 7 shots in this headhunter. Going to just peek around the corner. Crescent, though, going to be the first to draw blood. A nice pickup of that Marshall and a little bit of a force to allow for these long-range kills to at least give Elysium some play going into this second round.
Really, the person they need to contest with is really Antal with that other Marshall, because he's the only one that can really kill over those long ranges. And that's actually 2-0 points. Both of them finding a little bit of info. Nice shot from Zoastol, and still trying to re-peek after a flash out from the from the KO, but it's actually the fracture nade that's going to find the kill. Intox still going in for more, and Antal spamming down the shots from behind for some support. And now it's left up to Crescent, but the Sheriff wins that.
I mean, we kind of anticipated for Pugstars to be able to bring that one down. It was starting to look like it could potentially go into Elysium's favor when Crescent picked up that early kill, but the gun buys coming out from Pugstars just overall making it that much harder for the side of Elysium, who now are able to buy up going into this round. So full Vandal sets for the whole squad, and it looks like the A push is going to be the call once again.
An A push is definitely, I think, favorable since it's a lot easier to clear out when you have the toxic screen just going all the way across the site. But they are looking a little bit towards mid, I think, trying to get control of the mid doors, stop any aggressive pushes, and you can see that they know they're not anywhere towards the B side because there's been an aggressive push out. Antal is able to find that kill down through halls, so Thig now out of the question, and they're in danger of potentially being caught out on the flank, so they need to start as soon as possible to get onto this site.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, quick and onto the site, they are able to get that bomb. Oh, the bomb did not go down. The combination of the snake bite and that shock dart say absolutely not. Ali will fall. Elysium now in a 3v4 situation. Make it a 2v4 situation as K-Rose is caught out trying to go to check the flank. Intux is there waiting, and now Denya bought up that operator and shuts the rest of this situation down as Crescent, the last one to fall once again. Pugstars are getting themselves quite a way back into this game.
I watched that lineup. It was the Viper Molly that made him vulnerable, and then the shock dart just did the rest of the damage. And even though they nerfed Sova's shock dart damage, when you combo it with the vulnerability status, that is so deadly. And I'm just thinking about Antal and Zoisol. Oh, I get it. Sorry, they're just giggling in their gamer chairs together. They're like, we have a lineup as they try to get that spike down. It's so unfortunate.
Viper and Sova players be like, beautiful. Beautiful.
They're like one of the 3 types of Valorant duos. The lineup Larrys.
Oh my gosh, but they kind of keep everything all together. Speaking of, Hunter's Fury from Antal trying to gather any sort of damage and info. Unfortunately, not going to be able to tag anyone up, and after that, Ali is going to be able to place down that toxic screen, and that's going to be the go-ahead for Elysium to push onto the site. Unfortunately, the shots from this Vandal doing great work for the defensive side, and all of a sudden, Charisma the only one remaining with that Sheriff in hand, but Antal to short that final one up and bring us at our first even 8-8.
Ooh, I mean, Pugstars, they've brought this back very well, and now they already also have an operator for Denya here, so they can contest a lot of the long ranges. Denya positioned towards that A site might meet a little bit of resistance, but I think that last round, Charisma, it was a little bit of a misplaced fracture molly as well, because Crescent wanted to aggress the player who was sitting in elbow, but Charisma just tried to cut them off with a molly as well, so maybe a bit of a miscommunication in that last round that prevented them from getting as much space as they wanted to. But now the 0 point, they know that the KO is somewhere nearby, but have not spotted out the chamber, so they're still not sure how much presence is being shown here on A, and they're also unaware of the operator player.
Yeah, this could potentially be really spooky with how many people are trying to peek out. The flash does come out and does flash the KO there, but not all too worried, as no harm, no foul, nobody to foul yet. But both of these duos are pushing in closer and closer to one another. And the first to collide is actually Crescent into Antal. Big, able to gather information as to the whereabouts of 2 players on this B side, and it's going to be enough for them to push in. Zoistal looking towards mid. Unfortunately, that will be Zoistal's downfall. Antal going to be pinged out, trying to get some shots through that brick wall, but unfortunately not moving back, and before that toxic screen can go up, Denya will be able to get that nice long-range shot. K-Rose trying to see, we know that you're there, let me shoot through the wall. It's just not going to be enough, and having to kind of watch that close. Oh, nice peek around that corner from Ali. Denya, though, to take out yet another at long range in K-Rose, and they have to make sure that they can try and stop a defuse if it starts to happen. The Cloudburst to try and deny that vision. The snake bites to stop Denya here. It is half, though. Ali has to go for the peek, and the snake bite alongside the peek is going to be enough for Elysium to pick up the round.
They saw that last round. They said 2 can play at that game. Search up lineups, Viper, Breeze real quick, and then put that one down on the B site. And Elysium, finally, they stopped the bleeding on their attacking half, and they're able to secure themselves a round. And Elysium, it was kind of messy from them there too. I think if you watch this team very closely, you're able to tell that Crescent, usually a solo player. Ali and Charisma usually push together, and Kairos and Thig usually play off one another pretty well. But Crescent not having that buddy system as the main duelist of the squad can be really detrimental here. But now they're headed towards the A site, and a flash out, spammed shots from Intox to try and find one, and Thig already out onto the site. They lost that duelist, so now it's Thig that has to take up that responsibility here.
I'm actually so floored that we didn't see more kills come out onto Intox there, but I get it. If everyone's blind. There's so many people to try to hit. You don't know where you're starting to shoot, and just like that, making that much more difficult for Pugstars to capitalize off of that 2-for-1 that Intox was able to pick up. And now Elysium have this Viper's Pit down, but it's evened up by Denya with this operator. I mean, this just feels so right. Unfortunately, Ollie outside of that smoke falls into the grasp of JSP, and they find those final 2 kills. So unfortunately, not able to capitalize off of Intox immediately, but do eventually find those kills. And once again, we're at an even game.
Now it's so incredibly close from Pugstars. They don't want to be kicked out of the series just yet, especially not in the round of 16. So they really picked up the pace here, taking a really aggressive peek. Honestly, I think if someone else had also peeked with Intox, they would have been able to get 4, because they were all sitting inside elbow and they were all blind as well. And now they also have no economy left over, since they invest the tour de force in a round that they lose as well, and they just don't have any guns to their name. The 0 point doesn't find any information on either side. Thig is spotted out, just the barrel of the headhunter, and Denya gets the shot as well. Crescent has made its way up mid already and is not spotted by Intox at all. The double headshot as well as the dash on through, but so is Stall. There's no one there to cover.
Oh my gosh, and Ali trying to keep it as even as possible, trying to go back and forth as often. Oh no, there's no way. Charisma, there's no way. Oh my gosh. Okay, I know that Charisma wanted to go for the knife there, thought about it for a second, and then Zoastil started to move a little bit more, and Charisma was like, oh no, I gotta be a little more careful. So I love the trigger discipline that we were seeing, because too many times do you see that first headshot come out from the Classic. It's not enough to totally commit the kill, and you're left with just getting brutally hurt by the turnaround from a Phantom. So great trigger discipline coming out from Charisma there. Flash to start things off and try to keep people off of this bomb. We're hoping that Ali is in. Oh no. Okay, well, it was a nice, interesting angle. Unfortunately, Denya from above is going to be more than enough. Nice peek out alongside that flash here. The Cloudburst is keeping Denya safe, but not safe enough, and Charisma can clutch it up to get Elysium as the first to double digits.
I think Charisma was also right on the edge of the spike detonation. Unfortunate that he has to lose his gun to that, but luckily is able to buy back into it. They're picking up an operator on the attack again, and it's going to be in the hands of Thig. Crescent having that Vandal instead, so that he can go in and be that aggressive force that his team needs him to be. Elysium pulling ahead now. This is a really sweaty situation for Pugstars, since they are a little bit fractured on economy as well, but they even out the numbers with the Viper's Pit as well as the tour de force. But Denya, that's a shot you can't miss. No rendezvous for him either, so he can't escape, just has to hop out. But Charisma is taken down. No res available as of right now, since he is on the other side of that toxic screen, so they might just have to deal with this player disadvantage.
Ooh, this is a rough situation, and made even more rough. Intox, when the shots matter, Intox hits them. Beautifully done. Nice little flash to get through this toxic screen. Unfortunately, Thig does have this operator. Will the pinks come out and be able to land? Does force JSP off of that bomb. And just like this, we're hoping that the lineups and the op are enough to just buy time for this bomb to go off. Unfortunately, that shot and location is just enough cover for JSP to finish that defuse.
It was good cover from Zoistol as well, and even though he dies, it takes a few moments for that Viper's Poison Orb to go down, and it was enough. It was just enough for JSP to secure that defuse. And it's good that they do win the round as well, since they invested a lot into it, the Viper's Pit as well as the Tour de Force. And even though they didn't push that B site, it gave a lot of value, since it was basically a complete denial of that site. And now look at this, Elysium have left their spike in spawn and are deciding to try and gather some info and go for a really interesting default.
Yeah, I like this decision. I like that. I mean, they've been able to get a lot of equity out of just grabbing peaks. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I hate being a caster and seeing the X-ray vision and knowing that JSP could have taken the shot, but instead Crescent peeks out from it first, gets the advantage, and the knife kill. Intox trying to get some shots back, picks up 2, evens us up to a 3v3, but this crossfire coming out from Fig and Crescent are allowing for this bomb to come onto site with K-Rose here, and Denya is just waiting for somebody to fall into their clutches. Unfortunately, not gonna be anyone too soon. Antal with a nice transfer there, and Flick to take out K-Rose as well, and now Fig kind of forced to just go for a very long angle, set up this teleport, and try to get this shot. It does start going for the defuse, but Antal, quick on the draw, quick on the 3K, and Pugstars take the lead.
Pugstars getting 2 in a row, incredibly valuable to start filling up that economy for their team, and still some of their players are a little bit broke, but at least they do have Antal off the back of that 3K gathering up enough for the Hunter's Fury for potentially this round, and they really need a fight for that match point. But now calling that time out, Elysium realizing that they are 1 away from the match point, they don't have a lot of money left in the bank here, and they're trying to do something different. And what do you think they're talking about right now?
I think they understand the rounds that they've won. They're just trying to kind of wrap their head around the rounds that they're losing. And I think it is a lot of the time coming down to Denya with this long-range weaponry, just getting these early kills. A lot of the times they'll also kind of fall into just like multi-killing Intox, who's able to just pick up so many kills as they're trying to kind of fluster themselves onto a site. So I think they really do need to figure out, if we're trying to go for picks, where are we going for picks? How are we avoiding the operator that is in the hands of Denya? And when we are pushing onto a site, how are we staying coordinated that we don't all die to somebody like Intox? And a lot of pings going out towards the mid that I think have to be for some kind of toxic screen lineup, and trying to figure out how it's going to help them get on to a site. And it looks like the call is potentially going to be for a B push here, at least to start.
Scanning ahead.
I think they're trying to fake them out a little bit with that toxic screen. I like that they're trying to open things up with the recon, but unfortunately it gets shot so quickly. And Denya is able to find Big. Ali trades 2 back. Antal finds a kill with the Hunter's Fury, just back and forth from these teams. And it's even 3-3 players. Crescent is just sitting right next to JSP right now. Allows that dash to expire, but such aggressive positioning from this player. But he's gonna have no way to get out. Is only able to find one nice flick from JSP, but they take out the Hunter's Fury. They need to keep them off match point. JSP goes down. Zoistol is able to creep onto the site. K-Rose giving away his position by shooting all of those darts, and Zoistol wallbang headshot in order to find that kill. But there's a lineup. It's going to be on the spike, and what?
Wow!
Right to the toxic screen.
Yeah, don't even need the lineup when the pings from your team are spot on enough to allow you to get the shots. Wow, what a round, and what a change up from Elysium. That looked so different, but we did get to see kind of what we were talking about, how they found themselves in a lot of situations where they were kind of dying after getting a plant by either being kind of disparaged and across the map. And in this situation, we did see Crescent go for that aggressive positioning, and it allowed for a kill to come across before they were at a dire situation with somebody defusing the spike. And that's kind of the extra little breath that they needed to convert it into a round win.
I mean, it's just, they like to play for that post plant, and Denya cutting it close there with the Blade Storm, basically just giving a haircut to Crescent there. But I think their defaults, even though they gather a lot of info, they're just so spread out across this map because everything is so far away, it's so hard to make those rotations, that they really need to try and stick together as a team, because in the post plant situations, if the defenders have more numbers, it's just not a good look unless you have a lot of mollies and a lot of lineups. But now Crescent making the way into the B site and the rendezvous out, but now this gives Crescent free reign of the site and a possibility to try and get into the back site. Kairos definitely spots one coming in through tunnels, and there is another one through mid. JSP just spamming down the shots, fragment nade to try to get some damage onto JSP. A fragment of Intox's own being thrown onto the site, not finding any damage, but they flush out Crescent and take him down. The trade is there for Elysium, and Kairos finds another. They've made it a 3v2. This is a possibility of match point for either of these teams, and Elysium, they just want it more.
Wow. I mean, they really are utilizing that time that they took, that timeout, to decide how they were attacking every single way into these last few rounds. And just like that, it's a situation where I wasn't even really looking at the economy of Pugstars. They were starting to do well enough that I was just like, oh, Pugstars are doing fine. But their economy in the last round was rough. They were forced to buy up because, as you mentioned, it was match point for either, or getting to match point for either of these teams. And now Pugstars are forced to buy up once again because Elysium are on match point. It's now or never. And the economy is looking so rough. They have a very broken buy for the side of Pugstars, which is not something that you want on a map like Breeze, where we've talked about it time and time again. You want those Vandals, you want those Operators, you want those high damage, long range weapons. And Pugstars just aren't going to have it going into this last round. So they're going to have to get really creative. And of course I like this timeout. It's good to just talk about it when you're facing down match point here, and you're either choosing between go into overtime or lose everything here and now. So good use of this timeout, and hopefully they're coming out with some really creative ideas to kind of stem the bleeding and bridge this gap going into this potential final round.
The problem is here they really have no choice except to rely on strategy because they have no ultimates. They are very close to two of them, both the Viper's Pit as well as that Null Command, but in order to get them, they either have to find an early pick, which is hard with the lesser weaponry that they have, or fight for the ultimate orbs. And I think Intox wants to go for it, but he is alone right now, and without anyone by his side to protect him for those orbs, this is a really risky play for Pugstars, being down that initiator, especially a flash initiator on a map like Breeze and Denya. Oh no.
That's such a heart. Oh my gosh, that's a heartbreaking player to fall very first. I mean, I understand why Denya was trying to get aggressive. That was their kind of bridge into this round, and unfortunately just not able to convert it. You could see that the train and movement to Ali just was not fast enough, and Ali was a little bit quicker. Oh, Antal will get rewarded with this kill onto Kairos, who was potentially cut out a little bit with the Owl drone there, so trying to just keep them in it. 3v3 situation now, but the Viper's Pit from Ali is going to make it that much more difficult should it be deployed here, and it will get used more towards the middle, so choosing to just kind of funnel people into this roundabout corner area and be able to hold into that place, deny vision as much as possible as Crescent and Ali trade out around JSP here. 2v2 still as Ali picks up 3 charisma to take down the final kill, and Elysium, better late than never, take the series 13-11.
Elysium now progressing in the bracket as well. And I mean, it was a really well fought map from both of these sides. Pugstars, they were able to get a lot more rounds on offense than Elysium were at the start, and they tried to get the ball rolling earlier, but as soon as they got on the defense, it seemed like they had things locked down. But Elysium, they were just able to come back in the nick of time and avoid overtime in the process.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get to see some of these replays here, some nice shots, some nice lineups, I'm sure, as well. I mean, Elysium just, like, they had moments where you could tell that they were getting a little bit disjointed. They had a nice timeout, and they just really reined it all back in. They're all strong players, but you could tell when they were kind of starting to fall apart, Pugstars were really doing a great job of taking advantage of it, and this was their map pick, so it makes sense that they were doing a great job of capitalizing. This was a great showing of Denya, who was a fantastic player on that operator on the previous map and really got to shine once being on the Jet and on a map like Breeze. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for Pugstars to really bring it all together. The timeout from Elysium, just strategies that came together a little bit cleaner than Pugstars were able to handle.
Yeah, Elysium, you can definitely tell that they're a team that has played together before, and I think they really needed those resets in the timeouts to bring it all back in. And in the end, at the end of the day, they just had so many strategies here laid out after they were able to take some time for themselves and try and figure out really what was happening and sniff out where Pugstars players were playing, their style of play, and where they like to hold. So now Elysium, they do progress in the bracket, and they are going to be playing next Team Tseal.
Oh, all right. That's a team that you and I both kind of know. I mean, we kind of knew Elysium as well, so we're really starting to get kind of into the thick of it here as we get further and further into this tournament. Oh, this lineup shot, absolutely fantastic. Ali really did kind of this clutch round that we saw from that point, and there was another clutch with those lineups from Ali on this Viper that I think single-handedly got this game back into the swing of it for Elysium. They were really starting to just like kind of lose it, and then Ali was like, nah, I've got the lineups, I've got the sense of this map, great sense on Viper, shored things up very, very nicely that we're getting to see in these replays once again. I'm excited to see what this team is going to bring to the table in our next matchup as well. And we did get a little bit of a raid, so welcome to all of our new viewers. We've got some things that we can get you involved in. If you're interested in earning a brand new PS5 and a month's supply of beef jerky, you should check out this unbelievable giveaway at tgs.gg/jacklinks. Get yourself involved in that giveaway. Or if you're a strictly Valorant and PC gamer, then go ahead and do ! gift card in the chat, and you'll be entered to win one of two $25 Valorant gift cards for our tournament today.
Yeah, we really hope you enjoyed this last matchup, and Elysium just in a nick of time able to bring it to a 2-0. But we will be right back with the next segment of this bracket, which is going to be the round of 8, otherwise known as the quarterfinals, if I can count correctly. But it is going to be absolutely spicy. These players are coming in hot, and it is just a great time.
Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef. Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks jerky made with 100% beef.
When it comes to hunger, there's this almost primal feeling inside your stomach, this voice inside you screaming, feed me. That's where Jack Links, really comes in.
Jack Links satisfied my hunger cravings by making sure to have every single flavor under the sun that I could ever want in jerky form.
If there's ever a moment that I know I need a snack during those long streams where the people themselves are urging me to keep going, they want more content, I know I can just go ahead and rely on Jack Links, yo.
Yeah, I think there's something in your beard.
Oh, this? Wait a second here. It's my emergency snack whenever I need a little hot and spicy, so. You never know where you're gonna need that emergency kick.
One of these when I'm gaming.
You ever eat crab? Like eating crab, it's great, but it's also annoying because you do all this work to get that shell out and then you get the meat. Beef jerky from Jack Links isn't like that.
I could go out and make a whole dinner, broccoli, chicken, mashed potatoes, all of that, but I don't have the time. What I do have time for is Jack Links every time, every time.
So yeah, Jack Links saved my life.
rounds.
Welcome back, my gamers, to the Jack Link's Wild Side Rumble. I am Becky, also joined here by Epitomes. At that time, I pointed the wrong way. Oh my gosh, I did such a great job earlier in the day pointing the correct direction, and then I had to go and ruin it all then and there. But it's okay. We are brought to you today with the Gaming Stadium to bring you some high-action, spicy Valorant gameplay. What have we seen so far, and what are we about to see, Epitomes? Walk us through it.
I mean, our first one, that was best of 3. It went to map 2, and map 2 looked like it was going to overtime. It looked very close there, but Elysium just cinched it out in a nick of time and are able to 2-0 Pugstars to make it into the next section of the bracket and to go against, I still can't say this name. Yes, it is technically TLC, but the name that they wrote down in our bracket is Tseal. Like pterodactyl, and I'm not sure how to say it.
Well, I mean, we could just start calling them the pterodactyl seals.
True.
Oh, they are steam seal. Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, see, the seal gets me. The Tseal gets me.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're meaning by that pterodactyl sort of situation, but we're getting right into this action, and we're starting off on Bind. I mean, if we were worried that we weren't going to see a Bind after our first series, we are going to see it right here, right now, and we didn't actually get to see Elysium go to Bind last series, but, I mean, starting off here, I think we're in for a treat because they did a fantastic job playing this Raze on Ascent, actually, and now being able to play it on Bind, like, Bind is just a great place for Raze to roam, so I'm excited to see what Thick is going to bring to the table with this agent pickup going into this map. Talk us through the differences between these two team compositions that have been locked in.
Well, it's really interesting here because we did see someone lock in the Astra, and post-nerf Astra is definitely a different type of beast, but I think you're definitely going to see a lot of combination utility since you do have that Astra coming out, and her Gravity Well is still a very powerful ability, and I think the only thing comparable to it right now is Fade's Q or her C's, and since she can sort of try and grab someone with it, you know, to keep them in place. It's the same thing that Astra's Gravity Well does, and you can kind of toss a nade in there or something else and just keep them there and stunned, so they have to take the majority or the brunt of the damage from any util that they can throw. And the difference is here they have Brim on the side of Elysium, and I think Brim is a really nice agent, especially on Bind, because it's such a small map, and since Brim has a very limited range, he really thrives on these small maps because his smokes come out so quickly and they last for so long, which is such a powerful tool on this defense. Now, oh, look at this.
Oh, a nice start, though, in combination that Raze utility alongside that Breach stun as well. Does spell the end for Big there. We did get a little bit of a trade out, though, so 1-for-1 so far. Tseal at least losing a little bit there as well. Charisma going to take a bit of damage from those paint shells as well, but not looking too rough here. Those Astral Clouds are going to go out, but the blinds come across, and Charisma just barely isn't able to finish any of those players off, though. K-Rose trying to get in on this action as well, able to take out Bones there. 2v3 situation now for the side of Elysium, trying to get onto this B site and try and get these final Steam Seal remaining players. And so far, so good. K-Rose to pick up one, Crescent to even us up to a 1v1, Headhunter in hand, 4 shots for it as well. So potentially going to be in a better situation somehow, just not taking damage from that dog, but is getting concussed, doesn't know where Renz is, and thankfully, because of that, Renz able to get a nice headshot to finish that one up for Steam Seal.
Yeah, let's call them Steam Seal. That seems a lot easier than trying to pronounce the T. But now they're able to get a buy-up. And I think Elysium, we were talking about how when Fig was on Ascent with the Raze, there was a little bit of that overextension, a little bit of the overheating, and I think we saw it again here. Because even though Raze does have that mobility and quick escape, it's not as reliable as what you might see from a Reyna or a Jett. So unable to escape in that situation after not securing a kill at all was really detrimental to them, and they lost the control of Hookah entirely since both of those players went down. But now Quick teleports in from Elysium to try and take control of B short. Ali is able to find one despite the Nova Pulse coming through from Tseal, and the rotations are also going out now.
I mean, so far so good. Bones trying to get a bit of damage, but is taking quite a bit at the exact same time. Crescent, though, able to do a little bit of a rotation to safety. Only one bullet in that Headhunter. Isn't able to connect it with the ZK's head there. Instead, ZK actually the one to pick up that shot, and a little bit of damage onto Jonah, but not too rough there. Ren's with a nice little double swing there, and is going to be able to do a little bit of healing for the side of Tseal here. The bomb is going to be able to go down too, and the two members are remaining for Elysium. Classics in hand. A rough situation, especially when Bones is just there to blaze down with that Spectre. Picks up one onto Bones, but Jonah to finish off that final one. And Tseal definitely making this go the nice 1-2 punch that we're used to seeing in Valorant.
I'm always a little bit critical of the Breach because I think Breach has his niches, and I would say that those are Split and Fracture, so seeing him being used on both Ascent as well as Bind raises my eyebrows a little bit here. But I think they found a very strong pick with the Sky because she has some info gathering abilities, but she also has a really powerful heal on that Overgrowth. So she's able to bring her teammates back to full even if there's a little bit of chip damage that comes out of the utility that Raze brings to the table. And now here's the C's trying to combo it with the paint shells like we pointed out in a few rounds prior, and it just does not connect onto Bones.
And I mean, thankfully Bones able to make it to safety, still holding on to a lot of that utility still as well. Anderson has thrown out that trademark to catch potential rotations from the defensive side and will potentially find the chamber here in just a second as well, setting up that rendezvous to make sure that this peek out can go in their favor. Doesn't hit the shot. It's actually K-Rose to get the first shot, but thankfully it is a peek into a lot of members of Tseal. Thick able to grab a nice one right back, and another before the crowd descends. Charisma there to back up Thick and shore up that kill onto Jonah as well. That's why you use the buddy system and keep your team together. Elysium put themselves into an advantageous 4v1 position.
No buddy system on Charisma, but he's able to connect the headshot, and just like that, Elysium are able to find their first round. Basically what you expect though, since they did have the buy up here. But the positive here is K-Rose now has Nightfall, and even though it has only been 3 rounds, already having that ultimate is so powerful for these retake situations. And it's also a situation where the enemy team now has full rifles as well. So if they're able to back off of these sites and play together for a retake rather than die one by one on the take, but it seems like they want to get aggressive. Crescent's trying to find one. Anderson's going to go on trade the clone kill onto the chamber, and Ali trades that one back, but losing both chambers in the first few seconds of the round means the flanks can be wide open here.
Ooh, but a nice utility kill coming out from Charisma, followed up by K-Rose. The aggression that is coming out from these members, hanging on to this A site. Tseal potentially wasn't anticipating this many members to be on this A site, especially when they tried to previously push B, and there were a lot of agents on that site as well. And now ZK trying to go for this little peek, finds the success onto that kill with Charisma, but Ali once again, the absolute double play that we are seeing from Elysium here is just doing some fantastic work. Oh, the Haunt is going to be able to make known Jonah here. Unfortunately, the turnaround from Jonah nicely finds that headshot onto Thig, holding it all down. Bomb in hand, has to try and make it all happen. 1v2 situation, but with a lot of damage onto K-Rose here. We could be in a great position if we also weren't bitten by that little Prowler doggo.
Unfortunate situation because, I mean, good near sight from Kairos, a nice combo of utility. I mean, that's also the strength of taking down the chamber early, being able to just lurk right back up and through that long position and flush out any attackers wanting to play post plant from those safer positions. And now they have left their spike in spawn, trying to figure out where they want to go, running back and forth through cave and just trying to figure something out. It seems like they're posturing towards that A site, considering they have that trademark placed down in B short, trying to flush out any of those defenders wanting to go for a quick flank through market.
High ground almost catches Anderson off guard here. Misses a shot with the headhunter, but is at least safe with his life. So not too rough here. Satchels to push Bones out of Showers to safety. Not getting caught up by that orbital strike. The Molly is going to push back relentlessly onto the side of Tseal. You cannot come into this shower. It is just
what?
Oh, Crescent. Okay. I mean, okay, yeah, trying to get a little up close with the shorty, rendezvous to safety, okay. We didn't see that, none of us saw that. Let's go back to the shower action that is happening over towards A site. Shots trying to come out and find damage, but it's actually going to be Thig to finally secure a kill towards that other short side of A, and just really making it difficult for the side of Tseal to get on to any one of these sites. And Crescent, the solo player, or well, alongside Kairos, holding down this B site and trying to make sure that they can get some safety. Oh, gets up close and personal again with the shorty and manages to find a kill, thankfully, to trade back and grab another kill onto Jonah to grab vengeance for Kairos. 2 players remain for Tseal. Lighter weaponry, but trying to keep it all together, avoid the concussions, hear the jump in from this raise, and that is going to be a nice start, at least picking up a 1, but it's not going to be enough, and Elysium grabbed themselves a 3rd round in a row.
Flash out from defender spawn and swing onto site, really well coordinated, and they were just set up really well for these trades. So Elysium, they're playing, I think, to the top of their game. They still have 3 ultimates available. Thig has almost gotten himself the showstopper as well, so they are in a pretty good position. But on the other side, Tseal, they are now on their bye round, and they have so many ultimates to work with. Anderson can even possibly pick up an ult orb in either Showers or C or B long, which seems like where they're going to be postured to get just that entire scoreboard lit up with those ultimates. But now Crescent out of position because of that boom bot, and now the rendezvous is not fast enough. Here is the showstopper trying to find some damage. Oh my gosh, before the teleporter doors close, it's able to find 1. Thig is so low, so much utility being thrown at the doors and just spammed through, and he's just standing still. Oh my gosh, what in the world?
I wish there was a way we could get a whole replay of that round because it went so fast. Elysium maybe trying to just get either Tseal is being just like so aggressive and it just caught Elysium off guard, and then they tried to be as aggressive right back and it just did not end up going their way. And Bones being able to pick up, oh my gosh, the moment that I saw Ali come through that teleporter, I was like, oh no, the showstopper is just not, oh, this is so rough for the side of Elysium. Tseal do pick themselves up another round to even us up to a 3v3. They try to go for the same use of utility from Bones and this breach as well, and it's just not able to connect this time. Crescent being a little bit smarter and not playing as aggressive to get punished this time.
Yeah, they're definitely playing safer after that last round. Crescent is able to take down Anderson, spots the little head of Bones, and is able to find that one as well. Nice shot. Incredibly cut and dry, just like the beef jerky that we are snacking on during this game.
I love it. Chef's kiss so much. And a 3rd kill, and 8 Jerky punch.
Player standing.
Oh my gosh, Crescent on a rampage with this tour de force. Last shot is gonna finish it off. Now just a headhunter tries to go for the ace, and ZK says, how about no? Instead, I'm gonna try and get onto this site. I know that it's gonna be a rough one, but if I find one more buddy system, though, continuing to work for Elysium, who get themselves that 4th round off of the 4K coming out from Crescent on this chamber.
You know when someone does something really well on the internet, people will be like, you ate that up.
Yeah, finish the pun. Just like we're eating up beef jerky from Jack Links. Thank you, Jack Links. Jerky pun count going up to 9.
We're doing incredibly well with the jerky puns, I think.
We're doing phenomenal, and Tseal has got to be doing a phenomenal job trying to get this utility out as quickly as possible, because Elysium are starting to learn. They're setting up their utility. They're getting as aggressive in hookah as we've seen Tseal get the last few rounds, and we've just got to be seeing this back and forth from util from both of these teams, and now we're at a little bit of a stalemate. They used both of those fault lines, counteracted back and forth, and now they're just they're sitting, waiting, patient from the defensive side to spot some heads and try to click them at the same time. So far, so good here, as Tseal have decided some of the aggression that we were doing was and wasn't working out, so we're gonna try and have a little bit of a different strategy here as the Prowler able to gather a little bit of information, but that is gonna go ahead and start to be the go move for the side of Tseal, who take care of that haunt before it's able to tag anybody up, but they're going to throw in some of this sky utility onto site. They're trying to pop up, see if we can spot somebody out, but it's not going to be enough to spot Bones from the side, who makes sure that that showstopper will not be stopping the show that is the Tseal show.
Oh my gosh, there's just no information and absolutely no vision on those two players that were dancing inside of Tube and in that little pocket right on site, and now they have to try and make this happen with no ultimates and a player deficit. Fortunately, that Nightfall expended too early and just unable to find that player. Kairos, though, with the Haunt is able to find 2, and now it's all left up to Crescent. Spam down. Oh my god! What was that? The Headhunter is able to secure that last kill, and he's also able to get the defuse for a 5th round for Elysium.
Holy smokes! Okay, first off, K-Rose getting the tag and kill with that haunt, and then beautifully following it up with a nice turn to knowing where Bones was, getting 2. Because both of those players, 2v4 situation, had to be able to pick up 2 kills. So K-Rose gets his 2. And then all of a sudden Crescent is like, okay, I also know where somebody is from the information, likely from K-Rose screaming over the comms, and just has to make sure that the switch from Operator to Headhunter is super clean, and it is. And now they forced Tseal back onto a save round across most of their players. Hero rifles for the Bones and Jonah, who have a Phantom and Vandal between them, respectively.
I mean, now neither of these teams have any ultimates available, and none of them are even close, but what a flick from Crescent. You might say that his aim is a little bit jerky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll stop.
That one wasn't as clean, but it was still very good. I mean, where does the term flick come from anyway? Like, why couldn't we say that it's a jerk? I guess they both sound kind of weird, so I'm not really a big fan of either of them. But regardless, the turn and burn coming from Crescent in that round is extremely clean. We are on a little bit of a tech pause here, so we're just kind of seeing the sights of mind right now as we wait for our players to get all resituated and reconnected into this game and make sure that we don't run into any potential snafus if Tseal is down a member here. Oh my gosh, I also am having to catch my breath too after that one, because that was so clean. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was just incredible shot from Crescent there. It was just really nicely played on that retake, and I was kind of doubting them a little bit because of how early that Nightfall was used. None of the players were in position, and it didn't really catch most of the site. It was really only across that front site, so I thought they didn't have enough information to start that retake, but the Haunt incredibly well placed to ping out that one player and swing over because there was a player that killed someone that was walking in through Defender's spawn. The info gathering. Look at the moves, look at the plays.
There's something else to be said for, you know, that there has to be so much communication happening from these teams. And I have to admire for a second, as somebody who didn't really start playing a lot of FPS games until like my later years in life, my reaction time, one, to things that I see visually, and two, to things that I'm hearing, just I don't have it. I admire so much that Crescent was probably listening to somebody on the team just like yelling out directions of where people were remaining, and is able to like transfer that from what he's hearing to, okay, I have to aim here. And it's beautiful. It's lovely to see. And I mean, what's not lovely to see is that we have a player that is disconnected. We're trying to get it situated. So we're just kind of doing a little bit of buffer, doing a little bit of talk. I see that most of you people in chat have figured out that we are giving away 2 $25 Valorant gift cards. So if you're interested in joining and being a part of that giveaway, go ahead, ! Gift card, to get involved in that if you haven't already. And if you're interested in another giveaway that JackLinks is putting together, then you're going to want to go to tgs.gg/JackLinks, and JackLinks is giving away a brand new PS5 and a month's supply of beef jerky. Unbeefleavable. I don't. That one doesn't count as a jerky pun because I didn't write that one. I didn't. Oh, okay. But we, you know, okay. I'll take it. We can go ahead and put it up.
Every time you say it, it counts as a different jerky pun. Oh my god! Shut that last round.
Crescent, did you fall asleep? Huh?
Crescent was thinking about his life for a second.
Crescent was thinking about
my life?
Beef jerky. I don't know what. Okay, it's okay, Crescent. Thankfully, you've got K-Rose to back you up. Unfortunately, K-Rose is about to get the nastiest flank from Anderson. Isn't even ready for where Anderson is coming from. Takes out Ollie as well. Charisma now is trying to get in it. Big as well. Nice little satchel. Gets one secured onto Renz, and now they have the bomb still. Anderson was not able to pick up the bomb and is in a 1v2 situation. You have to imagine the crossfire that's going to be coming out from these two remaining players.
Oh no.
It's going to make it that much more difficult. Elysium just forgot how to use an operator going into this round, and oh my gosh, Anderson, if we can just continue to jiggle peek, we can maybe make it happen. Except for the thing doesn't have an operator. Still remembered how to use a Vandal. Finally finds that kill. And Elysium get a 6th round. Oh,
I love the way that Charisma tossed that operator after he was done with it. He was like, don't give this gun to me.
I don't want
it anymore. I mean, after that last round Crescent had, we were hyping him up for the entire break, and then the first thing he does after we get back into the break is like shoot in between Bones' legs. I'm pretty sure that's what he was doing.
Not like this. Head in hands, and just like that, Tseal said, okay, we didn't do so good.
Redemption.
Yeah, redemption. Tseal said, we don't want to mess with hookah anymore. We're not going towards that side of the map. Let's try A side. And just like that, Elysium has made a great little recalibration as well. Crescent also said, you know what? I don't want to mess around with hookah. It's a little bit jinxed for me right now. I just missed the shot of a lifetime. And I'm going to go ahead, move over towards A site, and now is postured up in a much safer position.
And now Crescent, that first blood definitely was redemption. I think they're trying to bait out some rotations from the attackers, or not even trying to bait it out. They're just straight up putting down smokes, flashing through and trying to get onto that site. But oh no, Renz is going to be taken down by the paint shells, and they are left up to 2. Bones with Zeke right next to him. Is there much they can do? They're just sitting in the sky smokes right now, and Bones definitely spots one, but the wall penetration on that Vandal is just that much better. And now it's left up to Zeke.
Yeah.
Only got a sheriff.
Gonna have to really hope for a dream to come out here. Could potentially scoot over, grab one of those guns, but it still may not quite be enough. And I think you maybe just rather hope to just land the headshots of a lifetime with the sheriff. Oh! And so far, so good! Almost able to grab another one, but it's not quite enough. Hit potentially one body shot there, but big with the 3K. Gets Elysium their 7th round. Oh my, okay. So the thing that we have to mention as well is the team composition that Elysium have brought. You brought it up with the C's that comes out from the Fade and how it allows for this vulnerability to be put onto players. And that can also work very nicely with the paint shells, can work very nicely with the brimstone molly, also can work pretty well with an aftershock or something coming out from charisma. Just extra things to really add this little bit of oomph to the damaging abilities that are coming out from something like that brimstone and that raise that is working out very, very nicely for Elysium and forcing Tseal to play in some really awkward positions.
Oh, and now this is a really explosive entry from Tseal. They take out the Showstopper as well as the Cosmic Divide. Jonah weaving in and out of that Cosmic Divide as well as be avoiding that Orbital Strike completely. It was meant to clear out U-Haul, but Bones just went aggressive and was able to find a lot of picks off that. They even took out the Nightfall and really netted them nothing. But Ali is able to find 1. Bones finds 3 as well, though. And now they've made it a 1v1 situation. It's Controller versus a Duelist, and Bones just gonna clutch it out here with the 4K as well as the plant money. Team Tseal, they keep them off that 8th round.
Yeah, so far anyway, though there is a chance for it still for Elysium. A ton of ultimates expended to try and keep that last round in check for both teams. And now we are looking at just Jonah on this breach with the Rolling Thunder, and Crescent does have that Tour de Force. That last Tour de Force that we did see Crescent pick up was equated into a 4K. So certainly something to watch and something that I'm sure we're going to be seeing be popped right here, right now. I don't know, unless we see some crazy things happen for the side of Tseal. I doubt that we're going to be seeing any ultimates other than that Rolling Thunder come out. And now Crescent gets to play this really aggressive angle shot to come out as well. Rolling Thunder does allow for that rendezvous away. The concussion means that they will fall alongside Bones jumping in. The decay is on to this raise, but it's just not enough kills onto the board from the side of Tseal, who have exploded onto the side. Bones is awake. Bones is finding shots. Ali getting a little bit of action right back before falling, and Tseal actually bring us to a 5-7 half.
I swear, Bones has come alive during these last few rounds. Realized that it's their attacking half. Bones was on the attack, and he was like, oh, I'm a duelist. This is supposed to be where I shine, and went completely ham, especially that 4K clutch in the last half, just chef's kiss from him. And now we switch over to this defensive side, and the difference in the team comps, I'm not really sure if you think that maybe this Sky and the Astra is going to be better on the defense, because Brim having that smaller range, it's a little bit harder for him to be able to reach all those different corners of the map, but they also come down a lot faster and last a lot longer.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting thing as well. They do have the extra, or the difference in initiator here, as there's a little 1-for-1 trade that's potentially a little messy to happen here to start things off. The blind as well as the Hans from Fade can do a lot of work, but continuing this 1-for-1 trade train as Ali finally breaks it and picks up 3 kills into this round, and continuing to kind of play duelist for the side of Elysium, who lost Big pretty early on and now is pushing in through elbow and trying to come from around. And I don't know, ZK seems to have an idea of it, and some shots missed. Ali pushing back, Bones to come from around, and finally even that up shots. And running through the teleporter does mean that they will be able to get onto A site, pushing from different directions, but they should be able to get it down safely before Tseal rotate all the way around.
That's a pretty slow rotation from Tseal so far. They don't have any utility left over, so there really is no way to isolate any angles here. And you can see that breach position for the concussion is not able to find the first. And oh, nice shot from Zeke to find that second one onto Crescent. And Tseal taking that first pistol round now have the possibility of making it a 7-7 scoreline with the buy up in this next one.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that the chances of that happening are pretty good. They were able to do it in the first round, so they should be able to kind of copy it going into this side as well and get us to an even 7-7 before Elysium have a really fair chance at rebuttal. It's interesting to see there's such a emphasis on utility for the side of Elysium's team composition that I also just have to wonder that maybe they're just not a team composition that really comes alive until the third round when they can fully commit a ton of utility round after round again. And Jonah getting into an aggressive position on this long angle to go for that fault line is going to allow to get tagged up a little bit with Anderson as well, though Anderson does have that rendezvous to move back towards a safe spot. Thig is going to be able to pick up that ult orb off that push as well.
Hunter not going to secure the kill. There is a little bit of an awkward interaction happening in Hookah though. Jonah just trying to swing that angle, gets the dink, and Bones actually naded his teammate, but is able to secure the kill there.
It was a distraction!
Exactly! They rotate all the way around though towards this A site, and the judge actually is not enough to secure a kill, but Bones is just waiting in short. Renz as well peeking out from heaven is able to secure the kill onto K-Rose, and now it's just left to one. Fig cannot get anything done, and the Boom Buddy won't get revenge after death.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough, actually. I thought for a moment we were going to see Renz and Jonah in a rough situation when they were both on Spectres, and sometimes from those longer ranges, Spectres don't land quite as true as the Sheriff, so I was like, oh, maybe there is a potential in this 2v2 for Elysium to shore it up, but Tseal able to land those shots very nicely and get themselves an even 7-7, so really starting to come back and come alive in this game. Bones still continuing to find those frags and do what this duelist role should be doing best. Starting off with that boom bot and some shots through the wall, but not quite able to tag anyone up just yet. Some aggressive star placement from this Astra as well is going to block off a lot of damage and potentially make it harder for the side of Elysium to push into this hookah area as well.
Definitely very spread out, and I feel like they are kind of falling into some of the mistakes that they made on Breeze, isolating themselves. The only people that are really playing together are that Fade and Brim, and they're postured very far back, not taking any unnecessary gunfights. Fig now going to back up a little bit and try test the waters out in long. But since there's a lot of utility being used by this Astra currently, they might not have a lot of smokes left for when the push actually starts. That Prowler definitely spots one, and oh, the combat stim to try and get K-Rose out of there, and the damage from the paint shells. Now they're starting this push onto this A site. Bones is able to find one with a shorty, but K-Rose trades that one back. Still, it's a player advantage for Tseal, but Aftershock taking down Jonah. I don't even know if he noticed that he was standing inside that util, but that allows Elysium to get that spike down.
Oh, Crescent to pick up a nice kill as well and make it a little bit easier for the side of Elysium to keep their lead. Renz with a nice little pop flash, though it is definitely made more difficult by Crescent waiting, watching that angle. The double swing into two members means that Elysium are able to take their lead once more, but now we're going to be looking at a much more even situation here as far as guns are concerned, but we are also, interestingly enough, kind of light armor for a lot of players going into this round.
Yeah, I mean, even Charisma has to stick to that Spectre here, right? So it's a little bit fractured economy because a lot of these kills are being traded back and forth, and it's not really one person that's comboing a lot of kills in a row. But now they are going for a faster push up long, clearing up some space here, and they got spotted out by the guiding light popping and making that noise, but I'm not sure if they still want to keep aggressing here.
Yeah, definitely moving back a bit now, trying to just play this with a little bit more surgical precision. Certainly makes sense when you know that your gun buy is even to your opponents. Your utility starts to matter that much more, so a little bit of a blind to start off, but not quite able to find anyone on this B site just yet. K-Rose does have that haunt in the back pocket if we can figure out exactly where we want to utilize that and gather some information, as Anderson potentially being a little bit too aggressive is the first to be punished by the side of Elysium and get taken down by Fig there.
Got him.
Trailblazer is actually going to be able to connect as well, but the teleport is going to signal a rotation. But there's still players that are sitting on top of that A site. It forces Bones to pop that showstopper and try and go aggressive, finding that first kill. Really nicely done, but not able to find anything more. Now forcing a rotation, and it's just not a coordinated retake for Steam Tseal. It's all left up to one, and doesn't seem like there's much he can do in a 1v4 situation, especially with those two ultimates still available from Elysium. But still going to try and isolate the 1v1s. The first peek just isn't successful, and Fig takes him down.
And I mean, I think that even though you had those two ultimates in the orbital strike or the Nightfall as well as that Rolling Thunder, you're not really looking to utilize them in a 4v1 situation, and instead Elysium is able to hold on to both of them going into this next round. And we've talked about it before in the team composition like this that Elysium has run in the game prior to this. They have that Fade and that Breach, and that combination of the Rolling Thunder with the Nightfall being able to add that vulnerability to people, mark them, as well as make sure that they're just concussed for so long is something that is going to be so difficult for Steam Tseal to really combat if they can get it off without a hitch.
And they're already onto that A site, though. They didn't even need to use any info because of how heavily Hookah was stacked by Steam Tseal. So now they're forced to retake, but at least in this retake they are together. What in the world was that thing? Unfortunately misses that shot, but brings the player down to very low HP. But now the kill feed lighting up red. Bones is going to get some post-mortem revenge with the paint shells, but overall Elysium still get their double digits.
Get their double digits and continue to have just so much money. The credits are so strong for the side of Elysium, and they're not looking too bad for Steam Tseal, but if they lose this round, they're certainly going to be forced onto the back foot again, and that's going to be match point for Elysium should they be able to, should Steam Tseal not be able to get themselves a thrifty round. They'll certainly be able to try, but it is that much more difficult. And we are going to go ahead and try to save as many credits as possible by using the Tour de Force going into this round, but a nice explosive start. Make it! I mean, I already said explosive, but talk about explosive as Fig. Showstopper out once again, finds 2 kills to start this round off, and the bomb is down. Elysium came to play. Jonah to shut Fig down before Fig can go any more crazy. Oh, here we go. This is the combo we were talking about. The Rolling Thunder with the Nightfall. K-Rose finds one off of that marking. Somebody else is marked, and it looks like they potentially could be on the hunt for Jonah here. They know that somebody has to be close, but a nice peek around the corner from Jonah means that Charisma will fall. K-Rose, though, nicely there to tag out, and now the haunt will, make it known that Anderson is there, and K-Rose will find the third one. Elysium get themselves 11 points. I feel like we got to come up with a cute name for the combo of the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall.
Yeah, so the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder, the Falling Thunder.
Okay.
The Rolling Night.
The Night Thunder?
The Night Thunder?
Let us know in chat. What do you think the name should be called? We want to know. Winner, I'll buy you some Jack Links. I don't know. Sure. That's not too bad. Let's go.
You're gonna get some dry beef.
But I mean, the teams that have beef right now are Elysium and Tseal. Tseal able to buy up a little bit going into this round still, despite it being a low on credits, low on armor here, and hoping to be able to get lucky by that B long push. Unfortunately, Elysium have found their stride on this A site and are just continuing to work it on this A site. Bomb down once again, low utility usage since there weren't contested very much here, and we're trying to do some nice satchel peeks, but it's just not enough. Ali finds one. Crescent to do a number onto that Sky as well. Ali picking up a second, and just like this, bodies falling left and right, and it is just up to Anderson now, peeking around these corners and trying to figure out exactly where the remaining Elysium members are. But this is just such a rough situation to be in. 1v3, Haunt to tag up, and the bomb ticking so fast, finds one, but it's just Elysium like clockwork. One member goes down, somebody else from somewhere else peeks out and makes sure that it is not all for naught.
Yeah, I mean, Elysium in the beginning of these rounds, they've really turned up the dial. They've started going really fast, high-octane plays, especially comboing their utility together with either paint shells and the Fade C's, or they use the blast packs as well as a stim beacon in order to get on these sites as quickly as possible. And Tseal, they're not really built to be able to hold that well, especially if you have that chamber on site at any whiff of danger, and if you can't hit the shot, it's just a rendezvous out, and then there's only one more player to deal with. And that is a really strong strategy coming from Elysium, but this time they've decided to go more default, and oh no, not the judge.
The judge to get a swift end to K-Rose. Anderson picking up a one as well. So these lighter gun buys, I mean, if you're able to get the close range of shots, it just doesn't matter. And now they're able to pick up that gun off of K-Rose as well. So Tseal, nice early 2 kills, making this look like it could potentially be a really easy round for them to pick up. But Elysium are not out of it yet and are waiting for some utility to try and figure out if they can get onto this A site that they've had a lot of success with previously. Oh, the pull is just not enough. Crescent and Ali get onto that kill feed and even us up to a 3v3. And just like that, they're onto this A site. Beautiful utility to come out. Unfortunately, that Astra just not as strong as she used to be. Not able to secure it. Molly to try and keep that elbow clear, but it's not enough. Bones pushing forward. Gets Ali, unfortunately, not able to find anyone with that showstopper before Crescent has something with that tour de force to say about it. And now one member remaining for Elysium in Charisma. Shot to make it known where Charisma is, and then the pop flash from Brenz finishing it off. Tseal stay in this game.
They're really trying to set the pace for the series as well. I'm not really sure whose map pick this is, but they really just want that leg up. It's Tseal, right? Okay, so they really need to try and get this map because it might be that they're most comfortable on, the most practiced on, and if they take it to Elysium's map pick, then it is going to be an incredibly unfortunate series of events if the same situation that we see on Bind happens on the next one. So now Tseal, they really have to conserve economy and try and keep this Astra alive because she's got a really important big name ultimate here, and unfortunately that was just a whiff with the paint shells. Zig goes down, Charisma is able to trade onto ZK. Anderson, one more trade back. Elysium have a disadvantage in players, but Ali is going to even that one out, but still back and forth for these players, and Charisma, what in the world? A 4K to close this one out, and Elysium take map 1.
I mean, at the end there, Charisma was like, okay, I know the round before I let my team down a little bit. Hold up, let me secure this 4K and secure us this dub. Beautifully done from Charisma, who's able to bring that one all the way home for Elysium. As you just mentioned, this was Tseal's map pick. So the next map is going to be Breeze, and if we do go to a third map, it will be Haven. And Breeze is kind of interesting because Elysium, as we just saw, played against Pugstars, and Pugstars picked up Breeze, but it was actually Elysium to take it home. It was a 13-11, so it did feel kind of like a map where Elysium is potentially a little bit weaker, but they are definitely warmed up and probably ready to go onto that map. We were also very impressed with how they played on both Breeze and Ascent. Elysium definitely felt like on the attack, where they are going to be starting out for this next map, they have a great sense of just changing it up every single time and keeping themselves unpredictable on the attack. So I'm excited to see if this being their map pick, as well as it being a side where we've previously praised them, is something that they can continue to convert and hold on to going into this next map. Any thoughts that you have from this game or things that Tseal needs to learn and pick up on?
I feel like they need to change their team comp on Breeze, because even though it is the team comp, quote unquote, like just the team comp that everyone uses, I feel like they weren't able to get a lot of value out of that team comp. And I feel like if they maybe switch it up a little bit, play something that's a little bit more of an edge pick, then it might be easier for them to get those rounds on the defense, because even though some things are meta, doesn't mean that you know how to play them well. But Elysium, I trust that they're probably going to find a lot of momentum and stride right at the beginning of Breeze, and in the mid game might start to struggle a little bit as Tseal starts figuring out their strategies, starts reading them a little better and adapting accordingly.
Ooh, it's a little heartbreaking to me. I feel like Thig does such a phenomenal job every time Thig picks up this Raze. Also, I just think Raze is a ton of fun to watch. I think that Raze is the most fun and entertaining agent to see come together and show off beautifully, and Thig's done an amazing job on it so far to date in the matches that we've watched. So I'm a little heartbroken that Breeze is the next map and we're not going to be able to see the return of Thig on the Raze, and we're probably going to see a little bit of a change, not from Thig but Crescent going to that Jet, though I do imagine that we, as you mentioned, will be seeing the same team composition, even though we can cross our fingers and hope that they change it. Maybe Tseal will come with a little bit of a different team composition, or maybe they'll also bring us to yet another mirror match. So for those of you who are joining us in chat, we will be going on to map number 2 after a short break. But if you need something to do during this quick little break, do !gift card in the chat. Get entered into a chance to win a $25 Valorant gift card on today's stream. Or, maybe you also play some other games and you're interested in getting into some more good giveaway action. Go to tgs.gg/jacklinks and then help yourself into being entered into a PS5 and a month's supply of beef jerky coming at you from Jacklinks. Thank you so much to Jacklinks for helping us bring you these giveaways and this lovely tournament. We're going to go to a short break before we bring you map number 2.
Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks Jerky made with 100% beef. Jacklinks presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jacklinks Jerky made with 100% beef.
When it comes to hunger, there's this almost primal feeling inside your stomach, this voice inside you screaming, feed me. That's where Jacklinks, really comes in.
Jacklinks satisfied my hunger cravings by making sure to have every single flavor under the sun that I could ever want in jerky form.
If there's ever a moment that I know I need a snack during those long streams where the people themselves are urging me to keep going, they want more content, I know I can just go ahead and rely on Jacklings, yo.
Yeah, I think there's something in your beard.
Oh, this? One second here. It's my emergency snack whenever I need a little hot and spicy, so. You never know where you're gonna need that emergency kick.
One of these when I'm gaming.
You ever eat crab? You know, like eating crab, it's great, but it's also annoying because you do all this work to get that shell out and then you get the meat. Beef jerky from Jacklings isn't like that.
I could go out and make a whole dinner, broccoli, chicken, mashed potatoes, all of that, but I don't have the time. What I do have time for is Jacklings every time, every time.
So yeah, Jacklings saved my life.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Jacklings Wild Side Rumble. I am Epitomes. I am here with Becky and this is the right way, right? And yes! We will be bringing you map 2 of Elysium versus Tseal.
Perfect. Absolutely nailed it. I was having my little bit of a Jacklings turkey jerky snack as we were coming back in, so I quickly was like, Epitomes, quick, can you bring us in? I'm chewing on some jerky. Please help. And if you're interested in getting yourself some Jacklings as well, jacklings.ca, get yourself some meat snacks so you too can have the meat sweats on these hot summer days. Chef's kiss. Also, if you saw the amazing and beautiful ad that the gaming stadium made for gamers everywhere, who are just in need of a little bit of a snack. If you could see my dog behind me, who's like, I also want in on some of this. Pretty please. You see just like his little eyeballs. He's just like, hello?
Yeah, hello? He's like, can I have a snack?
Can I? Yeah. We could, hold up. Yeah.
He gets a little snack. Oh!
You go, you little snack. You got a little snack. For being a good boy while I'm screaming my computer all day.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been doing a fantastic job, and so have our players. Team Elysium has actually taken down the first map of this series so far today in a pretty. It was a little bit back and forth. And Tseal definitely had some moments where they were coming back into the game, but ultimately, the side of Elysium just they're running hot. They're going extremely hot so far and just showing up very nicely and continuing to do so. And they're going to try to continue to do so with the same team composition that we saw them run on the last series on Breeze.
Oh, yep. There we go. Great team comp, guys.
Good, innovative team comp. Something that we've never seen before.
Very, very creative of you. I am so excited to see how differently Icebox is going to be played with this team comp.
I mean, you know, and okay, the chamber is being hovered. I have to imagine it's going to be locked in. We will be watching yet another mirror match on Breeze, and you know, it's something where we wish we were seeing some differences, but it's so hard. Breeze is such a unique map in its shape that it's really difficult to have a lot of variation in agents when there's only so many agents that have a ton of long-range abilities like the ones that we're seeing here. Like, the flex picks in this, like, personally, I would say, is like maybe sometimes you could go for something that isn't a Viper, but this is just a map where Viper has so much flexibility. Lineups are phenomenal. You get to play so safe with something like the Viper. And so really the big flexibility spot that you end up seeing is something like that KO. But when you're on a map where somebody's going to be locking in Jet, and somebody's going to be locking in Chamber, and you have an agent that can say, no free utility, no free guns for you, in the form of the Bladestorm or the Tour de Force or the Headhunter, you gotta go for it. And so that's kind of why we end up seeing KO so often. And as a result, we're just seeing the same team compositions because, as you mentioned on the last time that we watched this map, solved. Breeze, solved.
It's kind of like Icebox. I think Icebox is actually changing a little bit now, though. But Breeze has always been the same. Like, sometimes you see someone switch, like, maybe a Chamber and Sage on Icebox, but otherwise it's usually the same team comp on that map as well. So, you know, it would be nice to see a little bit of finagling with these team comps, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. So now we have Elysium starting on attack, and attack seems to be really where they thrive on Bind, but now on Breeze they did struggle quite a little bit on their first attacking half when they were up against Pugstars, but now, just going on fully into this B site along with the help of the toxic screen. There's absolutely not a single member of Team Tseal on the site at all, but now the toxic screen has to go down and they're able to at least advance up to this broken wall and try to get something done with the flash on through, but it's just going to delay Team Tseal a little longer.
And a big delay, but they're all going to push in at the exact same time. So a great start to this retake as ZK, Bones, and Anderson. Jonah, you know, everybody, we're almost potentially going to have a team ace situation here, but Thig from downtown tries to take one out. Jonah's actually going to be the one to pick up 2 kills going in to this round. And Team Tseal, they kind of seem to have the pistol rounds ruled. They won the first 2 pistol rounds in the last game, and they, you know, easily after those were able to convert those into buy-ups with these Spectres and continue to hold on to the first 2 rounds. So they kind of had these ones on lock, but Elysium were still able to win the last one. So do they really matter? Is it really a situation where they're in a dire strait because of not being able to win these pistol rounds? We'll find out. In the last game that Elysium played, those pistol rounds did matter. And so potentially on Breeze, a map where Elysium feels kind of at home, but is potentially, as we mentioned, a little bit weaker, this could be a situation where starting to win these pistol rounds is going to matter as Bones gets aggressive, held on to just a Sheriff going into this round, and so that could potentially spell an early operator for the next round.
Interesting, true. Bones, well, finding that second kill, that's definitely going to beef up the economy for this Jet player. Crescent is trying to trade back, trying to be the Jet diff here, and still not able to connect. Bones finally gets taken down though, and Ali takes down 2, but it's just not going to be enough here.
All right, yeah, that conversion going very well for Team Tseal, and on top of it, Bones picking up that many kills. There it is. Oh, all right. I guess we won't go for the operator. I got so excited. I think we saw Bones buy up the operator and be like, oh, I have no shields if I do this, and then decided, you know what? I guess we'll go for the Vandal into this one. We're seeing a little bit of kind of finagling as far as funds are concerned, trying to make sure that if Bones can't buy up into an operator this round, potentially Ren's next round with 4.3k in the bank right now, we'll be able to get that little bit of interest and be able to convert that into a operator for that Jet in the next round. Anderson, though, on just a Marshall, actually able to find that first kill. Ali not going around that corner to peek with Crescent is going to be a little bit punished here and does fall there.
This is just not looking good for Elysium. This is their rifle round, and it's a flawless for Team Tseal. What in the world happened there? They were just... What?
Did we let our cats on the keyboards, or what just happened here?
Oh, do we let our cats on the keyboards? I mean, they all got so isolated right at the beginning, and they were able to pick them off one by one. Because I guarantee if they were all together, then it would have been almost impossible to be able to get those kills without being traded out, especially if it's like a double swing, and the enemy team only has Spectres and Marshals, and you have actual Vandals across long ranges, then it would have been so much easier. But now Bones, early mid-control, really nice here, dancing on over that castle wall, and now they've brought it down to 2 on Elysium already. Thig is able to pick up a better rifle after taking down his clone on the enemy team, though, so it's now a 2v4 instead, but they still have to retrieve the spike.
Retrieve the spike, and somebody is watching it in the form of Anderson, who says hello to Ali, and Ali is forced to back off and is being collapsed on by 2 other members of Tseal. So this is a rough situation as ZK, the first to actually collapse onto that. Thig, able to find another kill here, is going back to the safety of those rendezvous, but with everyone remaining on Tseal, coming in for the kill, the nice little distraction recon bolt, able to make that a very easy final kill. And Tseal are off to a phenomenal start on this map.
Now it is once again the buy for Elysium, and they have the tour de force on Thig, so they might be able to, you know, I'm not sure if he should have both the rifle as well as the tour de force active, but it might be possible. Well, he has a tour de force active already. So now they're expending and investing a lot of money into this round. On Tseal's part, they have taken out the Viper's Pit on that B side, and they're trying to make headway into mid. A gunfight with Bones going to tailwind away, but both of them are able to get quite a bit of damage onto each other.
Quite a bit, but not converting it any which way. That damage will stay as there are no healers on either of these squads. Tour de Force is active for Thig, as you mentioned, but this defensive Viper's Pit on this B site from Anderson is going to make it that much more difficult to try and get these long-range angles to really start to work for the side of Elysium. And we're instead just trying to go towards this mid area as Ali first to pick up a kill and punish Bones for being a little bit too aggressive and antsy. We do see that Elysium choosing to try and play just a safer game plan overall. They're trying to play this very slow, very methodical, and so far was going okay, but ZK with this kill onto K-Rose gets that final ult pip and goes for this nullification, and that is going to potentially shut down that chamber ultimate should they decide to go that direction, but as a result they are going to choose to just push on towards this B site. Footsteps have to be heard by Anderson here, who is now going to be able to move and try to just catch the side of Elysium off guard, able to pick up 1 before falling to Christmas.
Ooh. I mean, almost not enough time to pick up that spike, but Crescent just making headway in mid with the operator. Jonah is going to take down 1, but it's 1 HP on this chamber, and Thig has got the super op or the tour de force in his hands, so 1 mistimed peek and Jonah goes down. I mean, a breath of air could take down this man, and there are 2 operators in play. Thig now taking down Jonah, and the last 2 players are able to secure it out and clutch 1 round on the board for Elysium.
And this could be the start of something beautiful in a comeback here. We are going to be able to buy somebody else out to K-Rose because we do have knives for Crescent. Or no, we don't have knives for Crescent. Sorry, I'm looking at the ready for Charisma and thinking that is... we're one away from being able to knife up, but it looks like through the economy of the friends, we're able to buy for the full team and continue to keep this ball rolling. Unfortunately, the shot does go through the wall, so it's not going to be death for Crescent, and patience will be rewarded as Elysium are able to gather first blood into this round.
Now, A-site completely open. Possible they want to start pushing now. but they're waiting for their players to get into position. They don't have any control of halls though, so they're gonna have to be careful of mid as well as bridge and doors. Some shots spammed on through as that null command is popped, trying to pinpoint exactly where that location is coming from. The shock darts get a little bit of damage as well down onto the site, and oh, they're even gonna secure a kill onto Charisma. Oh my god, it's the Viper Molly plus the shock dart combination once again that took down that KO. And unfortunately, it is now a 3v3 with Crescent low HP. DK getting flashed a little bit by his own flash here, but Ali playing incredibly far back, not going to let anyone go for that defuse, and Crescent is just holding it down. The lineup is gonna miss, and Renz, what was that? 3K from him. It's gonna be close, but the defuse swings away a Steam Seal.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. I mean, oh, just barely not able to make it to gathering up that operator either. Thankfully, though, the economy for Steam Seal not looking too bad, so they'll be able to buy one up for Jonah anyway. Holy smokes, give Renz a raise in this situation. A phenomenal 1v3 off the back of Ali. Unfortunately, also missing that lineup. The beautiful headshot to finish off Crescent as well. Phenomenal job, and you have to wonder, can Elysium start to bring it back here?
Oh, right after you say that, Crescent going aggressive and missing the blades in the Blade Storm, but Kairos at least secures that trade onto Bones, so they don't have to worry about the threat of an enemy Blade Storm into this round. But now picking up the spike, they're going to try and aggress towards that A site. Charisma has crept up all the way to elbow, is going to try and find some information on the site, but the 0 point already thrown at the beginning of the round has not netted anything. So here's Kairos coming in with the Owl Drone instead. The Owl Drone destroyed pretty immediately though. Charisma now going to try and aggress onto the site with their duelist gone. Throws that fragment nade to keep them at bay. And Metro Kairos taking that spike and trying to get it down. Do the shock darts land though? They do, and once again, Renz just going incredibly huge. And Anderson in a good position.
You know, it's something that I feel like you have to expect on a map like Breeze, but also it's such a large map that a lot of the time you're not thinking about somebody coming from the flanking area. And if your trademark doesn't spot it out, what are you gonna do? How do you know? You can't just constantly have somebody dedicated to watching the flank, or you can, but then you're going to get caught from a different angle because this map is so large. And just like that, Steam Seal continue to hold on to their lead at 6-1 here, and the economy looking shaky for Elysium here.
You know, that's why you have Cypher. Then he can sit on his cam on site all round and just stare at the flank.
You're like, please, Cypher!
I'm trying to push the Cypher meta. I don't even like Cypher, but I want some difference from the Chamber since he only has one trademark now. He's not as effective for the flank watches on such a big map. But now it's another trade back and forth, or they tried to trade some shots back and forth, but Bones once again on top of this wall, able to find one. Kairos with that Marshall finding another. But it's still going to be a player advantage for Steam Seal as Bones evens out those numbers. And one shot right through those boxes to get that tailwind online once again. And now it's just Ali with a Viper's Pit and a Dream. No spike in his control either. Maybe able to get a good lurk out, but in the tunnel's position, Anderson can definitely hear the steps through tunnel and takes him down.
Bones is just getting to be so aggressive, and I think that Elysium needs to start anticipating some of the aggression coming out from Bones, because Bones was able to be so aggressive, literally jump up into vision of 3 members of Elysium, and they were also getting op shots from other directions, so it makes sense that it was taking a little bit of time to kind of pinpoint exactly where Bones was, but it was still a situation where maybe we just need to, if you're Elysium, take this moment, take this time out, and understand where the aggression is coming from, and try to simply just play that patient game. The one win that they have under their belt is from playing a patient strategy, and maybe that's all they need to do. Play a patient strategy, try to get their wins where they can, and just wait to move on to that defensive side where we know that they're stronger from the previous game that we saw Elysium play on this map.
Yeah, Elysium definitely struggle on the attack side on Breeze, and they just really need a holdout here. But in this timeout, they're probably talking about neutralizing that threat from mid, which is mostly just Bones updrafting, getting onto a higher position, and being able to connect all of those shots, and maybe even just aggressing as a team, hitting one of those sites, and like just choose a site and hit it, because when they are together, they are a much stronger force, since they know how to trade off each other incredibly well. And maybe it's worth losing out on a little bit of info and leaving just like one player to lurk and stop rotations rather than defaulting almost every single round.
And just like that, Recon Bolt to start off, followed up by this Owl Drone trying to check and continues to clear out all of this mid area. They're going to spot out with that 0 point, this Viper towards this A hallway, and we are kind of seeing yet again this kind of a estranged push from the side of Elysium. They are slowing down, and it looks like Tseal are choosing to rein in some of their aggression that we've been seeing from the previous rounds as a result of potentially anticipating that after the timeout.
Backing off a little bit from mid once again, it's such a stalemate on both sides right now. All is simply quiet on the Western Front, and Jonah holding really cheeky angles with this operator as well. They're so hesitant to peek, and it's going to be Crescent who tries and takes that first duel and is going to lose out. The rendezvous to try and get out. The Hunter's Fury still spamming down that same spot where Anderson was previously standing.
Yeah, that's a great start to this once again for Tseal, who have been doing a great job of picking up these long-range kills. Thankfully, that flash did make it difficult to shore those further kills up. Charisma picks up a second one as Renz finds a kill with that Hunter's Fury. We are at an even standpoint in 3v3 here, but Elysium do have this Viper's Pit down as well as the bomb, so it's going to make it that much more difficult for the side of Tseal to get into this site and get something happening. A lot of utility going out to try and get themselves onto site, but a nice early kill onto Bones, who's trying to get some aggression onto this site. Punished by Ali. Third kill picked up by Charisma before Renz is able to get that vengeance on board. Only one remaining force, Team Tseal, and moving in means the K-Rose can find that final kill and second round for Elysium.
Elysium finally getting that second round, and I think it was largely thanks to that Viper's Pit, because that entry onto the B site was abysmal. I mean, Crescent just dry peeks the angle without any flashes or anything, and Jonah opts it. And I know it's a gamble on whether or not there is going to be that operator player sitting on the B site, but it's still, I feel like it's much safer to be able to flash it, because this isn't a team comp where you can heal up damage. And it was just, I think, a little slow to the trigger as well, not knowing whether or not to activate that tailwind so that you can quickly escape in case you miss a shot. But now they're trying a quick execute onto the A site instead, and they're actually shutting down that flank through halls as well very quickly with the help of Sky's operator, and so many kills swinging the way of Elysium all of a sudden. And what a shot as well onto Jonah. Now all left up to Renz.
And just like that, Renz has been able to clutch up some nice situations previously, and that's a great start. Unfortunately, Charisma from the other angle. They're back to this buddy system that we've praised Elysium for, and we'll see if playing this way is enough to get themselves these last 2 rounds before the half.
I don't think it's a bad thing if they do start conditioning Steam's Tseal to get conditioning them into thinking that they're going to do the same thing every round. Fast, explosive pushes on either site, but you can see them pinging on the map now. I think they want that mid wall that we saw in that last matchup between Pugstars and Elysium, and they're going to try and go for some aggressive pushes through mid, cut off the vision for, oh, never mind, not that mid wall from Viper. Instead, it's the toxic screen onto the B side, and we have those players that are just creeping up through tunnels. Renz is able to find 2 though. Big is able to find 1 more. I called him thigh. I'm absolutely thinking about meat right now. Oh my gosh! I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to recover, but I mean, oh my goodness, Elysium aren't thinking about me. They aren't thinking about anything but getting themselves some dubs into this round, and they're able to do it. Big, not thigh, is able to pick up 2 beautiful kills at the start. Was nicely traded out by Renz, but the rest of the team follow up on that difference of aggression from an angle that they haven't seen Elysium start to come at before. Beautifully coming into this, that's the stuff that we've been seeing from Elysium, where we've seen them have success, these switch ups in strategies on attack, and something that is starting to help them get some rounds and dubs back under their belts as Ali, beautiful kill onto Bones, who is trying to get a little bit frisky onto that hall area.
It's a trade back and forth. I think they're trying to go for this res onto that KO, but it's just not in the cards right now, out in the open, and they are so far away. Jonah still peeking down halls with the headhunter. Going to try and find something more. Rendezvous, there is potential for one, but they hear the drop down from Bridge, and it's a pop flash out. Nice shot from Charisma as well to secure that 5th round. And just when we thought that Elysium were basically giving up here on this attacking side, they were 7-1, but they get 4 rounds in a row in a very dominant manner. And now they're 7-5. It's a 2-round differential, and if Elysium can perhaps try and get the first pistol round as well as the buy-up, then they can get a tied score. And this is kind of what we saw in the last Breeze map as well, right? Where they were down 7-5, but as soon as they switch over the half, they get a few more rounds.
I know, that's just a bad time to... I saw a meat snack moment, and I was like, now I'm thinking of meat too. I mean, I am proud of Elysium for this moment. If they're able to get a pistol round, they have struggled to get pistol rounds, though, in this specific matchup against Team Tseal. So if there's a time where Team Tseal can start to get a few rounds back into their favor, it certainly would, by my anticipation, be this pistol round.
A lot of mid control coming out really early from Elysium. They've already cleared out the entirety of B, and even though that toxic screen is down there, they're not going to be fooled by this. So now they have a really nice pinch on these attackers, and the players that are in Bridge are just not engaging. They're letting them push up, but this is also incredibly risky. Kairos finding that first blood onto Anderson, that eliminates the risk of lineups in a post plant. Charisma's is able to secure a 2nd and Ali a 3rd. ZK just trying to spam down the shots through Hall, but Charisma and Ali, such patience, such coordination from Elysium make this pistol possible.
Wow, I'm absolutely... Okay, I love what you said about the denial of those lineups. By going for like this long flank with 3 members on a pistol round and just being like, okay, we're not going to worry about any utility that you're going to throw at us while we try to go for a defuse if we just spend a lot of resources to come from this kind of unintuitive angle. And Elysium, they're trying to prove me wrong. They said, you know what, pistol rounds? Maybe not our strongest, but where we are strong is our strategies. and they're able to use those strategies to get themselves this first round. And now they have a little bit of a buy up. Bones does have this buy in this Marshall, and it's potentially going to be able to get some nice early range shots because we've been very impressed with what we've been seeing from Bones here. So it'll be exciting to see how that converts. But the first nice shot to come out is actually from Crescent onto Anderson. A nice headshot, and they've been able to pinpoint at least one member of the defensive side, but not being able to convert it to a kill. So a nice little trade back there as K-Rose takes a little bit of damage, and Jonah's kind of forced to watch this nest area.
Creeping up through tunnels now. K-Rose definitely spots them, but 10 HP on K-Rose. Dig is there to trade for the teammate though, but Bones just trades it right back. Dig, can he secure the shot with the Headhunter or the Spectre? And it's neither that can confirm the kill. But Charisma with a 2K here from tunnels bring Elysium back into the round. The flash connects as well onto Bones. He's trying to watch something, but still has to pick up this spike. There's no direct sight lines onto it. The shoulder of Charisma peeks out. Bones peeks back into the main and just tries and baits out a shot with the plant. But Charisma is very far on the flank. And Ali, once again, such patience, just waiting. Charisma takes the swing. And a 3K for the KO means a 7th round for Elysium, means a tied score for this map.
Wow. I mean, and Elysium have been able to win the last 6 rounds in a row. So something starting to click for them, and they're all bringing it back together. This is a round where we are going to see a buy-up from Tseal, so it's going to be a rougher situation for the side of Elysium, but we have seen them get some impressive thrifty rounds before, so if there's a potential for them to pull it out, it would be here for them. And now Tseal kind of going for a different strategy. They placed this Viper wall very early, so it is pretty obvious that they're pushing on towards this A site. And a lot of Elysium have already postured towards this angle as a result of it. And Big getting a nice early kill onto Anderson here.
I really like this early aggression as well. They're trying to get the early flanks in once again, and I don't think they're going to suspect that they're going to jump out of halls so early.
Ren's with this owl drone to try and gather a little bit of information. A ZK, nice shot onto Charisma, allowing for this push in from Bones onto this side. Fragment grenade, also going to be able to pick up a kill. 2 in the pocket for ZK, but from downtown, the flank push is going to be good for Elysium once again, but Bones, anticipating it this time, is able to peek back and find Crescent as well as Jonah. The final 3 remaining members of Elysium do fall, and the anticipated victory on the back of those Vandals is good for Tseal.
That's all she wrote for Elysium's win streak, but now they do have the guns back in the hands. Crescent was able to secure that nice kills on the flank, so is also going to pick up an operator as well as some light shields as a bit of a glass cannon. It's a risky play, especially since Crescent, according to the scoreboard anyway, doesn't look like he's having the best game here, but hopefully will be finding a lot more impact on the defense with this operator looking towards mid, but it's a stack from Tseal. Oh god, I looked at the name again and it confused me. Tseal towards that A side. They've placed that toxic screen down as well, so there's really no doubt about where that controller is going to be. But Anderson trying to lurk up halls now.
Yeah, I mean, last time we did see that commit from the attacking side of Tseal to follow up this Viper wall, and this time they're kind of using it as a little bit of a deflection, but Elysium smart to it this time and are kind of just hanging out, really have this chamber as an anchor towards B, kind of watching mid as well on K-Rose, and just doing a great job of keeping it all together. And an even better job from Fig, who's able to pick up this nice headshot onto Bones. Unfortunately, K-Rose falls, but Fig getting that trade back from Jonah. 2 members down for both teams, as Anderson with this lurk up through hall is going to get very rewarded with that punish. ZK to find a kill onto Ali. Fig trying to make it all happen and come together, and now it is all on the shoulders of Charisma, but the shoulders are exactly where Charisma is aiming to find those headshots onto Renz. The shot from that snake bite knows that they're in hall, but it's not going to be enough. Charisma falls. Tseal get themselves another round.
Elysium, okay. I said that's all she wrote for Elysium win streak, and it seems like that might be all she wrote, period. They are on a save. Tseal is on the verge of those double digits, and instead of saving, they're deciding to go for a force and make things as close as possible. And Elysium, there's really not much they can do to contest here, right? They have that tour de force available, though, and they're really going to be relying on Thig to be able to get those long-range picks. And now they have two players, both Thig and Crescent, just aggressing through mid and finding those early picks. But Eli goes down, they've lost the controller, and they've lost their vision denial. K-Rose also falling, Crescent being detected by the knife. They know that he's somewhere nearby, tries to pick up a better gun, but can't get it done. The shorty is only going to confirm 1 kill. Thig, was that 2 kills for Thig? No, I think that was only 1. Yeah. But still, such low health. Still a player in mid. Turns away at the wrong time. And Jonah, it was almost a flick for Thig. He almost had it.
It really was so close, and then was looking in the correct place to know where Jonah was coming from, but we just barely couldn't see the head of Jonah. So just ships passing in the night, it feels like, and Thig is just a few unlucky shots, one into the other. And Elysium are starting to fall once again. 3 rounds behind now as Team Tseal has been able to put a few together here and are continuing to hold strong on their economy. But Elysium are able to buy up into this situation and hopefully are going to be able to get themselves a few points back and grab us back into an even game.
Right here.
Wrong start.
I'm not sure if that pinged out the chamber. I'm not sure if that actually pinged Thig, but he was able to rendezvous out.
Okay. So probably not.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, the timing on rendezvous is always weird, because sometimes you will also like see a chamber teleport back to the previous rendezvous and then still die.
Yeah.
So the timing on that could just be awkward.
Nowhere to run.
Whoa!
What is happening?
A nice forced kind of push to come out from that Hunter's Fury, but it is just immediately shut down by Thig getting a nice double kill. And then the rotation that has happened so quickly from the side of Elysium has just made it so easy for the rest of the kills to line up. Renz tries to make it all come back. It is Team Tseal's favor, but it's not going to be enough. Elysium do get themselves that point back, and thank goodness, because their economy was going to be looking rough.
Yeah, good force from them on that part. I mean, or was that the force, or was it the buy-up? I'm actually cut. I think I'm a little bit lost right now. Crescent picking up that operator once again, and also has the Blade Storm available. I'm looking at this Viper's Pit now, wondering if Ali might consider just popping that early into the round, and so they can dedicate more defenders to the other site instead. And instead, it doesn't look like we're going to see that Viper's Pit in this round. But they also have the Null Command, which is excellent for those retakes. And just the Blade Storm is going to make up for a lot of the weaknesses that Jet has when she has that operator. Now a push out from K-Rose into mid. Oh, he just didn't spot out the chamber, thought it was safe and wasn't prepared for the swing here. The Null Command is going to delay the push onto the A site though, or just completely dissuade them from it as they rotate back around into spawn. Following Renz, our spike carrier. Thig is going to take down their controller, though. That is incredibly big for denying those sight lines. And Crescent, an awkward interaction with Jonah on this B site. Just not able to connect the shot.
Awkward interaction is right. Spotted out the top of Chamber's fade and just wasn't able to make the shot. Charisma also grabbing a nice shot, is pinged out by that recon bolt, but is holding strong on this angle regardless, and just slowly but surely Team Tseal having a very slow interaction and aggression onto any one of these sites, and just slowly falling through Elysium as they do. Crescent finally, patience is a virtue and is rewarded for it with finally being able to pick up that kill onto Jonah, and now that time is ticking down. 10 seconds. Renz is taking hits. Renz drops the bomb with this kill from Ali, and Charisma will fall, but it doesn't matter. ZK is on a completely different site from the bomb.
DK at least gets to keep the gun going into the next round because the fractured economy on Steam's Tseal means that may have to surrender another round. But on the right side, it is not completely lost because they have both the Tour de Force as well as the Bladestorm. I don't know about you, Becky, but I don't think I've seen a lot of very impactful Bladestorms today.
It's weird because we've been seeing a lot of Rays, and then the only times that we've actually seen Jets have been on this map, and it does feel like we're always holding back the Bladestorms on eco rounds, and then there's just a lot of other rough situations. If you're on an eco round, usually the opponent has an operator, and then the Jets just get shut down so quickly on a map like this. So it is really hard to be impactful with that Bladestorm on a map like this, and just like that, here's the anime battle that we wanted to see, and that's a nice shot coming out from Bones. Takes out Crescent, picks up that operator, and now just gets to hold down this post plant. You know, some blades remaining, but mostly is going to rely on this operator that we've seen Bones do such a phenomenal job with. On top of that, they have the Viper's Pit down, they have the Tour de Force, and Elysium only has player standing. Make it one.
Ooh, I was saying Steam Tseal's economy was looking not too great, but all three ultimates used, and now Big doesn't really have too much of a choice except to go for a save. It's possible he can try and force the issue here, but the problem is both of these teams have such a shaky economy that it's just not worth the risk, and they are hunting for him a little bit. Jonah and Bones heading in the right direction, but might peek directly into his crosshairs. It seems like there are no interactions being made at all across this map, and Elysium, they now are 2 rounds behind, and Steam Tseal almost on the match point.
Oh yes, okay. I'm so glad that we're getting the slow motion anime duel. The right click from Crescent. Oh, just a little bit heartbreaking there that we weren't able to see that fully go into Crescent's favor. Because you can see Crescent was like, okay, I'm going to need to react faster because Bones is coming in with Bladestorm clicks just to the right of Bones, and Bones is able to use those left clicks just a little bit smoother. Oh, I mean, okay, you were talking about we haven't seen a good Bladestorm. How did you feel about that one?
I mean, it was pretty good. Not bad at all. I mean, what is this?
Oh, this is okay.
This is a beef storm. That's not a blade storm.
All right, add another one to the jerky pun counter. That's what we need. Elysium, though, what are they gonna need? They're gonna need this timeout to equate to something a little bit more, because they're staring down Steam Tseal getting to match point. Their economy is rough. It looks like they're going for a little bit of a force buy and just trying to bridge this gap. They're able to get at least full rifles for the entire squad, but they're looking a little bit rough on armor and potentially looking a little bit rough on utility as well. But it looks like the game plan is actually going to be to go as aggressive as possible. And with a nice early kill onto Bones, they're going to get rewarded for it, at least to start here. But as a result, Steam Tseal says, all right, if you're going to get this early kill, we've got to press this matter. Jonah gets a nice trade back onto Charisma, punishing some of this aggression right back. But maybe isn't prepared for K-Rose to come from that direction as well. This is a strategy that we actually saw Elysium do on the first pistol round, and now they're bringing it back with full rifles.
Ooh, and they take out the Hunter's Fury as well. That's just rubbing salt into the wound for Anderson. But they still have to make this retake happen. That's going to open up the site for sure. And Crescent, with that shot of the operator, have sealed this round's fate for their 10th. And they're creeping ever closer to Steam Tseal's scoreline. It is so incredibly down to the wire in these last few rounds.
I mean, we already know that Elysium likes to play a close game on Breeze. They toyed with our emotions on Breeze the last time.
Why are there so many of these?
Jet really likes jerky. I don't know. It makes sense. I don't know. Thief Storm. Oh my gosh. But the side of Elysium, definitely likes to kind of toy with people a little bit on Breeze and really liked bringing it down to the wire in their last match as well. They're trying to do it again this time. And that last strategy that they used this last round worked pretty well, so they're going to try for it again. And Crescent's able to get that early kill onto Bose once again. K-Rose this time doesn't need that Hunter's Fury. Finds that kill onto Anderson. Has a bit of damage, but it does not matter when Crescent is coming alive. Eyes and Crosshair on lock. Picks up 2 kills. Unfortunately, that Owl drone once again just not quite going far enough to spot any members of Team Tseal out. But when you're at 5-2, all of a sudden Elysium can kind of sit back, enjoy a Mai Tai on the beach that is Breeze, and wait for the remaining 2 members of Team Tseal to be forced to make a play.
Maybe munch on some turkey jerky snacks while they're at it. Since they're able to get this Viper's Pit out on A main, doesn't seem like Lee is intent on moving anywhere anytime soon. They also now know the location of Ren's. They try and flash through that smoke in A main. It's not going to work. The Viper's Pit just so strong here in that choke point. So they have no choice, really, but to rotate around, but now there's only 30 seconds, and there are defenders on each of these sites. Is the call here to just save?
This is such a tough call. Yeah, because the operator has to be something that you would want to save. You have to imagine that, especially with that Viper's Pit down, so many of your avenues are shut off, so it looks like they will simply decide to save. Hope that somebody from Elysium will come out and try to get frisky. It's not going to happen, though. Elysium says, we're going to continue to hold on, and it's going to be a duel for match point. I feel this is... Ollie. Come on, man. It's still going to be able to buy up, so it shouldn't be a problem. But we maybe didn't need to do that. It's fine, though. Everything's fine.
Yeah, they've got a lot of money, and the thing is, this is just a duel of straight strategy and gunfights. Neither of them have any ultimates on the board, and there's no amount of ultimate orbs that is probably going to get that ultimate for them. Oh, nice peek from Crescent to bait out that shot, and is able to get away unscathed as well, but you probably have to give that one to fact that there was that suppressing knife to try and stop them from aggressing any further. Still a strong hold on B. They need to be careful now.
Oh, Owl Drone is coming through, but isn't quite going to spot anyone out. Oh, the shorty peek out into the Clappers follow it up. Knives popped. Unfortunately, the knives from Crescent not quite going to be enough. All of a sudden, the 2v2 as kills all across this B site have run true for both teams. Jonah setting up this rendezvous situation to be able to start to go forward and try to get this bomb down as ZK, low on HP, is forced to be aggressive here and hope to get lucky. Unfortunately, Ali says, as long as you're not looking at me. Okay. Oh my gosh.
I was like, wait.
Holy smokes. Okay. I'm so worried. And now Jonah does have the bomb, but is forced to try and get a better dueling gun, is able to find this Vandal, and is going to be able to get this plant into an advantageous situation to try and play this 1v2.
They do let him get the spike down, so even if they do lose this, they have some economy to fight for that overtime, and that just made it so much more possible. Now we have the KO trying to dance around these angles. Jonah silently walking through, and a clutch from Jonah to bring match point to Team Tseal and Elysium. They're left scrawling. They still have money here for the buy, but now they need to fight them on match point. One mistake, and it's map 3 for Elysium.
Holy smokes. Okay. I got a quick applause to Jonah for clutching that up.
Yeah, quick
1v2.
Let's do it.
Holy
round of applause.
Smokes. Especially, you've got to be just, hands sweating if both of your teams are at 11-11 and you're in a 1v2 and you're like, oh, I've got to plant the bomb. and make this happen for my team. But nonetheless, Elysium have one more chance to bring us into overtime here, and Thig is watching this close angle tour de force at the ready rendezvous as well. That 0 point is not quite going to connect, so this tour de force is still going to be active, and we're getting a little aggressive past our rendezvous point here, but we'll see if the success is going to ring true anyway, and losing that Viper is going to be a big hurt for Tseal, who now are forced to be very aggressive and not have to worry about playing around that toxic screen.
Oh!
Take flight.
Those two shots in tandem, taking down two. Ali, they know where he is with the operator, but 2v5 situation with that KO about to go down. It's just incredibly tough for Tseal. If they were hoping to cinch it out before overtime, doesn't look like this is going to be the map. And a leg shot onto Renz as well, bringing his HP down to red.
Holy smokes, and just like that, the high angle from stairs, the low angle from the Hedron is going to be enough for Elysium to get a flawless round that bring us into overtime.
And now Elysium are on the attack.
On the attack, an attack is where they took a really long time to find their stride and warm up. So I would imagine that this is a place where Tseal is going to have an easier time unless this start and warm up for Elysium is something that will allow for them to convert into the attacking side better. The exciting part about overtime, though, is the limit on credits that's going to make it that much more difficult when neither of these teams can really pick up operators.
Yeah, because, I mean, they could, but is it worth it? Because you then don't have any other utility, and you don't have shields either. So it just doesn't seem like it's safe. It's a safe option, but oh my god, Crescent! How? No! Oh my god!
My gosh. Wow,
Anderson.
Okay. Analysis out the window, we're just screaming. That's all that's happening right now. As so much aggression, they're saying, you know what? If there's no operators, we're just gonna get really scrappy with it. Let's just get absolutely insane. Anderson with a phenomenal double kill that is the thing keeping Tseal in a great position here so far. But they do not anticipate how far K-Rose has been able to push up. And this could potentially spell a huge disaster, as the utility that's been thrown out from the Tseal members has definitely made it known that people are pushing through towards this mid area. K-Rose has to be so careful here. And we also have to keep in mind that Elysium have to try and stay together, or at least get extremely lucky with picks here.
They're running all the way over to this A site because they know that there isn't anyone planting on B. And I feel like the decision here should just be to run all the way back over to the B site. And that might be the play that they're thinking about doing. Oh, this is so stressful. This is so tense. They have no idea where the attackers are or the defenders are. And they're assuming...
they're just Scooby-Dooing all across the map.
I know, and there's only 10 seconds left. They have no choice. It's left up to K-Rose. He's just going to plant that bomb right on down, and no picks. Oh my gosh. Tseal, they have the upper hand in overtime.
Okay, we did anticipate them being able to get this first round. We did anticipate that, because they just had such a better showing when they were on the defensive side, but now we've debated it a little bit. Is Breeze a defensive-sided map or an attacking-sided map? And so far, based on how both of these teams have performed on the defensive side, you would guess that it is a defensive-sided map, and I think that is kind of also the... I'm not going to say general consensus, but it is where people are kind of leaning, and especially with the team compositions that have been brought by both of these teams, we are going to see a little bit of a change-up in the fact that Crescent has opted for going for that op.
Ooh. Crescent's going glass cannon on this round can be so dangerous, especially since he's not meeting any early resistance. But Charisma trying to go huge here, gets pinged out by the recon. It doesn't matter. Finds one, tries to find another. Ali is there for the trade and finds two. We are talking all about Crescent and the glass cannon operator, but it is not up to them. It is up to Anderson. It's up to Ali and Charisma, and just how huge those picks were. Now Anderson picking up the spike. I'm sure they heard it. Now rotating around. No resistance in mid either.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, you can see that Elysium have made this decision. They're like, if it's a 1v4. If for some reason Anderson walks into any one of us, we get the trade, we call it good.
Oh, no way.
So far, okay. Anderson's able to pick up one and somehow get away. Oh, okay. Left. So that's a little bit unfortunate in Anderson so far. If Anderson clutches this up, this is going to be absolutely insane. Clip of the day, and like, holy smokes, I can't believe Tseal will have to play another game after it. Unfortunately, Thig holding this angle does mean that we are going to have, well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, we get to go into another round of overtime. But I don't even know if Tseal got the information that Crescent was holding on to an operator. And I have to wonder how that is going to change the impact once Elysium go back to the defensive side, if they can anticipate that Crescent is going to buy up an operator.
You know, I feel like most of Crescent's kills this map have been with the operator, so maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing if he just decided, well, why not? I'm going to buy this operator on the attacking half, but it's not going to be seen this attacking round. I would really like Elysium to try and execute more decisively here, but the last time they did that, they ran into a lot of people's crosshairs in mid, but now look at this push from Jonah. He can walk right up without getting detected by the trademark. Crescent backs up, doesn't get traded out either, and it's the rendezvous for the escape on Jonah as well. And now on this B site, there's that toxic orb that is going to be blocking the choke point in B, and there's also going to be the Viper watching from very far out in mid. They have basically no map control here.
Yeah, this is a really kind of intense situation, and we haven't used a toxic screen from the attacking side Viper on Elysium either. So they are able to somehow get onto this site, and the rotations from the defense are starting to come through, and this is a very interesting Viper wall that's allowing for the attackers to get pretty far up, try to get some shots. Unfortunately, Thig does have to rendezvous away, and now is still just trying to posture around. Unfortunately, Ren's nice shots are going to be the head to take out Thig there, and now in a 3v5 situation, Elysium backs against the wall on this B site, and we just have to wait for the defensive side to have that toxic screen go down and push onto this site. But Charisma and Ali once again are the players who are just so on point since moving to this overtime. Unfortunately, Jonah with another 3K. Will there be enough time for the defuse here? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Yes, okay.
Oh my god.
Less than a second.
0.5 seconds.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Sovas and their utility. That's what we call that round. Unfortunately, peeks out with the arrow, and now Tseal once again. They pick up that defensive half, but Elysium, they make it incredibly close, and they just need that little push to get themselves over that crux in order to be able to find that first attacking round. Now Tseal need to do the same thing, where they're able to find the attacking round, but the last time this happened for them, it fell apart incredibly quickly and left Anderson in a 1v4. So they're trying to feel it out a little bit more. They're playing a little bit slower, defaulting, leaving that spike down, looking through mid, not putting the Viper's toxic screen down immediately. Really slow pacing at the beginning of this round.
I mean, I respect this slow pacing. Everything is on the line for Tseal. That last round was so close. The defuse with less than a second coming out from Tseal on a round that they would have otherwise lost. You have to respect the slow play. Unfortunately, the slow edge onto the crosshair of Crescent means that first blood is going to this Jet, and Elysium have the agent advantage now. The Viper wall is down, and it's starting to prompt out some movement from the defensive side and the movement of Crescent to take out Bones as well.
I cannot use that.
Crescent? Well, now they definitely know Crescent plays the operator on these overtime rounds, even though there's only 5,000 creds to spare. And now they're trying to execute onto the A site. Charisma is able to find one. It's a trade back and forth. Still a player disadvantage, and Lee completely unknown for this attacking half. Lee trying to swing around, and it's planted right for Lee's crosshairs. Now all left up to Anderson once again in a 1v4. Takes some damage from the pot shot spam from stairs, and Crescent with that 3K. And I'm serious, Crescent should just buy an op on the attacking half. Maybe that'll win them the attacking half.
I mean, it might, but it's got to be it's got to be even more scary on the attacking side. Because not having the extra armor on the attacking side, if you get caught from behind, it just ends up being so spooky. But it does look like Crescent deciding to continue to hold on to the utility, have those cloud bursts available as well, something that you don't really get access to. I'm also just now noticing Crescent has like 8 ping. Holy smokes.
Oh wait,
I guess Jonah also has like really low ping, so this does actually look pretty even. It's just like not something I was looking at for a lot of this game, and all of a sudden I'm like, holy smokes! But so far, I mean, Elysium are not having it up on the attacking rounds, and Bones being aggressive. The Cloudburst used here, trademark shot out. ZK with a nice kill onto Ali, trying to keep it held down. Crescent taking out Jonah, the player who's clutched the last 2 rounds for Tseal is down, and now we're at a agent advantage, definitely in favor of Elysium now. 4v2 situation. Renz and this KO very spread apart from each other. Thig giving away a little bit of a position here, and we do have that recon bolt ready, but you've got to be so scared to pull out that recon bolt when you know somebody is so close to you, making sure that nobody else is around you. Recon bolt does come out, but the peak is going to go Thig's way, and all of a sudden it is up to ZK. Finds one. Nice. Trying to get another one here. The recon bolt is pinging. He makes it known. The shot from Thig, the 3K, 50 rounds. Elysium are able to pick up an attacking half, and could this spell the end?
Match point.
Now it's all about, I feel like this is a lot about Crescent and the B site, because now we see that Tseal is leaning over to that B site, and they know that's where Crescent plays, because on these attacking rounds they have that KO and Elite sitting on the A side. And can I just say that Charisma at the end of Bind, as well as the beginning of this map, or this entire map, has been playing incredibly well, is a very consistent player, and just like gets his 1 or 2 every single round. And it's not really a highlight kind of thing, but it's just incredibly powerful, and a big reason that Elysium is sitting on this match point right now. Renz now trying to tag people up with the owl drone. Bones somehow just sneaking through the lines here. Crescent is able to find one, but Anderson going huge. Crescent, once again, it's up to him. Does not use the tailwind, just stays in position. Tries to clear out the site methodically. Gives Elysium that player advantage. Could this spell the end? ZK is able to take down Lee. They take down the controller, and a dink from Charisma, but now it's Crescent with only an operator, and Zeke, she clutches it out, and Tseal once again, overtime.
Holy smokes. Both of these teams just won the opposite ends that we're used to seeing them win. I don't even know where to go from this point. At overtime, it's anyone's game, but the fact that we're at 15-15 right now is just so insane. And we've seen both of these teams change up their strategies a bunch of times and still just not be able to edge out that final win. And so we're going at it one more time, and this time we're seeing Tseal do a little bit of a change up and be the aggression towards mid that they've seen Elysium do a few times, and we'll see if they're able to make it all work as Bones finds 2 to start it off, followed up with Renz as well. Ali gets 1, but it's just not enough. Kairo's the only one remaining, very separated from the team and very far away from the spike.
Kairos has really been that player that has been the last person standing for Elysium for the last few overtimes when it really came down to the wire. But this time, Tseal, they win it by such a large margin that it makes me incredibly worried for this defensive side for Elysium. Once again, Oh, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just looking at the operator on Crescent, and Crescent has made huge plays with that operator, but now is it starting to become predictable? Do they need to change things up a little bit? Because Team Tseal is definitely adapting on this defensive side, and they might be able to do the same on the attacking side. And Elysium, I think they might be forced to go to another map.
So far, we'll see if they can make it happen. Aggression from Bones, punished in the cloudburst by Ali there. And all of a sudden, Fig trying to decide, can I hold this angle on the stairs as Crescent falls? That operator is down towards B site, and they're moving, shoe straps, trying to follow it up and go towards that B site, but we might have to see a complete change of plan. ZK and this Sova so spread apart. The bomb just trying to figure out where on earth on this breeze are we going. 2v2 situation, and Renz is just trying to hold these aggressive angles to see if any of the defensive side rotates into them.
You know, this overtime feels like a vacation that's gone on too long.
Oh my gosh. It is certainly tense. I can't believe that after this, I mean, if Team Tseal take this one, we have to go to a whole other game, but Elysium are trying to get it. They don't want to play a third game. They're like, we don't want to go to another map. We want to win this one. So let's go. Another round of overtime. 16-16 for our teams.
Can we like just all take a quick break so we can like grab some snacks and like get some water, because you know, staying hydrated is very important. And if you don't have water, you're gonna end up shriveled like this piece of beef jerky that currently Becky is eating.
Well, mine's turkey jerky, but yeah.
Yeah, but you know, stay hydrated, guys. Like, you know, staying hydrated helps with like jerky aim and muscle shaking and cramps. So, you know, I'm not really sure what more analysis there is to do on these two teams, honestly. Well, Ali gets the first blood. Crescent gets the second, though. Wait, this is the attacking half. Are they going to do it again?
Oh my gosh. I mean, they did it once before, but then Team Tseal turned around and won the defensive side at half. But this feels like a very decisive round for them to be winning on attack so far. But we've seen Renz pick up some crazy kills before, and maybe Renz can do it again. Gets aggressive into the Owl Drone and finds a kill. All of a sudden, K-Rose is like, oh, I've really got to switch it up. 3 kills to Renz. And just like that, there is totally a chance for this KO on Team Tseal to be able to shore it up and get this defensive side round. ZK trying to decide how they can get onto this site, unknown location, and just slowly trying to get in an angle here.
Ooh. ZK does get flashed up quite a bit, delayed by the fragment nade. Oh, the snake bite as well as the vulnerable status, and that is just all she wrote for Team Tseal in this round. Elysium bring themselves to match point. They just need to close it out.
Holy smokes. I mean, Elysium are 1 win away. They've had a pretty dominating performance on the defensive side, and they've only lost 1 defensive side on overtime out of the 4 overtimes that we've played now. So if there is a side where they are certainly favored to win, it's this one. But once again, they've lost one before, so they could lose it again. We've iterated the same things 12 times through every single one of these overtimes. And just like that, we only have so much we can say before the action just starts to come out of these players. Anderson to pick up first blood onto Thig, who just wasn't able to finish off any one of those kills. The toxic screen is down. K-Rose is forced back. Bones with a nice peek picks up 1 before being traded out, but the agent advantage is in favor of Team Tseal, who are trying to figure out how they're going to be able to win this one and get us yet another overtime round.
very delayed retake now. The spike is just taking down, and they throw out the 0-point. Crescent gets that 1 kill, but the tailwind out isn't going to allow him to escape from the crosshairs of Rens, and they bring them to another overtime. And how many more overtimes is it going to be before Tseal or Elysium are finally able to close out this map? How many rounds has it been? It's been over 30 rounds.
Yeah, it's been a lot. Somebody in chat is calling that it's going to be 40.
Oh, great.
I don't know how much I'm hoping for. At this point, I'm already surprised that it's gone on this many rounds, but both of these teams are just playing their hearts out, and it is showing. And I mean, thank goodness they have a whole night to sleep after they would potentially go on to play more of this tournament. I mean, they do potentially have one more map still to play, but outside of that, Bones tagged up, shots through the Cloudburst, trades back and forth so far, 2 for 2, make it a 3 for 2, and okay, Kairos, everyone's just going faster than I can actually talk. Anderson picks up 3 kills, and there's only 1 player remaining in Ali, and knows that Anderson is hanging out towards that back corner, finds that kill, shores it up to a 1v1. Where is the KO? How can I get this bomb? How can I get it down? And Ali is trying to watch every single one of these facets that the defensive side of KO in ZK could be coming from, and has only so many options. Toxic Screen does go up, the spike is retrieved, starts to go for the plant, has 40 seconds, so has a lot of time to make a decision here. Toxic Screen goes down. Oh my gosh, ZK is holding out by logs and is just waiting for the bomb to start to go off. How is Ali gonna make this happen? Bomb is down, and ball is now in ZK's court to come onto the site, but still, oh my gosh, did actually see where ZK is. The fragment grenade is making it seem like they can't come into that corner, and Ali clutches it up for Elysium to take another attacking side overtime.
Match point.
I am incredibly shocked. I had to add the 3 incrediblies for like the incredible amount of overtimes that we have seen play out just on one map of Breeze. The thing is, Tseal refuse to lose, and Elysium refuse to win.
Oh, they're certainly trying.
They're certainly trying, but Tseal, they're just not letting them have it. They're just going to make this map as long as they want to, and then they're going to have to play another one after it if they do end up winning. There's so much endurance that can be found in this Tseal squad, and now they've already aggressed up halls, but Kairos also aggressing through mid, going to trade one onto the controller. No vision denial for this team. Bones goes down. Oh my gosh.
Bones goes down. So does ZK. Jonah with a nice trade back, though. Both of those Vipers are down, so no toxic screens for either of these teams, but agent advantage is in favor of Elysium here. 3 members alive, and it is in their court as that bomb is down and ticking for the defensive side now. Slowly moving around. How do we get onto the side? Jonah taking out Charisma is a rough situation. Tour de Force popped. 4 kills to Jonah. Tseal find themselves in attacking overtime half, and we're going back at it one more time.
One more time, you say, but can you give us like an estimate of how many more times exactly it's gonna be? I feel like it's always Jonah in those overtime rounds as well. I mean, all of Tseal's members are just performing so well when they're in those clutch situations, and it's the same for Elysium, but it's just back and forth. Neither of them can secure an attacking round, and now neither of them can secure a defensive round. And I feel like there was a lot of hesitation, especially in that last round, to try and get onto that site, because Crescent had the lurk of a lifetime, but they were just waiting so long, allowing Tseal to get into good positions and then trying to aggress. And then at that point, the tour de force had been popped, and it was just basically a done deal.
Alright, starting off once again here, and A methodical start again. I like that we're seeing the change of pace and this kind of split, this 3-2. Oh, so far, so good, as Thig with a nice decisive headshot onto Bones. I'm a good shot, says Chamber. I would say the same thing for Thig, so very beautifully done. His friends with a nice pick on the other side of the map to take out K-Rose as well as Anderson there, but the bomb is down towards this B site, so the rest of the defensive side has to go for this rotation and start to make things happen on a different area code. Jonah pushing in up first here, trying to gather as much room as possible. And Anderson picking up yet another kill. ZK as well. Wow, a big only one remaining for Elysium falls to Ren's. Team Tseal back into the old swing of things where they win the defensive side.
Yay, they won a defensive half. Now can they win their attacking half? That is the real question.
Match point.
This is just... I don't even know anymore. Wait, what is this? Crescent picking up a Vandal on a defensive half? No way.
This is the first iteration change that we've seen. And, oh my gosh, 7 overtime rounds. All right, Crescent. You better do something with. I mean, we've been seeing some very impressive operator plays with no armor from Crescent. So, okay. I mean, at least is utilizing the utility that's been picked up as a result of going for that light arc gun by. Use the Cyclops burst to get to safety. Gets tagged up by that owl drone, but is able to do a little bit of a skirt away, but still kind of holding a similar angle, potentially hoping that nobody will expect that staying power. Just like that, the rest of the attackers moving themselves to a different part of the map. Thig with a peek around, almost finds 2, but does get taken down by Ren's there. 1 for 1 so far, but that jet is down for the attacking side of Team Tseal.
It's tough when you have the Sentinel down for the defending side and the Duelist down for the attacking side, right? But now you have a lot of control over this map in terms of Elysium, and Team Tseal really don't have any info onto where the rest of the defenders are, but they're starting to take onto this site, and Crescent isn't able to hit the shot. Charisma is able to find 1, but it's a 3v2 situation, and they're getting the spike down. Now retake happening with Ali and K-Rose. K-Rose already lurked all the way up onto the site, and a good kill onto the Sova. K-Rose, it doesn't seem like they know that he's already at pillar. They're just winding their way around, spamming down the shots. Now Ali only 31 HP and taken down with 1 shot of the Vandal. Now where is K-Rose? He takes out the shock dart and tries to shock around, and he's able to connect the kill as well as find the defuse. And once again, overtime, Becky.
Overtime. That's all these players know how to do. We're going to play more overtime rounds than we played of normal rounds. 19 and 19. Overtime. What in the world?
What is this?
This beats a record for this beats a record for me as far as overtime rounds that I've cast.
I mean, oh my god, it's Elysium. I know why they're doing this to me. One of the very first gigs I casted, Elysium was in a match with another team, which I kind of forget at this moment. But it was a best of 3. Every single map, they went to 7 or 8 overtimes.
So they
in every single map of the best of 3. So it's revenge. I swear to God, it's revenge. They're doing it again.
Oh my gosh, Anderson and Jonah getting advantageous trades here as Jonah picks up 2 as well. Oh my goodness, Team Tseal advantage here, and it does look like Elysium though. With everyone so spread out across the map, it is so easy to pick up a 1-for-1 kill. Pink's coming out. That's where the KO is, but it doesn't matter. They're able to make these rotations, make this movement, and it looks like Elysium are changing to move and go to hit on this A site, unless we just try to make everyone's lives a little bit more drawn out here. Let's push through hallway. Let's then go towards B site. Let's just do a nice little Scooby-Doo run around the whole mansion chasing the ghost moment. Yes, I already made a Scooby-Doo joke. No, I do not care.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of time to make as many as Scooby-Doo jokes as you want.
30
Now
seconds
30
left.
seconds left. They're doing this play again. They're running around the map, but this time Elysium have actually successfully juked out Tseal, who are now looking towards that A site, so they can create a lot of space here, but that knife, it's gonna give them away. They're giving themselves away. They're going to be planting
Oh no!
right out in the open, and K-Rose, he just can't get it done here, and ZK with the 2 kills brings them up to 20.
Switching sides. Match
I mean,
point.
but you gotta get to 21 if you're trying to win this game, so...
Yeah,
gotta...
let's get yourselves to the legal drinking age in in America and Canada, respectfully, 21 to 19. How about that?
Oh,
and now they're gonna time out. Oh
sure,
my gosh.
Sure, take your time out. Take your time out. We've already been here for so long. What's a timeout? What's a timeout?
Yeah,
What's another?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We need a puppy break. Come here, bud. Puppy
Yeah,
break
yeah.
time.
Does he want a turkey jerky?
Do you want a snack? Here you go. Snack moment. There you go. Beautiful. That's what we all needed. That's the... I don't know what they're talking about. I would probably just be taking the time out to like stop my hands from sweating because I've just played almost 40 rounds of Valorant. I would be like hands drenched in sweat. How do I make this end? Also, let me wipe my hands off on a towel and then we can go back into the game. That's what I would be calling
really
the time out
or
for.
something.
Oh,
Maybe
that could be
someone
it
really
too.
needs to pee. Yeah.
Honestly, that's fair. All right, yeah. Now that one of our players has gone to the bathroom, let's touch this up. Come on.
He's clenching his butt cheeks because he really wants to win.
There's only so long that can happen for, and now we've got to see, can Tseal bring it all home here? They have the advantage. They just got to make sure that they can win an attacking side, and they're going for one of the most oldest tricks in the book, this default Viper wall, push up through Hall, rest of the team go on the A side, a lot of damage onto Renz, but not able to bring the kill. Recon Bolt towards that default position as well. Tailwind queued up, pushing onto the site. They have that bomb down. Everyone is alive, though a lot of damage is onto Renz. First kills coming out. Ali, Anderson, and Bones onto that kill feed. 3v3 damage on Anderson, though, making it that much more difficult to push onto this side. ZK, nice kill. Push out from K-Rose. That toxic screen will fall with the death of Anderson.
One enemy
Recon drone does get some info, and the recon bolt. They're trying to find something. Made it a 1v1. Can Jonah do it? He's been a clutch player in the past, and K-Rose just trying to hold down that spike. He has no choice but to hold it down, and Jonah in the 4th round, he brings it to 21. Tseal win it overtime, and they bring the map score to 1-1, and we are going to map 3. You look like you're gonna cry.
That was a lot of rounds of Valorant. A lot of rounds.
tissue?
I think our players probably want to cry after. Well, actually, no. The side of Tseal is like, they're hugging each other. They're e-hugging. They're holding hands. They're stoked that they were able to win that one. But it is not over. They still have to win one more game. Both of these teams still have to play one more game. We have to bring it to Haven as our third decider for this. Any thoughts before we go to a break? I gotta go to the bathroom after that one. 40 rounds is a lot.
Yeah, you know, maybe I'm just gonna bring my entire Brita filter here for the next round just to make sure, like, I got enough water for the entire map in case we try to hit the record and we go for 50 next time. I don't know, guys. Tseal, you know, you guys feeling like going to 50 rounds this time? Just like throw a little bit in overtime so you can keep going.
And just like that, Tseal lock up a 8 overtimes? 40 round game goes to Tseal, and we will have a game 3 after we get just a little bit of a break. We'll be right back.
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef. Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef.
When it comes to hunger, there's this almost primal feeling inside your stomach. This voice inside you screaming, feed me. That's where Jack Links, really comes in.
Jack Links satisfied my hunger cravings by making sure to have every single flavor under the sun that I could ever want in jerky form.
If there's ever a moment that I know I need a snack during those long streams where the people themselves are urging me to keep going, they want more content, I know I can just go ahead and rely on Jack Links, yo.
Yeah, I think there's something in your beard.
Oh, this? One second here. It's my emergency snack whenever I need a little hot and spicy, so. You never know where you're gonna need that emergency kick.
One of these when I'm gaming.
You ever eat crab? Like eating crab, it's great, but it's also annoying because you do all this work to get that shell out and then you get the meat. Beef jerky from Jack Links isn't like that.
I could go out and make a whole dinner, broccoli, chicken, mashed potatoes, all of that, but I don't have the time. What I do have time for is Jack Links every time, every time.
So yeah, Jack Links saved my life.
All right, we're back. We're better than ever. We just watched an insanely long game, and even my dog is like, what is happening? You're eating a lot of jerky. Our players are trying to keep me only eating jerky because they're the only snacks that I keep by my computer are the Jack Links. So that's all that I've been eating. And our players are just trying to keep me here for a really long time. But nonetheless, we've got a final map. We're going to Haven after 40 rounds in our last game. We're going to see who is really bringing it all home. This was the final map pick, so it really could be anyone's map. Like, also, on top of that, Haven is just like one of those tale as old as time maps. Everyone has a strategy for it. Everyone has played it a crap ton. So what would be some exciting and spicy things to see, or what are we actually expecting to see?
Give me a neon. Can I get a neon?
I would love to see a neon, and we know that we've seen Elysium pick up the breach a lot of times, so that is something that kind of goes with the neon very well. So I would be excited and kind of anticipate seeing it here.
Yeah, and maybe let's have a Killjoy, guys. Let's take out a Killjoy as well.
What about a Cypher? I like a Cypher better on Haven, personally.
You're speaking my language.
I know. You said you liked the Cypher on Breeze, and we didn't get to see it. And as soon as our players are ready to go down into this final match, I'm good to go. I'm good to full send it. I want to know who's bringing it all home, who is progressing further into this top 8. That last game was so intense that I have no more words. I'm like, let's just go. Let's just give me something new to talk about. I'm ready to rumble. Wild side rumble. Thanks,
yeah,
Jack.
exactly. And for those of you who are interested in playing some Valorant, except with cosmetics, we are doing a $25 Valorant gift card giveaway. I believe we are actually doing 2 of them. So if you would like to enter, please type !gift card in our chat.
And if you're interested in a different giveaway that is for something a little bit more high stakes, you're going to go to, I believe it is tgs.gg/jacklinks. Nice. To enter in for a chance to win a PS5 and a month's supply of beef jerky. So you never have to leave. You can just sit on your PS5 or your PC and play games with your beef jerky, with your month's supply of beef jerky for at least a month, because it's only a month's supply. So, and if you're like Affinity, you're gonna eat all the beef jerky that you got in like a day and a half, and maybe that month's supply won't actually last you a month. Who knows? Sorry, I have to call us out a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, I bought this beef jerky yesterday and I ate all of it. So
it's so good. It's so good.
It's like a challenge. How much beef jerky can you eat in 10 hours? And speaking of beef jerky, or not even, it's not correlated at all, but Agent Select, we have an Astra.
Oh, all right. And this is kind of an interesting pickup, because I feel like we don't see Astra very much, and 2, normally on Haven, I feel like you do kind of see the Omen, and we know that Ali already has been able to play the Brimstone, has been able to play the Viper, was top frag on the Viper with more than 30 kills in the last game, so definitely is no slouch on that agent, and is going to go ahead and go on to the Astra. So that does lead me to believe that there are some specific strats that have to do with that Astra and the utility that she brings to the table, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how that is going to come out here. Elysium not going to be the ones to go with that neon, so sorry, they're not going to be the ones to run little Sonic the Hedgehog, at least not here, not now.
No Sonic the Hedgehog on either side. So depressing.
We can't get what we want all the time, and this is just one of those situations. Instead, we are going to see Crescent go ahead on that jet once more. K-Rose is going to do that Sova again, and then we're seeing a little bit of a change up. Charisma continuing to hold that initiator spot, and is going back towards that breach, which we've seen Charisma have a ton of success with. And then Thig on that Killjoy. So you wanted to see a Killjoy, there's your Killjoy.
Well, at least we do get that Killjoy. I think she can be pretty strong on this map, even though it is quite large. But for the starting round, Elysium now wanting to run up to this C-long position. Renz gets that one pick, Rendezvous out. K-Rose goes down, Initiator out, at least for their info gatherer. But they will get this spike down. Ali on the Astra, able to reliably smoke. There's exits, and try and take up some more space and positioning in Garage. I was going to say U-Haul. And Ren's still getting that Headhunter pick though. And Elysium, their team is just falling apart now. It's all left up to the Killjoy.
I mean, at least being able to activate that swarm grenade, keep them off the bomb a little bit, does force some aggression, just barely not able to complete any of that damage and take out any more Steam Seal members. And Steam Seal, tale as old as time, we saw it a lot previously, and the pistol rounds going their way once more. Renz is going to pick up some long-range weaponry alongside Bones. We saw them both do a phenomenal job with those last game as well, and we'll continue to see it here.
And now Steam Seal, they're able to buy up, and it's just, well, Elysium, they are starting on the attacking side. They seem to prefer the attacking side based off the last two maps if you discount the overtime that we were looking at. And Haven is also a map where attackers do seem to thrive a lot, but Anderson, spray down in mid to secure himself two, but two is all he's going to be able to get, and the rest of Elysium are just going to back off here. They are able to pick up that Spectre though. Big is able to take one down on the flank. Ali trades it back after the Marshall kill, but Renz's Marshall rings true. So Steam Seal get those first two rounds pretty reliably, though they do lose quite a few lives doing it.
Yeah, 3 members from the buy-up side to fall in that last round is going to do a little bit of damage to the economy here. Renz, though, 5 out of 7 pips on that ultimate, so very close to that tour de force, and potentially something that we could be looking for an early Headhunter kill, and then potentially an ultimate orb, and try to just quickly get that into a tour de force, as we do see just a classic and likely that Headhunter in the pocket for that chamber. Elysium, though, on a full buy round and are going to try and play as aggressive as possible with it, at least towards this mid side. But just as I mentioned aggression, Steam Seal are trying to do the exact same thing, but there is an alarm bot to catch out some of that aggression.
Blocking sight. They're just trying to whittle down at the health bars of Elysium, but they're sticking together and they can't really fully peek anything since they do have that lesser weaponry. And Jonah lurked up into a really nice position here, and Renz can really capitalize with the Headhunter in this position, but they don't really want to sniff out anywhere near C-Long, and instead go for this A push that is being defended solo by Anderson so far, but there is a rotation coming through from the breach.
Yeah, no utility or dark covers to block off anything yet, and Anderson's queuing that up. Does not actually block off this long angle, get some damage onto Crescent, but it's not going to be enough. That Astral Cloud is going to block off a lot of vision from Heaven, and the descent coming down allows for Anderson to pick up 2, but Charisma does as well. Crescent also picking up a kill in the middle of that, and Jonah with a nice headshot before Charisma picks up 3. Aftershock to come out and force Renz back and allow for the side of Elysium to put the bomb down in this 2v1 situation. Some damage going on to Renz, but they rendezvous away to stay safe and try to fight another day. But the blinds, the amount of utility that is coming out to keep Renz at bay here is just so insane. The barrel of that Headhunter scene allows for the peek out from Charisma to get 4 kills in a first round for Elysium.
Charisma, such a good, strong player, and I think at this point he has fully warmed up, because I feel like at the beginning of the matchups we saw when we were following this Elysium squad, he wasn't performing as well as he is now, and getting a 4K in that last round means a Rolling Thunder available for this team. Lee also with the Cosmic Divide. On the other side, the Headhunter, or not the Headhunter, the Tour de Force we were talking about, is not in play for Rens, but they do have a From the Shadows, maybe for some early info gathering or quick rotations around this map.
So far, so smooth. The bomb hanging very far back on Charisma, trying to check out if somebody is going to go for an aggressive push into their attacking side spawn, but it doesn't look like that will be the case from this Jet. Instead, focusing on staying as anchored towards this A site as possible, while they can tell that the C and B sites are the more under duress situations here. Haunt to go out, doesn't quite tag anyone out. Prowler going to get shot down by Crescent here, and now just waiting to see if we can find the heads of any of the defensive side members, but it just is not going to be the case. And so the rotation call out going towards this A site, starting out with a flash, but Bones still being very patient, waiting to anchor down this site. Cosmic Divide comes out with the defensive side on their way. Unfortunately, Charisma, nice little peek around, takes out Bones there, though Anderson did pick up a kill across the map. Heroes trade back.
Toxic.
Rolling
That was so
Thunder.
toxic.
The Rolling Thunder through the Cosmic Divide says, you will not hold hell. I will bring you there. And Elysium are in a 3v2 situation with this bomb down.
You will not hold hell. I will bring you there. That's honestly should be one of Breach's voice lines. If you're in hell, I'm gonna take you to hell. But trade back and forth between the Breaches, and now once again Ren's in a 1v2, and he is an operator, really a gun that you kind of want to keep, but Lee's gonna deny that, and Elysium are able to tie it up.
I mean, and we didn't even pick up that operator for the attacking side, which I don't know if, one, we didn't notice it, or we just decided that we don't think we were going to need it. But the attacking side of Elysium are going to continue to hold on to these Phantoms and Vandals while they have forced Steam Tseal back onto a more save-centric round. There's a few people who have quite a bit of credits, but making sure that they'll be able to fully buy up going to the next round simply seems like a safer option, and Anderson and Bones are going to have the little bit bigger of weaponry and simply hope to be the more centric members for the defensive side while continuing to hold those long angles. But it looks like the call is for B blinded, but it doesn't matter. The Cloudburst will keep Crescent safe, and the push onto this C side is a first opening pickup onto Jonah. Anderson picking up one, but it's not going to be enough. It's Thig with a nice little charade back there. Guns still looking strong, potentially not ready for this breach that is hanging out behind this Radiant box. Thig to pick up. Ren's not ready for ZK to peek around, but Thig to find yet another one. They know that ZK is there. They saw it. The fault line comes out, and the peek gets aggressed on by Thig, who picks up 4 kills and 3 rounds for Elysium.
And Elysium now have 2 more ultimates available. We did see that the Tour de Force was used in the last one, but Ren's was just not able to find any sort of capitalization off from popping that ultimate. But now you have another one of those huge eco round ultimates up, and that's a Blade Storm. But since there's not an eco round, I'm not sure if we're going to see Bones use it. But Elysium, so far from what I've seen from them on this map, they do not care if they need it to win. They're just going to use it to be toxic.
I mean, after that second game, I don't blame them. That second game, all these players could be toxic. I'm just going to hit the mute button and call it good. Anderson trying to get more than one and not quite able to. Trades back and forth. Elysium, though, in a disadvantage. Deafened is Kairos by this fade, but it's it's not going to force Kairos back, trying to just keep this aggression, keep as much information as possible for the rest of the team. And that Prowler is queued up, is going to grab not quite Kairos, as Kairos uses that moment to peek around, finding a kill onto ZK. Elysium members know that there is less people hanging out towards A. Unfortunately, Ren's from behind finds 2 kills. We're even game 3-3 situation.
This is an incredibly tough situation. I mean, it's not tough just yet, but if it continues on like this, it is about to be very tough once we find ourselves at 19-19 and you realize that neither of you can win a round. But now, they do have those 3 ultimates available. There's still economy to spare for Elysium's side, and they're going to have Crescent pop that Blade Storm. They don't have a chamber this time around, though. So this time, they don't have that tour de force or the operator to fall back on. Instead, they have to rely on the lockdown, which is a lot more team-based utility and a lot less selfish utility. But now Bones popping the Blade Storm and able to be displaced by both the Hunter's Fury, and Charisma is able to secure the kill, and the smokes coming out from Astra is going to make it incredibly tough for Tseal to get anything out of this take. ZK, though, able to take down Crescent, who was holding on to those Blade Storms. Charisma is also in a very good spot. They take out the Killjoy lockdown, but it's destroyed pretty immediately. It's now all left up to take, and he cannot do it.
Certainly tries, though, and if anyone is going to have a valiant effort, it would be that Killjoy with a slew of utility. Unfortunately, it is not going to end up going in Elysium's favor, as Team Tseal, 3 members alive still, continue to do a fantastic job of retaking this A site, and applauds to them, because that is one of the harder sites for the defensive side to retake on this map.
I definitely think that B is one of the easiest sites to retake here, and it's probably why Elysium has, for the most part, left it alone, unless they're trying to get pathing onto either A or C. I definitely think they haven't explored Garage as much as they possibly could be, because C site is just one of the really strong sites to be holding, especially if you do have Garage control, and those close angles in Garage can be really favorable if you have short-range guns like Spectres or Shorties. The destroying of the trademark is going to give them the info that there is someone in Garage, and there's a rotation being made now to Garage window. Anderson going to have to face up against Crescent, who is sitting pretty close by, but ends up not taking the peek out window.
Yeah, we'll see if Crescent is going to be able to get any sort of action. The jump, unfortunately, going to make it impossible to land those shots, so Anderson gets the jump there. Bones is tagged up, and Kairos is trying to chase. The Hunter is attempting to hunt this Wind Girl.
Wind Girl?
But Bones able to peek around multiple times. Wind Girl getting a ton of kills. Unfortunately, the reload will spell disaster. Ali picking up 1 before falling to CK. Team Tseal get themselves a 2-point lead.
And it's on the defense as well,
Jet
right?
doesn't have a cool name. Like, what else do I call her other than Wind Girl? Oh, I could have called her like an airbender or something. That could have been fun. Listen, the last game was 40 rounds.
We need to come up with some
My
cool
brain,
name.
yes,
Beef Girl. Beef Girl.
Oh my gosh. The last game was 40 rounds. I'm sorry.
We need to come up with cool names for all of them. Like, Silva's obviously the Hunter, right? What do we call Breach? Really annoying?
Yes. Oh no. Yeah, we could also just call Jet Op Girl. Always has an operator, so as Breach using that annoying utility to get onto site, or at least attempt to a ton of shots, but none of them connecting. Big to finally find that kill onto ZK 2v2. Star Girl to take out Goth Girl, and Ren's trying to just hold this angle and stay safe at a best chance to fight a 1v2 situation. Unfortunately, Puffy Jacket Girl gets 3 kills and takes out guy with flexing his cryptocurrency.
NFT seller.
NFT seller. Chamber could be so many funny names. Like actually, like he's just
Credit card Goth boy. Girl is incredibly fitting, or emo girl.
Emo girl, yes.
Like the song "I'm in love with an emo girl."
I am in love with Fade, so this all makes sense.
It's so true.
Eventually, that is going to just be my theme song. But it's because I'm in love with Fade, so you know, it's all fitting all around the map. And speaking of being all around the map, that is the attacking side right now. They're kind of just seeing. We see Elysium do this a lot. They try to decide, can I get a pick somewhere across the map, and then they'll either choose to completely stray from that pick and assume that the pick is going to force a rotation from the defensive side, or they'll use that pick as a signal to try and push onto the site. With Haven, it's pretty safe to assume that if you get a pick, you can safely push onto site, because the defensive side is usually a lot more spread thin. And Elysium has certainly been pushing that agenda here a lot of the time. And now, with some utility coming out, it is certainly going to be the go-ahead here, as that extremely spread-thin strategy doing wonders as a rotation tries to come out through spawn, and Ali punish that situation. K-Rose with some nice trades back. Anderson trying to keep in favor here.
This is a tough situation for Anderson to be in. Maybe the fatigue is getting to him a little bit.
Oh my, it's getting to me. So if I had to be playing these games, like, okay, so we're talking a lot, but if you're in a team like this, you're calming so much. I'm exhausted from talking. All of our players are probably talking and thinking and having to do just so many game actions. And it's, at this point, like, how many rounds was the first one was like 20. It was definitely over 20.
Yeah, it
was like 13 to 11 in the first one, and we were like, wow, that was pretty close. Guess this next one's going to be pretty close, too. We didn't know how close the second game was going to be. We didn't know that we were in it.
They've played at least 50 rounds of Valorant, and they haven't gained any RR.
Oh my, don't hurt me like this.
They start the execute on this B site. Renz with the tour de force. He rings true onto Crescent. Bones as well, using that huge blade storm to try and get one more onto K-Rose on the flank, but has to escape from the lockdown. He's trying to pick up a gun here, but just has to wait it out before he can pick up that Phantom. Renz has been detained, however, and they don't clear him. They just don't go for the kill, and Renz is just left alive with the tour de force on the other side of B, and so many kills towards Tseal's side. Charisma is able to find Renz, but 7 bullets in the chamber, has to face off with both Wind Girl and Goth Girl. Charisma finds Goth Girl, but Bones with the last pick is able to secure a 6th round for Tseal.
Wind Girl with blades too strong. Oh, also the double peek from 2 opposite angles. It's really hard to do a 180. You only have so much desk space, and it's impressive when it happens. Charisma, certainly a player who is fragging out and should be able to pull that off. It's just a really difficult situation, and the fatigue is starting to hit our players as we are still in a very back and forth match. Tseal at 6 points. Elysium hoping to bring us to an even 6-6.
Recon Bolt does ping out Fade here, and they're trying to bring the Flashpoint as well as the Rolling Thunder. They just expend everything they can to get themselves onto the C site and through Garage, and Tseal is doing everything they can to hold them at bay. Ali is going to be the one to find first blood, and Ali finds another. Anderson is able to find one back, and right as I say that, the kill feed just lights up blue. Tseal, they're trying to make this another 7-5. And it's up to K-Rose. He cannot get anything done. Bones being the one to find that last kill.
Switching sides.
I wonder how old these players are. Do you think they have bedtimes?
They might. I don't know. That could be a good question. Maybe they do. And it's not that late yet. It's only like 7:30 for us PST people. It's only 10:30. It's a Saturday night too. I feel like as a parent, you gotta be okay
That's
with
true.
it. It's a Saturday. You gotta be like, yeah, you can stay up for a few more. I mean, if we go to another 40-round game, hold up, I can.
Yeah, we
That's
both
not a
have
meat
to
snack,
take a
but it's not a meat snack, but we did have a lot of meat snacks in the previous game, as it was 40 rounds. So this is now a rehydration post meat snack moment. You got representation across both, and now Tseal moving on to this attacking side. This is going to be an interesting. I feel like Elysium's team composition with this Killjoy should have a little bit of advantage, especially just because Killjoy can hold down a site like completely on her own. Unfortunately, a lot of the setup from this Killjoy is set up towards a sewer and not towards a long, so this could potentially spell a little bit of a disaster. But the ping out onto Bones does allow for Thig to pick up one, pick up 2 kills. Oh no, turned right into Fade, and Jonah is able to pick up that one, no problem. But the 2-for-1 is going to be a favorable trade for Elysium, who now have to find themselves a way to go for this retake.
Apparently, Kairos has got lineups, brings Ren's down pretty low, and Crescent, this is a good flank. Somehow able to sneak past the trademark and also got Ali by his side. They suspect something though. Ren's is able to find one. Ali, they don't suspect the next one though. They're trying to trade it all back. Ali, once again, last player standing, 3K for him, and he secures that pistol round, which also gives them the buy up, the defuse. 7-6 for Steam Seal.
Yeah, Elysium also for Ali. Ali was top of the board last game, is top of the board now after this round as well. Got them that clutch to bring in this buy round, so full Spectres and full shields for the whole side of Elysium, and they're trying to bring us to an even 7-7 and keep us on the edge of our seats. I mean, last game we were falling out. We barely made it back in. Oh, it looks like we also might see Ali go for a Bulldog. How do you feel about the Bulldog? I know people are pretty polarized about it. I think it's a sick gun. I think it's good.
I mean, I kind of like it. Plus, I think Ali did a lot of work on the Viper on Breeze with the Bulldog, so I'm honestly, he's doing work. He's got Jonah down. How did he even get there so fast? They're all the way. I just...
Astra's the new Neon.
Yes. But I mean, also a kill with the
chicken.
Yes, that is a chicken. Now it's all left up to ZK. He's got 48 HP, and it's a 1v4 situation. Is able to pick up that Spectre, so at least taking one gun out of the hands of Elysium, but no spike in control. Just under a minute left over. Destroys the recon bolt, so they know exactly where he is. The flashpoint through, and Charisma is going to be able to take him down. I saw the turret and absolutely forgot what it was called.
You couldn't remember turret or...
Yeah, I think this all started when I called
Thig thigh.
It's only one letter off of thigh. You cannot blame me.
Can we also start saying that Thig thighs save lives? Because it's
true.
Thig is also playing Sentinels, and Sentinels are, Thig thighs save lives. That's what I'm going with. And, that little turret certainly did save some lives, helped get a kill, helped Thig pick up 3 kills in that last round. And now Crescent says, I've got this lower gun, we're on the bonus round, so I'm just going to play really aggressive and maybe just spray and pray, get lucky. Unfortunately, does not get lucky, gets met by the edge of a gun. Oh, the Bulldog not doing what Ali needs it to do this round, and Bones picks up another one there. K-Rose to do a nice little trade, but it's not going to be enough. The gun buy is doing absolute wonders for finishing off the members of Elysium, and now we are just left up to Thig. There are no thigh lives to be saved. Thig alone, no utility, but we almost have a turret and alarm bot again, so we're close. Let's see how we can potentially at least try to take some guns out of the hands of Steam Seal members.
Well, Turret and Alarm Bot now both up after being recalled, but there's not really... I mean, I feel like the best you can do with the Spectre in this situation is just spray and pray, and also run. Run and gun, spray and pray. Just remember your rhymes and you'll be fine.
Oh!
And he's able to secure that first headshot at the very least, and trying to find another kill here. Renz does get that kill as well as a pip up on the ultimate, but unfortunately Elysium, they cannot pull ahead of Tseal in this situation, and they get the point up once again.
And just like that, I feel like this is almost the same exact array that we saw for rounds that we saw on Breeze, which potentially is a bad omen because Breeze went to be quite a long game. But maybe we'll start to see one of these teams begin to pull ahead now that we're getting into this fourth round of this half, and we're at a pretty much even buy. And Crescent previously very much favored this operator and now has it in this round.
I mean, the Tailwind is going to expire before anyone does peek him, I say. It spams one shot, but it does whiff, not even a little bit of damage connected. That fault line also not going to connect to anyone here in short, but it's given a lot of info to these defenders that they want to push this A site. At least the Jet and the Chamber are here because those are the two that were spotted by Crescent, but no rotations have been made yet by Elysium. They're a little bit slow on the rotations here, and Crescent being spotted out by the Seas. K-Rose is trying to get something done, finds two for Bones' two. They make it a 3v3 here, and the spike has to go down. Bones actually gets a lot of damage onto Charisma, and they also take out that Nightfall to mark all of the defenders now coming into the site without any sound in their ears. Last player standing is Charisma with only 8 HP to his name, and Jonah is going to finish that one off. And now Tseal look like they're going to start snowballing towards the end.
And that's certainly a good pickup of a round, putting the side of Elysium's economy back down pretty rough, so they will be forced to save going into this one while they can continue to kind of bankroll themselves here. And a lot of kills for the side of Anderson and Bones, who are just continuing to do a phenomenal job for the side of Tseal, just getting these kills, getting themselves onto site, and getting the bomb down. And they're going to continue to go for this A site. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, I mean, the Recon Bolt is going to make it, so a lot of damage has gone out onto these attackers, and Elite have gone all the way out onto the flank, but they just can't connect the shots. Crescent is able to find one with the Frenzy, but still a 2v4 situation when you only have pistols is looking pretty bleak. And Elysium, usually they would take a timeout here, try and keep Tseal off of that double-digit score line, but this time they haven't. And they're just passing by each other like ships in the night in the dark cover, but Bones at least is able to secure the kill.
Secured the kill and secured double digits for Tseal, as you mentioned. Elysium gonna try this one more time. Buy up low credits in the pockets for the remaining side of Elysium here. And I mean, this operator last time wasn't able to do a whole lot for Crescent. We saw that we kind of got really aggressive, tried to use that Tailwind really early and see a kill, and the side of Tseal just said, all right, we know that you like to buy up this operator, we're just going to play it kind of safe. This time, not playing it as safe. They're definitely being a lot more aggressive, and we'll see if that is going to spell a little bit of disaster as a little bit of damage is put onto this chamber here alongside that Hunter's Fury.
Now they're just running it into garage, and all of these players are just corralled into one area. Big definitely knows that Bones is behind him. He's able to find one, can't connect the second, and Bones just sprays him right down. The Rolling Thunder also expended to try and get some headway onto this C site. Anderson doesn't know that he's right on the other side of Crescent. K-Rose has to find something. Crescent takes out the knives in hopes of winning out the 1v1. Spike still not down. They're able to kill that Spike carrier, and this makes it incredibly easy for Crescent to just stop this peek, whittle down the time. But what a peek from Bones. I didn't even see him, but apparently Crescent didn't either.
Wow. I mean, I think we just saw the like airbender powers from around like the elbow of Jet. And that was enough for Bones to be like, this is where I need to commit the shots. This is where I'm going to get the kill. And this is where I'm going to get Tseal, the 11th point. Yeah, let's take a look at this replay. Yeah, it's just the elbow. Most of the shots are through that wall, through that corner. And just like that, we are so close to match point for Tseal, who have come back so hard in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it was so hard fought on Breeze, and Anderson, he's just gonna lengthen that lead using that, using the from the shadows to TP up into A Heaven. Bones is going to follow up, trying to make some more space as well. This is a save round for Elysium as well, and Crescent can't even make his way over to that Phantom in Heaven. Elise just completely pinched, only has a Marshal to his name, and not much he can do here with only 2 stars. Perhaps the Cosmic Divide to be invested, but this is a save round, and it's not one that he wants to force the issue in. Maybe a kill, is able to find it onto Bones, as well as avoid the fault line as well. Another kill onto Jonah. They keep peeking into his crosshairs, but still match point secured for Tseal, and Elysium are left on 7.
All right, the last time that Tseal got to match point and Elysium had to find their way to wiggle back in, they had 9. Now they have 7, so it's going to be a lot more of an uphill battle for them to bring us to yet another overtime. But this timeout is a great start. This is what it started with last time for Elysium, and we'll see if they can do it again. They are, this time on this defensive half, but the side of Tseal has just been so decisive when they've made this push onto sites, and it's just been really hard for Elysium to keep up. So I don't know if the decision is just try to back off and play safe, or if the decision is exactly what here. But Elysium is going to have to come up with a strategy, or even potentially a few different strategies if they're going to want to find the next 5 rounds to bring it into overtime once again.
And it's incredibly tough because they are on the defense, and it's also the third. I mean, actually, if you think about it, Tseal hasn't played as much as Elysium has today. Elysium had to fight through the round of 16, and now in the quarterfinals have to play another best of 3 when Tseal, because of the seeding and their performance in groups, were able to immediately go into the quarterfinals instead. So Tseal actually have a little bit more steam left in the in the engine. Oh wow, I'm hilarious. But Elysium, at least they take that time out. They realize they need to focus up now, and they are trying their best to get something done. They're taking down that haunt, but there's so much utility being thrown, and Tseal really want to secure this last round. Think though is able to take down Bones, and it's a quick rotation has been called over to the A site, but they are literally sitting right next to that defender spawn entrance. They know at any point they can push past into paint.
Oh, and just like that, onto the site, the dark cover is keeping ZK safe to get this plant across, and just like that, bomb is down. Attackers relocating, trying to wait for somebody to peek out from this heaven side, but K-Rope's going to make the heads-up play to start off with this owl drone and gather some information about the attackers before the defense sets in.
Ooh, the Rolling Thunder comboed with that Recon Bolt. Not finding a lot of info though. The Paranoia has slowed them down. They have to go on through. The kill's being secured. It's good, but Jonah! Good for 4, and off the board for the ace, and it's the ace? No, not the ace, but still a 4K from Jonah, and they bring it to 13-7.
Wow.
Tseal, they win it out.
Okay, after that first death of the Jet on B, I was like, oh, this is we're gonna start to get some points back going in the other direction. This is gonna start to be a little bit of a long haul again. And Jonah said, absolutely not. We're not going into overtime again. We're not playing this game anymore. Secures 4 kills in that final round and shores up that final match point going Tseal's way. They win the series 2-1 after losing the first map to Elysium.
I mean, that is just incredible from Tseal. They really fought their way back, and I feel like maybe the fact that they did lose out on that first map was that they were pretty cold when it came to when it came to that first map, because they didn't have to play for at least one round until they had gotten to that best of 3. And Elysium, I feel like the fatigue maybe got to them a little bit near the end as well. But overall, both of these teams played incredibly well and fought incredibly hard in order to try and get to this next round. And congratulations to the both of them for making it all the way through.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we saw the side of Elysium. We saw their kind of road to get here as well. We saw them play the round right before this one, take it home 2-0. I mean, both of the games were pretty close, but they were a 2-0 in Elysium's favor, and one of them was a Breeze win. So for them to take that second Breeze map against Team Tseal and play for 40 rounds was very surprising to me, because we'd previously seen Elysium, one, be warmed up for that map, show off some strategies, and do a pretty great job on it, and then all of a sudden it just all started to kind of go crazy, and then go into Tseal's favor, and then Tseal just, maybe just like had a little bit more energy to expend off of not having to play as much in the round before, and just able to bring it all home and take home this first top 8 match that we've gotten to watch. Holy smokes. What a best of 3. That's all I really have to say. Phenomenal job to every player who had to play in this. That was one of the most intense best of 3s I have ever watched of Valorant in my life.
Yeah, that was definitely incredibly intense and also incredibly long. But, I feel like now is probably our time to go. But before we do, would like to plug just this 2 $25 Valorant gift card giveaways. It's exclamation point gift mark in the chat if you do want it. The chat's on that side, right?
It's on that side. I know, I was playing the wrong way. The chat's on that side. Yeah, go type in the chat exclamation point gift card.
Exclamation point gift card if you want a $25 Valorant gift card. And our other giveaway being run on tgs.gg/ oh gosh, wait, I've forgotten it. Jack Links if you would like a chance to win a PS5.
Yeah, and a month's worth of beef jerky. And
don't forget the beef jerky, of course.
Don't forget the beef jerky. And, if you're also just like, you have nothing else to do tomorrow, it's a chill Sunday, come back. It's National Jerky Day. And we'll be playing some more Valorant. Well, not us, but our players will be playing some more Valorant. Tseal especially will be playing some more Valorant after that hard-fought best of 3-1. As a final thank you to Jack Links for giving us some meat snacks all through tonight. Really appreciate it. And appreciate giving us a wild side rumble to have some wild matches of Valorant throughout tonight. Any final words, Epitomes?
I mean, thank you for guessing. Oh my god, not the jerky pun, Carl. It always catches me so often.
Yeah, I know. Every single time I'm like, oh, yep, okay.
Thanks to you for casting with me. And also thanks to the casters before us, as well as our observers and the production. It's really been a long haul today, and honestly, they are just so phenomenal, and everyone involved in this production has done a great job. Thank you to the players for playing so well, playing their hearts out today, and putting on a great show for all of you. And that is just all for me today. It has just been such a wonderful production, despite it going on incredibly long.
A long, hard-fought game, and we're looking forward to seeing even more of it tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow for Jerky Day and for more Jack Link's Wild Side Rumble. Have a good night, everybody.
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef. Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef.